ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. My name's True Starling. I'm here with Jessie Starling as well. And in the water we have round 32, heat 6. John Mark Marima Takong is in the red, Roy Kanazawa in the blue, Arashi Kato is in the white, and Taki Kanazawa will be in the green. But before we are able to watch some of the surfing action, we're going to take a quick look at the highlights from yesterday. It was a great day of surfing. Such an amazing day for day 2 of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have a great day on the cards as well. Let's chat with Chris Binns, who's down there with Ty Sarati.
Ty, it's kind of cooking out there.
Yeah, the swells come up a little bit and the conditions look pretty favourable for the surfers today.
So we're about, a third of the way through the event? And you guys are just picking the eyes out of it from here on?
Yeah, we've got through the big parts of the rounds, and we'll just pick the best conditions and put the round of 16 and the quarterfinals when the conditions are best.
The competitors seem to be buzzing this morning. They're finally getting the chance to show off a bit of what they got.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit small the last couple of days, and everyone gets a little bit more excited when the swell's up and there's more opportunities to do the best surfing.
And what's the feedback been like so far? We're into day 3, and I think everyone's pretty chuffed just to be here in India.
Yeah, I mean, the vibe's pretty amazing. Everyone's in love with the place, the people, the food. It's all pretty epic.
You been surfing?
I've had a couple, but I haven't been doing too much. How about you, Chris?
I've got in the water a couple of times. All right, mate. Well, it's kind of cooking, so we're going to throw it back up to you guys in the box and enjoy the day.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Chris, and thanks so much, Ty. So it looks like we are going to finish round of 32 for the men today and then roll on through to the women's round of 16, followed by the men's round of 16. So a big day of surfing, Jessie.
Yeah, I think maybe even the quarterfinals might be on standby, so it could be a huge day. We have seen the conditions deteriorate in the late afternoon, so it's depending on whether they stay around. But this morning we turned up and the waves were fun. So yeah, we're excited for a big day.
Yeah, that's definitely all you can ask for. And looking at the scores that we've already got, this is heat 6 in the water, and Roy Kanazawa already has a 6.75 and a 5.25. So hopefully we can have a look at those replays of those waves and see where those scores are coming from. Arashi Kato has a 4 and a 3 in his scoreline, and Taki Kanazawa already has a 6.75 as well. So we've got some solid scores locking in straight away for this heat. And John Mark Takong, or as we know him, Marima, he's from the Philippines out there. And here we go. Looks like we got a couple of replays. This is Taki Kanazawa. Nice hard carve there for Taki as he continues through with this one. staying nice and low center of gravity as he finishes that one off, banking that 6.75. Talk us through this one of Roy's, Jessie.
Yeah, this is Roy's. Not sure if this is his 5.25 or his 6, but he got a nice first turn. That wave goes a little flat on him there, and then this is where it starts to stand up. And it looks like all the surfers are capitalising on that end section. You know, he really pushed hard off the back foot on that one. So could have been his 6.75, but his 5.25, we're not sure.
Yeah, so some solid looking waves there from Roy and Taki. Marima yet to lock in a score yet, but you know, as Chris and Ty were saying before, we have seen an increase in swell today. We rocked up this morning and it was at least 2 foot, maybe a couple of 3 footers coming through. So the waves look really fun. They're connecting a little bit better than they were yesterday. But as you said, Jessie, we have seen it start to deteriorate throughout the day. Hence our 7 o'clock start. We're trying to make the most of the swell that is on offer this morning. And then we'll complete the round of 32. And the women will be out there. It looks like we've got someone having a paddle. This is Taki Kanazawa getting around this section here. Nice slash. Unfortunately unable to ride out, but he was only looking for a very minuscule score to go up into second, so he'll get that. Of course, 30-minute heats today. We're about 20 minutes to go in this one. That last of Taki was a 2, so he moves into second place. He needs a 5.25 to go to first. But I'm really looking forward to seeing Marima take off on his first wave. He's from the Philippines and he loves a right. And he loves going to the air, so maybe we'll see a bit of air stuff throughout the day today.
Yeah, Binzi and I were talking yesterday and we were saying that Marima and Oni could be like long lost brothers.
Yes.
Just the way they both carry themselves. They're the happiest guys on the QS.
Absolutely.
And yeah, everywhere you go, if Marimar's there, you know you're going to have a big smile and a good chat. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Marimar stand up on his first wave. It is a bit unlike him sitting for 11 minutes, but I'm sure he's just waiting for the best one to come through.
Absolutely, and we can see that there's plenty of waves on offer this morning. We've already got some solid scores locked in, as we said before, 2 6.75s, which yesterday we saw as the highest wave of the day, so that's the benchmark so far for the first heat this morning.
Yesterday the highest score was a 7.25 actually. We had 2 of them. But that's okay. But coming up in the next heat, we have Tenshi Iwami, Varun Chajung, Shohei Keito and Keanu Kamiyama coming up in the next heat. So I'm looking forward to that one as well. Every heat is a hard heat. There's no easy heats in this draw. And even the round of 16 is already looking really stacked for the boys, for the men.
Yeah, absolutely. The round of 16 is filling up nice and quickly. We, of course, have the last 2 heats of this round, and then they will get underway. And, of course, this is the QS 3000, so 3,000 points on the line. We've just had a look, someone just kicking out of that one. So, looking, well, we've got a couple of scores to lock in. Looks like Taki just locked in another small score there. May or may not go into his top 2. It does, the 2.1. So Arashi Kato now needs a 4.86 and Marima chasing that 8.85, but that's a single score. He can break that down into 2 if he likes. There's 17 and a half to go in this heat, so plenty of time remaining, Jessie. It looks a little bit wobbly this morning, maybe a little bit closer to the rock. There's a little bit of backwash, but the men seem to be negotiating that really well.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of morning sickness each morning out there. We do see the surfers in the free surf in the morning struggle with the sweep early. I noticed that none of them can really get up next to the rock. It is a very strong current on that high tide in the early morning. So these guys navigating the lineup well. You know, they've already seen 2 6.75s and a 5.25, and yesterday, like, they were keeper scores, and we didn't see them until later on in the draw. And it looks like this is our friend Marima up and riding on his first wave. He's waited 14 minutes for this one, so he's looking for an 8.85. Just beautiful swooping maneuvers from Marima. And crossing over where Horse Rock is, this one just not standing up for him, so he'd be looking to get back out there quickly to get another score.
Yeah, well, he'd be feeling happy to be up and riding on a first wave, so we'll wait and see what that locks in as for Marimar. We do have another score to come through for Taki. He's staying nice and busy. Locks in at a 4.65. So Arashi Kato is now chasing a 7.4, and a score to come through for John Mark Takong. Locks in at a 3.5.
This one was one of the ones that came deeper, but kind of just shouldered off. It didn't really have that wider tapered wall that I think the best scores have been, like every competitor who's been getting a 6.75 or higher, they've been taking off on those wider ones that stand up a little bit better down the bank.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like, unfortunately that one from Marimar just didn't quite stand up for him. Still plenty of time, 15 and a half minutes to go. These 30-minute heats allow you to be able to sit and wait for a little bit of time. So red locks in that 3.5. He needs a 7.9, and white Arashi Kato chasing that 7.4. Still heaps of time to go, but Taki Kanazawa just seems to be building that house. Locked in a 6.75 to start, had a couple of twos, locked in a 4.65. He only needs a 5.25 to go to first now, so it's a small score to take him up. And he's, as we can see, he's well and truly capable of that.
Yeah, he's already got that 6.75, I should say. So he knows what he has to do to get the 5.25. I think for white and red, they'd definitely be looking for those bigger set waves that have that bit more of a bend back in them. So Arashi out there with priority. Roy's been waiting a little while. Only really 2 scoring waves. He got that 0.5 to start with, and then he locked in the 6.75 and then the 5.25. So really on 2 waves that he's got, he's really capitalised. So he'd be looking to get another one and build the house as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Roy Kanazawa and Taki Kanazawa have the same last name. So I'm wondering if they're brothers, or if they're just, friends, or if they just have the same last name, not related at all. Maybe we can ask Dai and see what he says. So we've got just on 14 minutes to go for the first heat of the day. We are completing the round of 32 for the men. We called that off after heat 5 yesterday. The conditions were just deteriorating a little bit, and it was just getting to a position where the surfers weren't really able to showcase their talent. So I think it was a great call for the contest director and head judge to call it off yesterday in the afternoon and wait for today. And we can see that the swell has arrived, and it is much bigger today than it was yesterday, so there's plenty of opportunities. So just under 13 and a half to go. Roy Kanazawa in the lead with a 6.75 and a 5.25. Taki Kanazawa has a 6.75 and a 4.65, needs a 5.25 for first. Arashi Kato has a 4 and a 3, needing that 7.4, and John Mark Takong has that 3.5 and needs that 7.9, I should say, to go to second. But we've seen Marimar and we've seen Arashi Kato, they're capable of getting those high scores. They are brothers. Thank you, Dai. So Dai just popped his head in and
Knocking on the door. I mean, he's looking for a 5.25, and that would give him the exact same lineup as Roy. So yeah, he's almost there. I am the younger sibling, so I'm almost going for the younger sibling too.
Yeah, I feel like sibling rivalries are I reckon they're great. I think it's awesome. And
Yeah.
I think it's great to see Roy and Taki. I'm wondering how their heat prep was. Here we go, Roy Kanazawa. Nice turn there. Put it straight up in the pocket. And again for another one. Some really nice surfing here for the Japanese in the blue, and puts it up there for a finish. So that was a solid wave from Roy Kanazawa. 3 solid connections there towards the end of that one. Some really nice wave selection. We saw him wait for a little while to get that one to come through, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that score locks in. We have another surfer out the back. It looks like that is Arashi Kato in the white. Nice turn straight in the pocket there, and puts it up there for a finish. Is he going to be able to get around that section? Unfortunately not. But still some nice surfing there from Arashi. I feel like Roy's wave was a little bit more connected. And let's have a look at the replay, Jessie.
Yeah, I think this wave could go excellent for sure. He got that first turn into a carve, and this is where he really starts to let go and just show us what he can do. There's heaps of backwash coming off the rock, also known as horse rock there, and he finishes off, with authority on that one. So I could see that one going almost excellent, but, as I said yesterday, I'm not a judge. So I'm not sure, but compared to the scores and the surfing we saw yesterday, I'd say that's one of the best waves we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. That was some really solid surfing there from Roy Kanazawa. He waited a while for that wave to come through. So, I feel like that was really solid wave selection and really solid surfing. And we have a couple of numbers locking in, and they're looking like some really solid scores about to drop for Roy Kanazawa. An 8.25 locked in for the surfer in blue. So he'd be hearing that number and be feeling pretty nice. So he's just got rid of that 5.25. He has an 8.25 and a 6.75 in his scoreline now. So Taki Kanazawa now chasing that 8.26, the younger brother. He has priority. What's he got for an answer back? But we do have a score to come through for Arashi Kato as well. He needs a 7.4. So we'll see if he gets close to that score to progress through the next round.
Yeah, I think Roy definitely put the authority hat on for that, just to be like, well, look at this. If you only need a 5.25, well, I'm going to get an 8.25. So, yeah, like I said, I did think that one was going to go excellent. And then now Roy has the highest heat total we've seen all event.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was just really smooth, crisp, solid surfing on a set wave. So the judge is rewarding quality surfing on quality waves too. So it's nice to see the swell filter in, and that we get to see everyone surfing displayed on a bit more of a larger scale.
Well, that last score of Arashi Kato locks in at a 5.85. So that improves his position. He now needs a 5.56 to go to second. And Marima, we can see him paddling through there. He needs a 7.9. Looks like maybe there's a little bit of a sweep today. Those men haven't really stopped paddling. Here we go. Taki using his priority on this one. Flying down the line here. Gets around that section. Nice first carve to start. Unfortunately, that wave not offering too much. So was that a mistake, using his priority on that wave and leaving the door open for Marima to lock in that 7.9?
You also saw where he pulled off that wave. He pulled off behind blue and white. So he'll end up with fourth priority. So maybe a little bit of a mistake for the surfer in green. But here's a replay. So that first section, it looks like a good wave, but it just shut down, only allowing him for that one carve. And yeah, there was nothing left on it. So he decided to get out of there instead of wasting more space. It is really sweepy out there this morning. So he probably just wants to get back out there with 8 minutes to go. I'm sure he'll get another chance, but yeah, he is down in fourth priority now. So Marimar, very quiet heat from the man from the Philippines. Only the one score of the 3.5. This isn't what we're used to seeing from Marimar, but I'm sure he'll come out of the gate swinging at some point.
Absolutely. We've seen him capable of locking in some pretty big numbers. He's, very comfortable inside a barrel. He's very comfortable above the lip. And he's really comfortable on rail as well. So, he's kind of ticking all those three boxes. He just needs to get a wave that's going to allow him to just showcase what he has. But 7 minutes is still a fair bit of time for a wave to come through. And I think the fact that he has first priority has put him in a really good position, and he has Taki to thank for that in a way. Taki chose that wave, and it didn't really amount to much at all. It didn't even go into his top two. So Marima is sitting in a position where if he can get the right wave and do the right surfing and add a little bit of grunt to it, then he could be knocking on the door of that 7.9.
Yeah, as well, when Taki was taking off on that last wave, I was like, well, why doesn't Marimar have priority? But I think to note as well, a lot of the surfers are doing runarounds today. If you get a wave past that rock, like we saw Marimar do, unfortunately, his 35 just didn't really open up past Horse Rock. So just showing that the sweep is strong. There's a lot more coming into play today. But the surfers, doing a great job of showing us that there is potential for excellent scores out there, like we saw with Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. That 8.25 was pretty incredible from Roy Kanazawa. The older brother of the Kanazawa brothers, Taki Kanazawa, is sitting in second, either looking to hustle his brother out of first place or just protect where he is sitting in second. We have Arashi Kato only looking for a 5.56, so that score is well and truly achievable for Arashi Kato, and John Mark Takong Marimar chasing at a 7.9, so that's a solid score. He's going to have to do surfing close to what Roy Kanazawa did on his 8.25 to get a score in that range and make it difficult for Taki and Arashi. But 5.5 minutes to go, a wave's going to have to come and the composure is going to have to be pretty solid.
Yeah, this is about the time in the heat that I get nervous. This is about the last 5 minutes, and I think all the heats I've lost, usually I lose in the last 5 minutes. So for me, this is about the time that I get quite nervous in heats. But yeah, I'm sure Taki is feeling pretty composed. You can see he's sitting a bit wider to the competitors. There's no point him sitting with the pack if he doesn't have priority. And I'm sure he's hoping to get a wider one just to improve his scoreline. And like I said earlier, I do think the wider sets offer more potential than those deeper ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Roy, he did get the best wave of the heat and he's moving up into that pack, so maybe he's identified a bank there that offers something that connects a little bit more at the top of the area. So 4.5 minutes to go. Everyone, you can just see them paddling, trying to get into position. That sweep causing a little bit of havoc this morning. But we have seen an increase in swell, so I'm sure all the men and all the women today will be absolutely loving the fact that it's gotten a little bit bigger, the waves are connecting a little bit longer, and hopefully it gets a bit better as well with this lower tide. And that we're able to run. We do have the quarterfinals on standby after the men's round of 16 later this afternoon, so we'll see if we progress through to that or not. So we've got just under 4 minutes to go in this one. Marimar holding that composure, chasing a 7.9. But Roy Kanazawa would be feeling pretty happy in first place at the moment with an 8.25 and a 6.75, Jessie.
Yeah, and you could see Roy's position from the drone shot where he was paddling. It almost looked like he was playing a little bit of defensive, seeing as he has priority over White. Maybe he's trying to do his little brother a favour and just block White to make sure that both brothers make through this heat. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, just over 3 minutes to go. Not much action for the last 4 minutes or so. Not really anything consequential happening. Marimar just taking his time. He's only had the one wave, whereas everyone else has had about 3, 4 or 5. So being patient, playing the patient game. We saw him wait for about 11 minutes for that first wave, locked in at 3.5. He needs a 7.9, so he's not really allowed himself enough opportunity in this heat to really build a house, get a solid foundation. Here we go, Taki Kanazawa up and riding, trying to defend that second position. He has a 4.65 in his scoreline. Hopefully he was able to better that on that wave, but not really much consequence there. He was sitting in 4th priority, so he can choose whatever wave he wants under priority as long as red, blue or white aren't on there, which I feel like was a good tactic. Jesse trying to pick up a couple of mid-sized ones and better that 4.65.
Yeah, I definitely think that was a great tactic. But his older brother, this is Roy. I think he might have been playing a little bit of defense there from Arashi Kato, but there is only 2 minutes to go. But yeah, it's very unusual heat from our friend Marimar. We usually see him catch a million waves in a heat. So he's taken a different tactic, but I'm not counting him out yet. He's a very talented surfer. He has made it hard for himself. He needs a 7.9 in one wave, but this is the replay for the last of our heat leader, Roy. Just that one turn and that one running off on him. A nice steep wave, so a good idea for that one, but yeah, that one just not hitting the bank properly. So yeah, 1.5 minutes to go. I'd love to see Marimar up on his feet one more time to see if he can get that 7.9.
Yeah, absolutely. He's only had that one wave, so that's not a lot considering that we have 30-minute heats. So we have just over 1 minute to go. John Mark Takong in the red holds first priority. He needs a 7.9, and Arashi Kato holding second priority, needing that 5.56 to progress through to the round of 16. Will the ocean offer up another wave for Marama and Arashi? We'll see. So 40 seconds to go in this one. Looks like Roy Kanazawa will be moving on through to the round of 16. He kind of locked that one up away 2/3 of the way through that heat. So 30 seconds to go. Will the younger brother be joining Roy Kanazawa in the round of 16? 20 seconds to go in this one. Or will a wave come through for Marama and Arashi? 10 seconds to go in this heat. Looks like the ocean is gone a little bit flat. Maybe not much on offer. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like anyone was up before the hooter there. So looks like the brothers Roy Kanazawa and Taki Kanazawa will be moving on through to the round of 16. We'll see them on a little bit later today. Arashi Kato and John Mark Takong bowing out in the round of 32. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the round of 32, Heat 7 shortly. And welcome back to day three, I should say, of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. I'm True Starling. I'm in here with Jessie Starling as well. We just saw a great start to the day with Heat 6. We saw Roy Kanazawa lock in the best wave of the event so far at 8.25. Out there in the lineup, we have Tenchi Iwami, Varun Tanjung from Indonesia, Shohei Kato from Japan, and Keanu Kamiyama as well from Japan for heat number 7 for the round of 32. We've got 27 and a half minutes to go. The swells come up a little bit. The waves look super fun, and the surfing is pretty incredible, Jessie.
Yeah, we saw the heat winner of round of 32, Heat 6, Roy Kanazawa. He got the highest heat total we've seen all events so far. He had an 8.25 and a 6.75. So, yeah, excellent surfing from Roy. And little brother Taki got through as well. So I'm sure we'll be talking to Roy with our good friend Di very shortly. But we have moved on into the second heat of the day. And, yeah, I'm excited. This looks like a pretty stacked matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already got a couple of small scores on the board. 2.5 and a 2.25. This looks like Varun unfortunately coming unstuck there for the Indonesian surfer. Solid first turn, but yeah, just maybe able to finish that one, unfortunately. That one didn't really look like it was going to go any further, so still a great idea to just go for that one big turn.
Yeah, that was a good looking set wave for the surfer in blue. Unfortunately, yeah, just not sticking that end turn. I think that could have been a good score and maybe a keeper. So hopefully he can get his hands on another wave like that. We don't see too many sets coming through at the moment still, but this is our surfer in red, Tenchi, up and riding on his first wave. Beautiful opening turn, straight into a sweeping carve and just linking this one through. Hopefully we can see him on the end section. Yes, and he just,
Wow.
yeah, pushes that really hard. He likes the feel of it, and we'll see where that one comes in at.
Yeah, really solid first wave there for Tenchi Iwami. Solid surfing. I'm loving the color coordination with his rashi and his red board shorts. Let's have a look at the replay here for Tenchi Iwami's first wave. Flies down the line to start. He just goes straight up in the lip for a solid first turn, throwing buckets of spray. Nice carve there to start, just staying in the power source of the wave, and this is where he really gets to work. Flies down the line and solid finish, releasing the fins. So a really nice start for Tenchi Iwami. He'd be feeling pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that was a pretty excellent wave, I would say, and yeah, we'll wait for that score to lock in, but that was a great way to start the heat. I think anyone who can capitalise on those first exchanges have been the ones who make it through the rounds consistently. I know this is the first time we're seeing Tenchi and Varun compete, so yeah, it's a pretty great way to show us what you got, kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, waiting on scores for Tenchi to lock in. And also waiting on Keanu Kamiyama. He sits out there with first priority, yet to open up his account. So this is the drone angle for that last wave of Tenchi Iwami. Love that first connection there. And he just plays it really slow here, just kind of taking his time, waiting for the wave to stand up, and this is where he kicks into gear and bangs it for a solid finish. So the judges, I'm sure, are taking a look at the replay, making sure that they get these numbers right. We saw some solid numbers lock in for that first heat, so that set the bar. 8.25 from Roy Kanazawa. Is really setting the mood for the rest of the day. So waiting on that score for Tenchi Iwami to lock in. Only 6 minutes down in this heat, so still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Keanu take off on his first ride. He was pretty impressive yesterday. He had a good heat. And yeah, he was one of those names that I was excited to see compete again today. But we're just waiting for him to take the pick of the next bunch of sets. We did see surfers in the last heat who were a little bit more picky. I don't think it was the best strategy. So yeah, like we saw Tenchi just do, he capitalized on his first opportunity, and yeah, with early indication of scores dropping in from the judges, he will probably go excellent.
Yeah, so waiting on that score for Tenchi to come through. Looks like we're also waiting on a score for Shohei, potentially. Coming down to 23 minutes on the clock. One more score to lock in for this wave of Tenchi Iwami. It's looking like it's going to be a solid score. You can see out there Keanu Kamiyama trying to maintain his position in the lineup. Varun just resting his shoulders for a minute before he continues through that paddle. That sweep is looking pretty solid. Everyone pretty much hasn't stopped paddling. No one really stopped paddling in that last heat, so I feel like that's going to be a theme throughout the day as well. So still waiting on that score for Tenchi Iwami to lock in for that first wave. Nonetheless, it's going to be a solid one to start. Also have a score coming through for Shohei Kato, mid-range score. We can see the brothers, Roy Kanazawa and Taki Kanazawa, looking pretty happy with their performance in that last heat. Roy in the blue taking the win. That score locks in for Tenchi Iwami, a 7.5. Moves him up into the lead, Jesse. Solid surfing, and he was rewarded with that.
Yeah, like I said, he really capitalized on that first opportunity. It was a perfect runner down the point. I'd say it was one of those ones that looked like it might have broke a little bit wider and just had that steeper wall. He wasn't dodging the rock or dealing with the backwash from the rock. He was just able to flow from turn to turn and showcase what he's got, and it locked in at a 7.5. So he'd be pretty happy with that. I think if he can get a mid-range score as a backup, he'd be stoked. There is the man from the Philippines, that is Marima. I would say the happiest man on the QS, if you ask me. Him and Oni. Oni Onwa, I would say, are the two happiest.
Yes, absolutely. He looked a little bit depleted there, unfortunately bowing out in that last heat, just catching the one wave. But, you know, he'll regroup. He'll take lots of learnings from this event. You know, lots of lessons. Which is one of the reasons why we compete. We keep competing because there's always new lessons to learn. You know, Marima is on the Challenger Series, so he'll move on through to Portugal and Brazil, I believe, coming up shortly. But he was making the most of his time here at Mahabalipuram. That last wave of Shohei came through at a 4.50, so that takes him into second. So we're starting to get a little bit of a heat on our hands here. Tenchi Iwami has that 7.5. He goes out to an early lead with that single score. He'd be feeling pretty good with that solid number. Shohei has a 4.5 and a 2.5. He needs that 3.01 to go to first. But keeping in mind, Tenchi only has one wave, and Varun Tanjung has a 2.25 and a 1, needing a 4.75. And Keanu Kamiyama holding first priority, patiently waiting for one to come through that's going to link up in the lineup. He's looking for a 7 for a single score to move up into second. We have just under 20 minutes to go in this one. So he's waited for about 10 minutes to catch his first wave.
Yeah, it's a bit few and far between still. I mean, when the sets come through, they do look super fun. We did see the one Tenchi got. That really allowed him to open up. Varun got one as well. That looked really fun. Unfortunately, he came unstuck on his second turn, so I'm sure Keanu is waiting for one of those bigger ones that allows him to open up down the line. I don't think there's any point in swinging for the smaller ones when the sets are out there. So, yeah, they're just currently paddling in that current. You know, Tenchi showing his strength. He's come from down the point, or maybe he did a run around. But he's looking to back this one up, so he's having a good look at this smaller inside one. So here's that first turn. Beautiful wrapping maneuver from the surfer in red. Straight into another one, and yeah, this is the surfing we're expecting to see. And he goes in front of the rock. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, it looks like that wave wasn't really linking up behind it, so he's had to just change his line a little bit, but really liked the start of that wave. Those first two turns were looking really solid. Love that first carve. Links it straight up into a solid snap as well, so we'll see what that score looks in as. But Tenchi just backing up that 7.5 nice and quickly with 18.5 on the clock. So waiting on that score to lock in. Saw Roy and Dai walking past before, so I'm sure we'll be talking to them nice and shortly. Looks like we're going to have a little look at this replay here for Tenchi Iwami. Let's have a look at the drone angle. Really nice first carve to start, just driving through it straight up in the lip for a solid connection there. And again for another one. So Tenchi, we can see him just redirect in front of Horse Rock there, and he'll make his way back out the back. So that score locks in at a 5.0. So solid stuff there for Tenchi Iwami, backing up that 7.5. We also saw Keanu Kamiyama potentially, locks in a 2.0. So used his priority after waiting for about 12.5 minutes. And looks like Shohei Kato up and riding on this one. Ooh, gets a little bit of a wobble there and puts it up there for a finish, unfortunately coming unstuck. So while we're waiting on a few scores and a little bit more action, we're going to head down to Dai, who is with Roy Kanazawa.
I'm with the last heat winner, Roy Kanazawa. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
本大会のベストスコアを、今のヒートで、スコアしたんですけれども、ヒートいかがでしたか？
波良くて、もう彼も好きで最高ですね。
Well, he had a best heat and he loved the carry here. そしてとても興味深かったのが兄弟対決ということで、弟さんの、と一緒のヒートだったんですけど、兄弟で対決するどんな感じですか？
あんまり意識しすぎちゃうとなんかやっぱ自分もあれなんで、もう選手としてなんか戦うみたいな感じで、勝ってたら手伝うというか助けるしみたいな、あんまり考えないようにしてます。
So in the last heat, he had a brothers matchup, and he wasn't trying to think about he has his own brother in his heat, but once he got the score, he was trying to help him out. それでは、たくさんの方がライブを見てくれていると思うので、スポンサーの方やファンの方に、メッセージの方お願いいたします。
次も頑張ります。
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dai, and thank you, Roy. What an amazing thing. It was interesting. I was wondering what the tactic was after he got that 8.25, whether he was going to start to help his younger brother, and he did, which was pretty cool. So we're looking forward to see Roy Kanazawa and Taki Kanazawa later on this afternoon in the round of 16, but for the heat in the water, not much has really changed. Tenshi Iwami has that 7.5 and a 5 in the lead. Shohei Kato in second with a 4.5 and a 2.5. Varun Tanjung chasing a 4.75, and Keanu Kamiyama looking for that 5. We're about halfway down in this heat, Jesse, and not too many scores have been locked on the board just yet through this one, so hopefully it starts to ramp up a little bit for the back end.
Yeah, I'd say Tenshi has made everyone's life a little bit harder with that 7.5 and then backing it up with a 5. So two scores that have shown in every other heat that you will get through with scores like that. So I think everyone will be looking to get a wave like what Tenshi got to lock in that 7.5. Keanu sat for a while. We didn't see his 2, but unfortunately it probably wasn't the start he was hoping for. But he is already back out there with second priority. And Varun has been quiet for a little while, but I think he's sitting and waiting for those sets. Like I said earlier, it is few and far between. But when they come through in about 2 or 3. So hopefully we get to see another flurry of sets shortly and see our surfers up and riding on their feet again.
Well, that I'm sure we will. So coming down to 14 minutes to go. Varun hasn't really had too many waves, a 2.25 and a 1. But he has that first priority there. So he's got the pick of the lineup, which I feel like today priority is really going to come into play, especially with the sets being, a little bit of distance or a little bit of time between them. So if he can really get himself in a position where the sets are going to come through, then he will be loving life. Looks like Tenshi opted for a run around there. You can actually pretty much walk out right by that rock wall, or that break wall that's actually man-made to protect the shore temple as well.
Yeah, it's only helped the surf, I'd say, that break wall.
Absolutely.
We have heaps of them at home back in Australia at pretty well-known breaks like D-Bar, Duran Bar and Iluka. So those break walls are pretty substantial along the Australian East Coast. I haven't been to the West Coast, so I'm not sure if they have break walls over there too. But here is our surfer in blue, Varun, using up his first priority. Really nice first turn, straight into a second. He'll be looking to finish this one off. Races past Horse Rock, and that one not giving him much more to work with, but I would dare say that'll be Varun's best score. It was a good looking wave, so we'll wait for that one to come in. He needed a 4.75 to put him up into second to take out White, so we'll wait and see. But looks like we've got another paddler.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like the surfer in green, Keanu Kamiyama, up and riding. Nice carve there, and he'll kick out. Looks like he had a bit of a knee brace on there, potentially for Keanu, so maybe nursing a bit of a knee injury with just on 12 minutes to go. Looks like we'll have a look at the replay for Varun Tanjung. Nice first little slash to start for Varun as he brings it around for a hard carve here. Racing past Horse Rock, and we saw him in that live action. Unfortunately got a little bit caught on that turn there, but nice first start there for Keanu. Brings it around for a solid carve there, and he has to kick out because that wave didn't really offer too much more for the Japanese surfer. That last wave of Varun locked in at a 3.4, his best wave of the heat so far. He's looking for a 3.61 now to go to second. Waiting on that score for Keanu to lock in.
Yeah, that surfing we saw from Keanu is what I remember seeing yesterday, and what I was most excited for his heat today. He's a really smooth, powerful, yet graceful surfer. And that carve, he displayed a few of them yesterday in his heat, and that's why he's into the round of 32 today. So we'll wait and see if that one comes through at the score he needs. But if not, I'm sure we'll see him up and riding again. I'd love to see him on one of those set waves so he can really open up, because yeah, he's a really talented surfer and one that I've really enjoyed watching. And there it is, a 4.5, so just shy of the score he needed. Now he only needs a 2.51, so he's really challenging for second place.
Yeah, absolutely. A 2.51 is a small score required to move up into second. So if you were someone like Shohei Kato, who is sitting in second, you'd really be wanting to better that 2.5. And Varun as well, only chasing a 3.61, the Indonesian surfer in the draw. So just under 11 minutes to go in this heat. Small scores required for third and fourth to move up into second place. Shohei Kato does, however, hold first priority. So he has the opportunity to better that 2.5. Tenchi Iwami is sitting pretty in the lead with a 7.5 and a 5. Shohei, who is closest to him, needs an 8.0 to go to first, so that's a solid number to move up into the lead. We've got just on 10 minutes to go, so 2/3 down in this heat. Still a fair bit of surfing left.
Yeah, we haven't seen as many waves caught, I'd say, in this heat as we saw in the last one, but I think we just had a flurry right at the start of that last heat, which is where we saw the 2 6.75s come in and then the 8 afterwards. So we have a surfer up and riding. Yeah, it looked like our surfer in blue, Varun from Indonesia. So just another quick wave for Varun. We know he can do a lot more than that, so we'll wait for him to hopefully get one of those set waves. I'd love a 4-wave set to come through and all of our surfers get it and really shake up the situation. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, looks like we're going to have a look at the replay here for Varun Tanjung. Nice looking wave. Nice first turn to start off here. Drives it for that carve, and unfortunately that wave not offering much more, so that score capped at a 2.65. He was looking for a 3.61, so a little bit more is required to get that score. The judges demanding maybe a couple more turns there. So just under 9 minutes to go. Varun chasing that 3.61, and Keanu Kamiyama looking for a 2.51 to go to second.
I love all the different sceneries you see watching a heat here. Like, you know, we've got all 4 surfers in the lineup. We have the Shore Temple to the right of us, all the different buildings along the beach, and then there's just a fishing boat out to sea, probably watching the comp from behind.
Yeah, they're enjoying the action from a different point of view, for sure. Here we go. Shohei Kato up and riding, solid first turn, unfortunately coming unstuck, so he used his priority on that wave and needed to capitalize. Unfortunately, just clipping his rail and going over on that one, so that would sting right now for Shohei.
Yeah, that was a good looking wave and definitely an opportunity where he could have betted on his 2.5. It looked like one of those ones that was going to grow down the line. It was a really beautiful first turn, just catching his nose, but that's okay. It looks like we have a few waves on the way, so we'll wait and see if we have any takers from our competitors, and we do. This looks like our surfer in red. So this is our heat leader, Tenshi Iwami. Beautiful first carving maneuver into another one, and we'll see if this one stands up for him. It doesn't look like it does. It just tapered off on the shoulder a little bit. No takers for the second set. So we'll wait and see if hopefully we get another flurry of sets. There is just over 7 minutes to go. So I don't think Tenchi will improve his situation with that one. And it says we're waiting for another score from Shohei.
Well, waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. Up next, we have the last heat of the round of 32. Ketut Agus from Indonesia is going to be in the red. Miyu Furukawa from Japan is going to be in the blue. Robert Magaluna from the Philippines, and Sivaraj Babu, the lone Indian surfer, left in the draw. flying the flag. He is going to be in heat number 8. So that's going to round out the round of 32. Then we'll roll into the women's round of 16. Waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. That last wave of Tenchi, a 3.25, didn't go into the top 2. He has a 7.5 and a 5. We have a decent looking number coming in for Shohei Kato, a 6.0 locked in for Shohei. So he extends his position in second place. Keanu Kamiyama now chasing a 6.01. And Varun Tanjung chasing a 7.1 to go to second. So Shohei extending his position in second place in the last 6 minutes of this one, Jessie.
Yeah, 6.0 is a pretty solid score for this heat. He'd definitely be happy with that. Would love to get a little replay of the 6 that we saw from the surfer in white. Definitely making green and blue's life harder, but both very talented surfers, so let's not count them out yet. Hopefully we can just see one last flurry of sets to see green and blue give the scores required a bit of a nudge. So green looking for a 6.01 and blue a 7.1. Both very attainable scores for the two talented surfers.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty of time to go. They're sitting in first and second priority, so they've got the first and second choice of what comes through. But they're going to really have to push on the waves that they have to try and knock at the door of these scores, a 6.01 and a 7.1. It is in reach, although they're going to have to really bring the best versions of themselves to get these scores. We have just under 5 minutes to go in this heat. Tenchi Iwami out in front with that 7.5 and a 5. He's just been looking really on point throughout this whole heat. Shohei Kato has a 6 and a 4.5. Sitting in second, locking in that 6 a couple moments ago. He needs a 6.51 to go to first. Keanu Kamiyama is a little bit quiet. Only 2 waves in this heat. He's had a 2 and a 4.5. He's looking for a 6.01, so it's going to have to be his best wave of the heat so far. And Varun Tanjung has had that 3.4 and a 2.65. Hasn't really found any waves that have connected on the bank that well throughout this heat. He needs a 7.1. Here we go, Keanu in and out there using his priority. So priority goes to Varun. If you were someone like Keanu right now, you would not be very happy with your wave selection on that wave and the fact that it didn't hold up.
It looked like it was going to. I almost thought he might have had one of those inside growers, but yeah, he decided to opt out of that one almost straight away, and you could tell by the body language that he wasn't happy about it. So Keanu's still looking for that 6.01. He is more than capable of getting that score. It really is just whether the ocean provides for the last 3 minutes of this heat, which I hope they do. You know, I hope that we get to see a little bit of energy in the back end of this heat. I think it was just an unfortunate mistake from our surfer in green. It looks like that was white. Shohei up and riding, looking to better his 4.5 to make green and blue's life that little bit harder. But it's still pretty close, you know. A 6.01 is still very attainable, and for a surfer like Varun, so is a 7.1. As we see the surfers in the next heat getting ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like that is Katut making his way out in front, and looks like the surfer in blue, Miyu Furukawa as well from Japan. Just under 3 minutes to go in this heat. There's been plenty of waves ridden, 7.5, so we've had a 6 locked in, a couple of 4.5s, a 5 in there, so definitely the opportunities to lock in some excellent scores. We saw the 8.25 in that last heat from Roy Kanazawa. We saw him and his brother progress through to the round of 16, which will be on later today. After the completion of this round, we're going to roll into the women's round of 16, those 4 heats, and then the men's round of 16, with quarterfinals on standby pending conditions and how they look throughout the day. Got just over 2 minutes to go in this one. Tenchi Iwami sitting pretty in the lead. 12.5 total. He'd be feeling pretty good with that one, but Keanu Kamiyama and Varun Tanjung chasing some decent scores, a 6.01 for Keanu and a 7.1 for Varun. Here we go, the current heat leader, Tenchi Iwami. Nice surfing there. really solid on his feet. Gets through that section, puts it up there for a finish, rides out. He just looks really connected out there. There's a minute 40 on the clock. He's looks like he's thinking about whether he's going to make his way back out the back in time or just come to the beach. Looks like we're going to head to a replay of this one, Jessie.
Yeah, so this was a really nice wave from our heat leader. One beautiful carve. He turns past Horse Rock there, so navigating that backwash that comes off that rock, and then finish this one off, yeah, with authority again. He just looks really strong and composed, like he knows he's not going to fall. I'm loving the attitude we're seeing from Tenchi. We are still waiting for that score to lock in, but with a minute to go, yeah, priorities does sit with blue, 2 with white, and 3 with green. So hopefully we can see at least 1 or 2 or 3 more waves caught in the back 1 minute of this heat. I'd say Tenchi is probably going to walk away with a win. You know, with that 7.5 he locked in on that first wave, he really capitalised. And there it is, backed it up with a 6.25 on that last one. So, yeah, Tenchi can probably come in with that. I'd be pretty happy with those scores.
Yeah, absolutely. A 7.5 and a 6.25 in the scoreline. You'll be feeling pretty happy with that. Someone like Varun, you know, he's got first priority, 30 seconds. Will the wave come through? He needs a 7.1. Shohei would be sitting on Keanu Kamiyama right now. Shohei has the priority over him. There's 20 seconds to go in this one. Will another wave show up for the 3 surfers left in the lineup? Looks like Tenchi Iwami will be taking the win in this heat and moving on through to the round of 16. But who is going to joke here? Here we go, Shohei. Up and riding. Solid turn there for the Japanese surfer. He's going to connect this one all the way through. That one just standing up in front of him, but not really offering too much. So he's just going to ride this one to the beach. But I tell you what, this just keeps standing up for him nicely. Is he going to find another connection to finish? Nice solid carve down to finish on that one. So some solid surfing there. I dare say that he will be moving on through. Looks like Keanu Kamiyama and Varun Tanjung did not get any waves at the back end of this heat. So stay with us. We'll be right back after this quick ad break for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. This is the last heat. Oh, that's us. Chris Binns here, Daiwako alongside me, and we are rolling into Heat 8, the last heat of the men's round of 32. Ketut Agus from Indonesia is in the red jersey. Miu Furukawa is in blue. Robert Magaluna, who surfed sensationally for the Philippines yesterday, is the surfer in white. And our last local surfer for the round is Sivaraj Babu from right here in India. And who have we got on screen? Is that Shohei Kato making his way in?
Yes, that was Shohei Kato from the second place from the last heat. And
so Tenchi Iwami took the win. A couple of decent scores. Conditions definitely a lot better today, Dai.
absolutely look totally the best conditions so far.
We're going to go down shortly to have a chat with Tenchi, but what do you know about the guy?
Well, Tenchi, he's from Chiba area and he's still young. He's a teenage, and he follows Pro Juniors as well as this WSL bigger events too, and he does really good in Japan circuit too.
Okay, this is Ketut Agus, the Indonesian surfer from Bali, working his way down the line, and really strong surfing from Ketut. He's surfing on the Challenger Series. We've seen him perform at the World Juniors before. He's a veteran of the contest circuit despite his tender years. Whereas the man we were just talking about, Tenchi Iwami, winner of the last heat. As we see the replay of Katut right now. Big snap to get things going. A little bit of variety. The judges won't get too excited by this wave. The finish was strong as well. Tell us more about Tenchi, because I've seen him around the events. He's quite a big kid. He's going to grow into a fairly solid dude, I reckon. I've seen him in Australia. He put in a lot of time early on in the year. Good run of swells on the Gold Coast. He looks like he's pretty handy in the tube, so bright future.
Absolutely. He has really like a big body for his age, I think, and he travels a lot for practicing overseas and trying to see the world best surfers so that he can improve his surfing really quick, and I think that's exactly what he does.
All right, last score came in for Katut. It was a 6. Miyu Furukawa, a 4.5. What do you know about Miyu?
He's also from Chiba, and he's originally from Chiba, and he's working at the factory sometimes, I believe, and he surfs pretty much every day.
Which factory?
Sequence Surfboard factory,
yeah.
And he does repairs. That's what I've heard.
He's a ding doctor.
He does that as a part-time job, but
Yeah,
he
right.
mostly surfs every day in Chiba area. He's a really nice kid.
So run us through the Japanese surf scene as we see that man, Miyu Furukawa, skating past the rock. He's got speed to burn. We can see conditions definitely 1,000 times better than they were yesterday. Releases the tail, not done yet either. And just a little glimpse right there of why you can see the comparisons between the Sri Lankan points and the waves that we are hoping to score here in India. So Miyu and Tenchi, as we were just talking about, from Chiba. Chiba is, what, a couple of hours from Tokyo?
It's only like 2 hours drive from Tokyo area. Here's a replay of the blue. Nice fin out from the surfing blue. Nice curves there. And unfortunately, the wave didn't offer too much more.
That's all right. He'll move into the lead. He only needs 1.5 for first. Very early days. 25 minutes to run. So you've got Chiba, Miyazaki, probably the most well-known spot for good waves.
Yes,
we've seen so
exactly.
many video parts filmed there over the years. You know, John went there. The Lost Atlas crew went there. I was lucky enough to go there probably 15 years ago with Julian Wilson on the trip where he did the sushi roll, and he got insane waves. Previously, before that, you know, guys like Tom Curran. There's Curran's Point, that river mouth. So Miyazaki known for possibly having some of the best waves. As we see Robert Magaluna, the Philippine surfer, yesterday he was on a bit of a heater and he's picking up where he left off. And what are some of the other surfing areas? Where's the industry based?
Well, like I said before, Chiba is pretty much the biggest surf industry in Japan, and also we have Shonan, and that's where we have a big surf industry too.
Okay, this is Robert Magaluna matching his pink trunks with his pink rails. It's great attention to detail. Sticking with this one as it continues to push down the line, and he is out of there. Okay, scores are in, and Miyu Furukawa, last wave is a 4.05, so he has moved into the lead. Robert Magaluna's last score was a 3.9. So it is the Japanese surfer in the lead from the Indonesian, Filipino in third, and the Indian surfer Sirvaraj Babu is sitting in fourth. So another one of these fantastic multicultural heats. How cool is that? The Japanese, an Indian, an Indonesian, and a Filipino all surfing at the base of the beautiful shore temple here in Mahabalipuram. And we are really fortunate to be in India. We're about 60 kilometres south of Chennai. 12 million people. The fourth biggest city in India. It's outrageous. And it's really, really exciting to be here for the very first time with the World Surf League. Right, we've got a paddler right now. And this is Mio again, quickly in, quickly out. You see a local fishing boat getting ready to go to sea. They're huge boats, and it's manpower alone that gets them down to the water. No shortage of rocker in those boats either.
So looking at where they are sitting today is totally different compared to yesterday and the day before. I think the swell direction is changing. Do you think?
It's definitely wrapping a little bit harder. Definitely not going to claim to be any kind of expert on this region, but you can see that it's just stretching out a lot longer. We're seeing the surfers sitting not so close in against the rock wall, but further down towards Horse Rock, which is smack bang in the middle of the lineup. All right, so just while we've got a little bit of a lull, we're going to throw down to True Starling, who is with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Tenchi Iwami, the winner of the last heat. How are you feeling after that round of 32 win?
I'm so happy to take the win, my first hit. Yeah.
Amazing. And how are you enjoying your time here in India? Are you loving it? And what's your favorite thing that you've been doing?
My first time in India here. I like curry, so many curry in here. I'm so happy every day I eat curry.
It's definitely one of the delicacies. Would you like to say hi to, and thanks to anyone for watching back at home?
見ててくれた人たちありがとうございます。このままこの調子で、今日勝ってファイナルデーにつなぐのでこのままよろしくお願いします。頑張ります。
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, great chat down there, True, with Tenchi Iwami. And he is through to the round of 16. So we're very quickly getting down to the business end here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
So scores are locked in for surfing green. The first wave of the green is 2.70 and just under 19 minutes.
Okay, 18 minutes to go. Sivaraj Babu getting a 2.7 for his first wave. It's still Miyu Furukawa in the lead with a 4.5 and a 4.05. Katut Agus in the driver's seat. He's just chasing a 2.55 with a 6. His high scoring wave for the heat. Robert Magaluna, he opened up with a 3.9. Doesn't really have a backup at this stage. 17 and a half minutes to go.
Pretty much half of the heat has been finished right now, and having a 6.0 in this situation is pretty good. He must feel really comfortable right now, and we are just over 70 minutes remaining.
You'd be going on that left, wouldn't you, Di?
I would, definitely.
Can't take some goofy footers anywhere. So we've got a relatively big day of action scheduled today. I think 11 heats all up.
Big day.
By my reckoning, that should see us knocking off mid-afternoon with a little bit of time to go for a wiggle.
Hopefully this stay the same condition.
I've got a feeling the crowd's not going to stay the same as it has been the last few days this afternoon. If there's waves, I think there will be a lot of people in the water.
I've been watching the last couple of heats, and they were pretty busy, but in this heat it's really quiet right now, and not many waves are coming to the surface. Hopefully next 15 minutes they're going to have a lot of opportunities to more actions.
Yeah, it's always the way. You talk the waves up and they decide it's time for a little nap. Anyway, 15 minutes to go, so we are at the halfway mark. Sleepiest heat we've seen so far this morning, but the scores we've seen in the previous two heats, you know that there are a ton of opportunities out there. Just a little bit starved so far in the final heat of the round of 32. We are then rolling on into the women's round of 16. Heat 1 sees our own True Starling put down the microphone and put on the rashi. She'll be coming up against Minamo Nanaka, Kana Nakashio and Sai Manewa. Heat 2, Rina Matsunaga, Shina Matsuda, Camille Spaccaratella. She's from Singapore. No way. And P. Kamali from India. Heat 3, Sarah Wakita, Sumomo Sato, Lydia Kato and Jessie Starling. And Heat 4, Nanaho Suzuki, Nao Amora, Sky Brown and Sugashanti Banarse. So the top seeds hitting the water for the women. We've only seen the two heats of the ladies' side of the draw so far. And then we roll into the men's round of 16. First two heats of that have been decided. Joe Azuki, Rinta Utu, Danny Widianto and Kijiro Nishi are in the first half. In front of us right now, Babu Sivaraj Babu from India. He's found himself a good runner. He was the best of the Indian surfers for mine yesterday. That was a great turn. Really wrenched it. He's linking it through to the end section. Wanted to get the connection, but the wave petered out. That will be his best wave. That last turn was strong.
It was a big turn, and it was a nice looking wave. And I love how he managed the washback area, which is really tricky to ride on. But he finishes nicely with the big turn, and that last wave from the green, it was 3.40. This is a replay of the last wave from the surfing green. Nice connecting turns, race down line and does a big carve. And unfortunately, there's not really going on in the finishing off.
All right, this is Katoda his second wave. This is going to put him into the lead. He's got that big, almost trademark kind of carve that he gets going. Throws a little bit of water on that one. That was a bit of a flat turn.
How can he
Goes
race
down?
How can he race the flat section? There's
Yeah, Katut spends a lot of time surfing the beaches up and down the Kudalegian stretch. And anyone who's surfed around there or not a lot knows that, on the tides you get different sections and banks out the back or on the inside, and there's a lot of skating a la the Huntington Hop to get through from the outside to the inside often. And, that's where you grow up, that's where your fundamentals are. It's not too hard to apply them when needed. And then when you do get into some good waves, that's where those big turns of Katuts come from. So I think this is our 4th day of competition. It's the 3rd day that we've run. None of the Japanese women have surfed yet because they're all seeded through to the round of 16. Have you been talking to some of them? How have they been staying busy?
Oh, they've been surfing pretty much every day out here, and they are loving the condition and they're loving the curry here. That's what they're saying.
Who isn't? Yeah, it's fantastic. We were talking about it last night. Is there much spicy food in Japan?
We do, but we don't have spicy food in Japanese food. We have Korean food, we have Indian food as well, but we don't really have spicy food in traditional Japanese food.
Yeah. Wasabi's kind of an outlier. It's a garnish, I guess, or a condiment. Okay, here goes Miyu Furukawa flying down the line, big open face carve. Don't think that was the turn he was hoping to get out of it, and he kicks out. Just over 10 minutes to go. Last scoring for Katut Agus, a 4.85. So he cracks double figures. He's comfortably out in front with a 6 and that 4.85. Miyu Furukawa, he's got a score to come in. It's not going to go into his top 2, so he is still chasing a 6.35 for the lead. Robert Magaluna, the Filipino surfer, has priority. He's looking for a 4.65 to get up to 2nd. And Sivaraj Babu, the Indian surfer, is chasing a 5.15 to get up to 2nd. There's 9 minutes 40 to run. This is Robert Magaluna flying down the line on his backhand. Sticking with it, can't quite get out on the open face, but
That was a solid way for surfing white, Robert.
yeah, that was one of the steeper sections we've seen as well.
One of the bigger finishes.
Talk us through the replay here.
Nice connecting chance right there, and nice off the top, and racing down through the section, and nice big floater over there, and he rides out of it.
I'm not going to say that was critical surfing, but one of the steepest sections we've seen so far today.
Especially the last time was the steepest one, and definitely it's gonna be his best score, and we're just waiting for the exchange.
So this is the replay again from the drone angle. First turn was good. I like that one a lot. So this is going to be a decent number for Robert Magaluna.
Definitely.
And this is Katut Agus. Like that turn. Got the little jam off the white water on the rebound. Just showing the judges that he's completing his turns. He had eyed off the lip there. He was really looking for the big finish. Wasn't to be. So we're waiting for scores to come in for 3 surfers now. Sivaraj Babu, the Indian surfer, is sitting in priority, but in 4th place, chasing a 5.15. That's about to jump up once numbers come in for his 3 rivals. Katudagus last score of 4.15 doesn't factor into his top 2. Still waiting on a score for Miu. Robert Magaluna's last wave was his best, a 4.25. So he has tightened up the gap for second. Time is definitely coming into play now with 6 minutes remaining. So Katut Agus, he'd be feeling confident but not comfortable at this point. He's got a 6 and a 4.85 to be sitting in first. Miu Furukawa, his last wave was just a 3.4, so still chasing a 6.35 for the lead. Robert Magaluna, the big winner out of that exchange, a 4.25. His best wave, he's now chasing a 4.31 to get up to second. And Sivaraj Babu, the last Indian surfer standing, is looking for a 5.15 to keep his dreams alive here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. I'm going to say for 2023 because I really hope that we're back in 2024. It's the first time that the WSL has come to India, and sure, the waves haven't 100% come to the party just yet, but there is so much potential at this point. We're just getting a little glimpse of it today, and everyone is that excited to be here. The welcome we've been getting and the hospitality has been fantastic. And let's hope it keeps coming for many years to go. 4.5 minutes remaining. Minor score for Katut. This is Robert Magaluna staying on the move. He's the man who's got a little bit of a task in front of him. He's chasing a 4.31. He surfed very, very well yesterday to get through his round of 64 heat.
This is very stressful time for surfing white, chasing 4.31. That's not a big score.
Look, they're the 2 surfers who are, probably locked in the tightest tussle right now. Miu Furukawa is in second. He's trying to defend that position. Anything over 4.05 will make life a little bit tougher for Robert Magaluna. They also have second and third priority. So those 2 are going to be in each other's pockets for the remaining 4 minutes. Magaluna, very capable of a 4.31. We saw him yesterday go up into the 7 range on one of his waves. Miu Furukawa, he's only looking to upgrade a 4, so this one is still very much wide open. Katut Agus would love to get rid of his 4.85 and just put this one well and truly to bed for him. It's a bit of a battle for second at the moment. 3.5 minutes remaining. This is the last of 8 round of 32 heats. And we're going to roll on into the women's round of 16 straight after this.
Here's a live action for surfing white. Big, nice first turn and stick to the wave, still racing down the line. And another one. Nice connecting turn and finishing with the vertical, nice off the top. and he rides over the. Wow, that was close. I guess.
Asking the question of the judges, he needs a 4-3-1.
It's gonna be
That's
the hard
the
judge.
Shore Temple we can see in the foreground. And was that Robert Magaluna praying to the gods, looking for some assistance with 2.5 minutes to go, or was he just pleading with the judges to throw him a bone?
I would say it was really close to the score that he requires.
Yeah, well, let's catch up on a replay now. So this is the Filipino surfer on his backhand. That was a big, strong turn. One of the better turns that we've seen in this heat. A lot of downtime. Now the wave runs for him once again. That was a pretty quick whip. Repeats the treatment a couple of times. And I'm thinking that is very much a chance of putting him into second and into the round of 16. That decision rests in the hands of the wise men and women in the booth next to us.
Can Miyu get another opportunity to better his score in minute and a half remaining?
Well, what we do know is Katuta Gus just dropped a 6.1, so that's exactly what he wanted. He's got a pair of sixes now. He is well and truly out in front. If I was Katut, I'd come in. You don't want to risk any form of interference. You know, there's nothing for him to gain from this point. Go and hit the beach. We're still waiting on that last score for Robert Magaluna. He needs a 4-3-1. His previous wave was a 4-2-5, so he just needs that plus 10% tax, and he'll be home. Did he do it? 50 seconds to go. I'm going to go out on the line and think that he has done it. 40 seconds remaining. Miyu Furukawa might be bowing out here. And Robert Magaluna, last wave was a 5-2-5, so that does put him up into second with 30 seconds to go. Miyu Furukawa is now chasing a 5-0-1. So a 5-2-5 and a 4-2-5. See Robert Magaluna jump up to second, the strength of his last two waves. And there's only 10 seconds to go, so I feel like the Filipino is going to keep his charmed run alive here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. No worries for Katut Agus. He led this one from start to finish, and we will be seeing both of those men, Katut Agus and Robert Magaluna, in the round of 16. First, we're going to get through the round of 16 on the women's side of the draw. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this quick break with more action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no freeze, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh, no, no, no. Ooh, no, 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 no.
Hello and welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Chris Binns here alongside Jessie Starling, and we're about to see your sister in action.
Yeah, big sis is out there flying the Aussie flag. Yeah, no, I'm excited. I haven't seen True Surfer Heat in a while. I didn't really get to watch her heat the other day, and somehow on the QE and the Aussie leg this year, we were always like one heat after another, or it was just never got to watch each other. So I'm excited to commentate her heat, and that's Saya Manawa. She's actually a good friend of ours as well, so a little bit of a friendly rivalry in this heat.
And you guys can only meet in the final, right?
Yes. I know, so hopefully that's the case.
Okay, that's Robert Magaluna on screen. Filipino surfer, deadly backhand and through to the next round. Katut Agus took the chocolates, however. He looked completely untroubled pair of sixes doing the damage for the ever-smiling man from Bali, and he is through to the next round. And after 2 heats of women's action on the very first day, we're now seeing the continuation of the women's event. It's Minamai Nanaka, Kana Nakashio, Sai Manawa, and True Starling, the lone Aussie. Of course, this is an Asian region WSL QS, so both of our Starling sisters can't keep their points, can keep their money.
I think this might be my big sister up and riding on this one. So True's straight from the booth, straight out into a heat. Just 2 calves and getting out of that one. I was actually watching the conditions in the last heat, and it's looking really fun right now. And it's breaking closer to Horse Rock than it is up the point. And we're seeing the surfers surf behind it.
Yep, we sure are. Okay, this is
Sai
Manawa. She's got some work to do. Not sure if we missed something at the start of that wave, but she is out of there. So you guys are from the Northern Beaches?
Yeah, so we're from North Narrabeen, and recently, about 2 years ago, we decided to move up to the warmer climate of Cabarita Beach, almost Queensland, as some people like to call it, just to be more in the surf industry up there. And this is the replay of Sai's last wave, so just 2 kind of check turns. Unfortunately, didn't get much open face, but yeah, we surf with Sai a lot at home. She lives on the Goldie, so we see her at D-Bar a fair bit. But yes, no, True and I are Northern Beaches girls.
So in the lead up to this event, were you out at Cabarita Point with all the van lifers and the mid-lengthers and the hipsters wiggling around, practicing on your right points?
I actually wasn't. Leading up to this event, I was actually in Sri Lanka, and then I spent about 3 days in Sydney and about 24 hours at home. And this is True's replay of her 3.5 that she got on her first wave. So just a quick little start for the big sis. But yeah, so True surfed a lot of D-Bar before leading up to this event. It's probably the wave we surf most when we're up the coast. But no, I was lucky enough to be in Aragon Bay for a few days.
Beautiful. All right, so Manawa, opening scores a 2 and a 2.5. That puts her in the lead, beating True's 3.5, but only just. Minamai Nanaka and Kana Nakashio yet to open their accounts. Slight similarity to D-Bar when you look at sort of the rock wall. And I know the other day when it was a little bit smaller, there was more waves coming off the wall. That bank pops up from time to time at D-Bar. It's pretty legendary.
Yeah, that bank's pretty fun, right on the corner of D-Bar. Yeah, I do quite like that bank, and I feel like a lot of people paddle past it to surf the bank in the middle, which is usually the superior bank. But sometimes when you don't want to surf with every single person on the Gold Coast, you can get a few waves on that little right. But
there was almost a left on that one, as we see Minamai Nanaka. Her first wave in India on the QS. She's found a good one. Linking together some turns. This is going to keep running for her as well. No, I've jinxed her and she is out of there. But a couple of strong turns up the top will be where all of Minamai's points come from. Now, people paddle through the off-the-wall bank because the rip just sucks you straight out the back, and then they head off to the middle. And it's like, keep going, please.
Keep going. I'm happy here. But this is the replay of the last one of Minami. So, yeah, just a couple snaps to get her campaign started. A 3.25. We know that if she gets the right wave, she's capable of some really aggressive and talented surfing. So that was the first wave we've seen of Minami here in India. It's the first time we've seen all Kana, Minami and Sai take off in India. Their first event over here as well, and all of their first time here. So yeah, a lot of firsts going on, but it's all a good day.
So that's Katut Agus. Looks like Tim Hain from the ASC is doing the hard yards, and Tim's found himself an umbrella. Look at that.
Yeah, he spends a lot of time in the sun, taking photos down the beach, trying to get angles whilst trying to find shade. And then yesterday I suggested that he should go and sit on Horse Rock and take some photos from there, but once we took a photo and zoomed in, we realised it wasn't a very good idea. It was covered in barnacles.
He can figure it out.
Booties.
Yeah, nothing but booties and maybe some wetsuit shorts.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have brought mine. I found a pair at an op shop recently. Why are you laughing? They're insane.
That's criminal.
They're like the old, like Kelly Slater ones from, or Tom Carroll from, I reckon they're 30 years old. You know, like black exterior and then the inside is purple. I mean, remember Weddies always used to do like one colour on the outside and another colour on the inside? You'd always be like, one day they should just flip them and then you'd have all these cool coloured Weddies.
Yeah. I mean, my steamers are black on the outside and then pink on the inside. And then last year, Roxy brought out a steamer that was the exact same colour on the outside and inside, pink.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Steph Gilmore, for designing that one.
Told that local photographer the other day that you were Steph Gilmore. Not sure if he bought it, but here we go. This is Kana Nakashio. This is her first wave. She's waited 7.5 minutes, and it wasn't too bad. I thought she might have got a little bit more love down the line. Minamai Nanaka's opening wave was a 3.25. So it's still true with the best wave of the heat, a 3.5. I think it's safe to say that none of the ladies in this heat have really found a bomb to this point, but plenty of time remaining. 22 minutes to go.
Yeah, coming up in the round of 16, heat number 2, it's Rina Matsunaga, Shina Matsuda, I cannot see the last of her name, Camille Spacacorotella, excuse the pronunciation.
Spacacorotella.
I believe she's our sole Singapore surfer. And then we have Kamali P, one of our Indian surfers out there. So a pretty
Another diverse field.
yeah, multicultural field. I'm excited to see Surfing Singapore get out there. I've seen the t-shirts walking around the last few days, so I haven't seen Camille surf before, but I'm excited to see what she can do. And it looks like we've got someone paddling for a wave. There it is, Minami.
It's a good looking wave as well. A little bit of backwash as she goes past Force Rock, and then yeah, that was kind of where it all ran out of steam. So it looked good on the takeoff, didn't really offer much down the line. Kana Nakashio, she's got a 4.5 for her opening wave. That puts her into the lead. She's actually tied for first with Sai Manawa, but a countback splits that one, and now it's Minamai Nanaka, who's just dropped a 2.25, who moves into first. There is the Shore Temple. Flown past it at a rate of knots, and that is the beautiful Mahab's Point, as the locals call it. Mahabalipuram is the name of the town that we're in. About 20 minutes up the coast is Kovalam, which is another right point, where they held the national championships last weekend. Their closing ceremony was our opening ceremony. There's 10,000 people on the beach, rock bands, yoga, surfing. It was awesome. What else is awesome is Dai Wacko. He is down with Katut Agus, the winner of the last heat, Salamat Pagi Katut. Hello, Dai. Take it away, mate.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with the last heat winner, Katut Agus. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Definitely conditions are improving today and lots of opportunities today. So how was it out there?
It's pretty good, pretty fun. And I got a couple waves, even like the current's super strong because we couldn't stay on the same spot. So it's pretty great to be out there and also get a couple waves.
Nice. How do you like India so far? Is it your first visit to India?
Yeah, this is my first time. I like it. I like the butter chicken curry here.
Nice. So any message to your fans and sponsors and family back in your country?
Terima kasih banyak untuk semua dukungannya dari Indonesia, dari seluruh dunia mungkin yang nonton di sini. Dan ya, sekarang adalah Independence Day dari Indonesia, 17 Agustus. Terus dukung tim Indonesia di Liga Surfing dan sport yang lain. Dan Indonesia pasti bisa. Merdeka!
Good luck in the next heat and thank you guys. Back to you guys.
All right, that was Katut Agus. So 2 days ago was Indian Independence Day, and today is Indonesian Independence Day. So happy Merdeka to everyone back in Indonesia who's tuning in. And Katut Agus flying the flag in the red jersey. He's a legend.
He is. He's also, I would also say he's one of the happiest guys on the QS as well. Always smiling, always so nice to be around, great company. And yeah, he rips. So I've been seeing him out in the free surf putting in heaps of time. Even when we call it off and it's small and crappy, you know, he's out there competing. And this is Sai Manawa up and riding on her third wave. So this is better looking for Sai. That one just fizzling out again. So none of the girls being able to find one that connects past Horse Rock. We've got a score to drop in for True, Sai and Kana. But Minami locked in a 5.5 on her last wave. And this is the replay of Sai's. So nice first carving maneuver. I love her flow down the line. Just patiently waits for that second turn. Unfortunately, nothing much on offer after that. So she locks in a 2.45, still in second. We're waiting for one last score for True to lock in. But right now, Blue sits out there with priority. True with second. I believe that Minami has opted for a runaround. And Sai will just be paddling back out.
Sure, we've seen a run around yet in this event, have we?
Seen a few from the men in the first two heats, but True locked in a 5.65 on her last wave, so she's moved to the lead. We saw that one from a drone shot angle. I believe she got a carve into a Rio, so the judges awarding that with a 5.65. Red in second with a 5.5 and a 3.25, so super close between first and second. Second only needing a 3.66. Sai looking for a 6.25 and Kana looking for a 4.26. It's still early days, not even halfway yet. I feel like sometimes these 30-minute heats go so quickly and other times they don't.
Depends where you're sitting.
Yeah.
If you're in the lead or second place, narrowly defending your position, they go forever. If you're third or fourth, chasing a score, good luck.
Yeah, another beautiful day down here at Mahabs. Really enjoying my time in India. I keep having moments where I'm like, wow, I'm in India, you know, for a surf comp. It's pretty cool.
It's incredible. It's like, yeah, I remember watching Castles in the Sky probably 15 years ago and thinking how cool was it that Taylor Steele came to India with Aussie Wright and Kalani Robb and Dave Rastovich. And they scored incredible waves, but I kind of, you know, knew that they were on an island and maybe it wasn't the Indian mainland. But yeah, this is really cool that we're here. There definitely was some East Coast action in that edit. But the stuff with Rasta surfing through the pier that's peak Rastovich. But yeah, the mainland stuff, here we are. It's great. It's just such an exciting privilege to be a part of this. And here goes Sai Manawa again. It's only a small wave, but she's stuck with it. She is looking for a 6.25. No, that's changed. So her last score just dropped into the 4.25. Oh, so that was a replay, sorry. So 14 and a half minutes to go. True Starling has a 5.65 and a 3.5. All scores are in. Minamai Nanaka is now second with a 5.5 and a 3.25. So not a whole lot between True and Minamai. True's just slightly better on her high score and slightly better on her backup. Sai Manawa, she's got some work to do. She's got a 4.25. She needs a 4.51 for second. And Kana Nakashio has a 4.5, needs a 4.26. So it's a battle of 3s, 4s and 5s at the moment with 14 minutes to run. Minamai has suspended priority. I'm a little bit confused about that. I thought that was when it was like big and you got bulldozed by a cleanup set and washed out of position.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe she ducked over wave and she got washed back, or she's off position from the sweep. I don't know, but
maybe she's stuck on Horse Rock.
maybe. It looks like we might have a bit of a set approaching.
Is that a broken... If you break a leg rope or something?
I think, yeah, your priority gets suspended. But she was out the back. So I don't see how... Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see.
But like Tut said, that sweep is really strong. And we can see the girls paddling back up the point. Looks like True might be having a look at this one. But second prio. So here goes our surfer in blue. This is Kana Nakashio. Has a 4-5 on the first wave. And this is really nice surfing from our surfer in blue. Yep. Tagging that one. Looking for another but can't get it. But that was a really beautifully surf wave from the surfer in blue. So we'll have to wait and see where that one comes in at. She was looking for a 4.26. I think it's safe to say that she definitely got that. Here's the replay. So really nice opening swoop. Straight into another one. Driving through that back foot. And this is where she gets the points on that end section Rio just there. So she might opt for a run around or the paddle back out. That sweep is very strong. We'll wait for that score to lock in. That was her second wave. So first one, a 4.5. She's really capitalizing. There is my big sis True finishing off a wave. So hopefully we can get a replay of that one. So scores to lock in for green and blue. Minami back out there with priority. Did we get any insight into what happened?
We sure did. I just went and had a word with the judges because, yeah, a bit confusing. Would like to know what the situation was as we see the sis tying together some turns. Gets the link up to the end section as well. Right out of that one. Nicely done by Ms. Starling Senior. Yeah, so the suspended priority. Basically, there's a takeoff zone, and that's where you gain your priority. It's a long point, and the priority judge was saying that some of the surfers were paddling out, getting their priority, and then paddling down the point. Now, that's fine. You can do that. But you then shouldn't be able to drop in on someone who is staying in what they're considering the proper takeoff point. So it rules out the way that you can get your priority, then paddle 50 metres further down the line and drop in on someone who's sitting where the judges would like to see you sitting in on because you have priority.
So how do they communicate that you have suspended priority when you're in the water?
They would put a big X that we see
on the red.
On the red, there'd be something similar on the scoreboard that lets the surfers know that. Maybe the surfers don't know that, but they would see that they don't have the right to use their priority over someone. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Not sure I've seen it before.
No.
But it makes a lot of sense.
It does. It does make a lot of sense.
You know, in the spirit of surfing, you shouldn't be dropping in on people, but obviously that's why we have priority, so that everyone gets a fair go. But if the judges want to see you sitting in one spot and you're going to go sit down the line, dare I say it, shoulder hop? Is that a term we're allowed
Sure,
to say?
let's go for it.
Let's not call it suspended priority. Let's call it shoulder hop priority.
Shoulder hop priority. Yeah, I like it. Well, in other news, Kana got an 8.5 on that last wave that we saw her tag 3 times. True's score came in at a 4.4, so Kana's gone straight to the lead, an 8.5 and a 4.5, and 8.5 being the best score we've seen in the event so far.
So you were sitting here in air conditioning watching Kana Nakashio drop an 8.5, and I was running over to the weird greenhouse next door to talk to the judges about whatever suspended priority means. Some people have all the luck.
Yeah, no, it was pretty luxury watching that too. Got to commentate it, it was fun, it was great. True's wave came straight after it, so it was back-to-back action really, whilst you were
debating the finer points of the suspended priority situation.
Shoulder hop.
So run the shoulder hop priority. Run us through Kana Nakashio's wave. What happened? Was it a big one?
It was a set wave.
Was it a right-hander?
It was a right-hander. Surprise, surprise. She actually did a big open face carve and then straight into a second one, high lined, and then came into the end section and just tagged this steep section. Rode out with speed, just 3 solid turns, and yeah, the judges rewarding it with an 8.5.
Good stuff. Don't mind that at all. And True?
True got a little bit smaller wave. She did 2 really nice carves out the back. It got a bit weird. It came a bit closer into the rock. So she had to deal with a bit of backwash and then got to the end section a little late. So she didn't get to tag it as hard as she would like to, I'd say. And so it only coming in at a 4.4. I'd say if she had have connected better on that last turn, it would have definitely gone higher.
There you go. And you'll be giving her this kind of advice up until about the semis, and then if it looks like you might be running into each other,
Yep.
start throwing out a few red herrings.
Yep.
No, that was great. Maybe you could have gone harder at it.
Yeah. And then she gets to the semi. I'm like, don't do that.
Yeah,
It
no.
hasn't been working for you the whole event.
Yeah. That board's been looking awful, by the way.
Yeah,
Are
you
you
should-
sure? Those fins? Really?
Yeah. Maybe no fins.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, 7.5 minutes to run. And it is Kana Nakashio, best wave of the event, an 8.5. She's backing up with a 4.5. She could easily get rid of that and drop in one of the bigger 2-wave totals of the whole heat. She was pushing it hard, maybe trying to do just that right then when we saw her go down. Or
That was true.
Green, blue.
Same thing.
Soz.
This is red Minami looking for a 4.56 on this wave. Is it going to link up for her on the inside? It wasn't looking like it, but she's bouncing to get that final end turn. Yeah, and tags it pretty nicely. Nice way to finish that wave. So a 4.56. What are your thoughts?
You'd need to look at True's 4.4, which I didn't because I was debating the vagaries of the shoulder hop interference rule. Bit of downtime. There's nothing there, so it's just the one turn of any substance so far.
It's not it.
I don't think so.
It's a 3.75.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Go me.
Go me. Well, with just over 6 minutes, it's Kana Nakashio looking nice. 8.5 and a 4.5 with first priority. So that's kind of the dream scenario that you want to be in the surfer in blue. True, still not established priority after catching that last one. And Sai looking for a 5.8, very attainable for Sai. She's a very talented surfer. And a 4.56 isn't much for Minami and her quality of surfing either. So, yeah, I feel like these 5.5 minutes just over are going to go very long for True. But maybe very short for Minami and Sai, like you said.
And you can see there, we're just waiting for Minami to rejoin her compadres in the takeoff area, but the suspended priority situation has obviously sent the message that the judges were trying to get across, because now all the surfers are sitting in a nice little group up the top of the point, and if they drop in on anyone, it's going to be legal. Unless it's not, then they'll cop an interference.
Yeah.
And they'll lose. And they'll go to crime.
Yeah, it's a long way to come to get an interference. But, you know, mistakes happen.
Mistakes definitely happen. Have you had any shockers over the years?
I've had one.
You ever had that moment where you know straight away as soon as you get up, you're like, I've cooked it here?
Yep. So I've had one, and it was at Boomerang. It was my first year about 3 years ago competing at Boomerang, and it was big Boomerang in the south corner, and all the girls were sitting like halfway out, and Dad was like, if you sit out the back and get a bomb and then run around and get a halfway out one, you'll make through the heat. So I paddled out the back, took off on one and fell. So paddled back out the back, took off on one, did 2 calves, and then the girl who had priority took off on my inside. And because she had priority and I was up ahead of her, I got an interference. And I was like, oh, you're kidding.
They
And
obviously didn't have the suspended priority situation back
No,
then.
there was
'cause
no
you were
shoulder
clearly
hopping.
out taking
Yeah.
off. I don't know how she was shoulder hopping from inside you, but it sounds like you got ripped.
Yeah, it was pretty heavy. And then ended up pulling off and getting like 3 8-footers on the head, being so rattled, and then running around and running out of time.
Hope you had to go at Dad about that, surely.
No, Dad was stoked that I just went out the back. And
Oh, there you go.
last year, even worse, at Redhead Pro Junior, it was like 6 foot, and Dad, same thing, go out the back and get sets. You're not going to get scores on the inside where the other girls were surfing. Got out the back, got a 5.5, and then paddled. Took me ages to get back out. Got back out, needed a 0.9 and didn't get another wave. Sorry, Dad. I know Dad's watching right now. Sorry, Dad.
Was your dad on the beach riding
Dad.
a horse?
He was. Yep.
Man in the foreground?
Yep. Dad? Is that you?
All right, so Manawa quickly in, quickly out. These are first and second place surfers who have first and second priority at the moment. Kana Nakashio has an 8.5. She'd love to get rid of her 4.5 so she can breathe easy. True Starling is sitting in second. She will be confident but not comfortable. She wants to get rid of her 4.4 and further extend the gap between herself and Minamai Nanaka, who's sitting in third, only chasing a 4.56, and Sai Manawa, who's sitting in fourth, chasing a 5.8. 2 minutes 40 to go, and this is where time does that weird thing we just talked about earlier. It is crawling for Kana Nakashio and True Starling, and Minamai Nanaka and Sai Manawa are just like, how can life go so fast?
Yeah, this is, like I said earlier, the time where I do get the most nervous in heats. I know I've got to work on it, but the last 5 minutes are definitely the most stressful for me. So I know how all of these girls, women, are feeling. I'd really like another flurry of sets to come through, though, to get to see everyone have one last go, one last crack. And, you know, it's not big scores for red and green, but then again, I'd love to see blue and green improve on their scoreline.
Yeah, you always want that, flurry of action right at the end, a big set that just sorts everything out, lets the surfing take control. I mean, the surfing has taken control in this heat. So far, it is our two best performing surfers who've caught the best waves and gone through, looking like going through. But Sai Manawa, she's chasing a 5.8. 90 seconds remaining. She'll need something big. Waves not really cooperating. She's kind of fought this one from start to finish, and she'll kick out knowing that that's not going to be enough. So back to the drawing board for Sai with a minute 25 to run.
Yeah, the ocean just gone a little bit quiet. It's been doing a similar thing through every heat. It's been pulsing at the start of the heat and then just really going quiet towards the end. This is a replay of Sai's last wave. She was looking for a 5.8. First opening carve, it never really opened up for her and allowed her to show, what she's capable of.
Yeah, and that'd be disappointing. She would have paddled into that wave. It had a decent looking wall on it. She would have been thinking, we might be on here. And then, it was a bit of a battle from start to finish. Unfortunately, it's going to come in 3.55. So, yeah, goes into her top two, doesn't change anything. She's still looking for 5.8. 40 seconds remaining. There goes True. We're not sure what she did on that wave. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay. 30 seconds to go. Where's Minamai Nanaka?
Yeah, she's out there.
She might have just caught a little wave as well, because there's no priority other than first priority, which is Kana Nakashio, our heat leader. 15 seconds to go. Long line pouring in now. Maybe that was a score for someone who needed one. It could be a bit of a fat wide thing though. 3 seconds to go. All is irrelevant. All scores are in. Kana Nakashio takes the win. True Starling through in second. And unfortunately, Minamai Nanaka and Sai Manawa say goodbye. We're going to say goodbye to you only quickly. Please join us right after this quick break. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way very soon.
என்னாச்சுப்பா?
பர்ஸ மறந்துட்டு போயிட்டமா. வயசாயிடுச்சுல்ல. எனக்கு எதுக்குமா வாட்ச்?
இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல்பா. சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க் டெபிட் கார்டு வாட்ச். இனிமே நீங்க கேஷ் எடுக்காம போய்ட்டா கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம். இந்த வாட்ச்ல இருந்தே ஈஸியா பேமெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். பேமெண்ட்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதும் COB ஆல் இன் ஒன் மொபைல் ஆப்ல இருந்து லாக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதனால இது ரொம்ப செக்யூர். அதோட இந்த வாட்ச்ல BP, ஆக்ஸிஜன் லெவல்ஸ் கூட செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
அப்படியே நான் உடனே கடை கிளம்பறேன்.
City Union Bank, Rosiana Bank.
Let's get lost in the big world. 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 Let's get lost in the big world.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. That is the beautiful Shore Temple, and just at the base of it is Mahab's Point here in Mahabalipuram, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India of all places. This is the first ever WSL qualifying series event to be held here in the world's most populous nation. And it's such an honour and a privilege to be here. My name's Chris Binns. I am joined by Dai Wako, and we have a couple of Japanese surfers in the water right now, Shino Matsuda and Rina Matsunaga. Camille Spaccaratella is surfing for Singapore, and Kamali P is from right here in India. How are you, mate?
Good. How are you?
I'm having a great time. What did you make of that last heat? Kana Nakashio dropped an 8.5.
How's that? Right.
Very solid surfing.
Very solid surfing from the seven from Kana Nakashio from the last heat. So we have two Japanese surfers in this heat. Shino Matsuda. Do you know anything about her?
About Shino?
Shino? Yeah.
I've seen her competing on the QS for a long time, but I must confess I don't know a great deal about her.
Yeah, she's from Shonan area, which is located in kind of near Tokyo, like on our drive to the coast area. And she started surfing when she was young, and she's from surfing town, so it was actually natural to just study surfing. And she's now provisionally selected for Olympics for Japan.
There you go. So we saw Rio Inaba get provisionally selected yesterday.
Yes.
And as well as Kanoa Igarashi, obviously. This is Rina Matsunaga hooking hard in that first turn, but wasn't to be. So Shino has qualified. Is there anyone else from Japan who's qualified?
And Rio and Kanoa Igarashi.
But on the women's side?
I don't think there is another girls.
Here is Shino. Whoa, on her backhand, hooking hard, and that was a great turn.
And we have another Japanese girl in this heat, surfing red, Rina Matsunaga. She's from Chiba area, actually, and she studied surfing when she was young, and her dad is actually a professional surfer in Japan, so it is also natural for her to start surfing as when she was young.
Yeah, there's definitely a generational element to surfing in Japan. It seems to be passed down through the families. Lots of father-daughter combos these days.
Exactly. We have a lot of second-generation surfers in this event and all the Japanese championships as well.
Sarah Okita, her dad's a legend on the North Shore, right?
Legendary surfer in North Shore, and her brother as well is really famous surfer in Japan too.
Someone I wanted to ask you about is Amuro Suzuki. Is she... Because I remember her winning World Juniors a few years ago. She was all primed to take Carissa Moore's place when Carissa was going to sit 2020 out. But then the whole world sat 2020 out, and Carissa just went back to winning world titles after that. Amuro missed her shot. Is she still competing on the Challenges?
Yes, she's still competing Challenges series, I guess, and she was at Huntington Beach a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Is she threatening to win back a spot on the CT? Because she was incredible. I remember being really excited whenever she did get in the draw for a championship tour event.
Absolutely, I love how she surfs, like her. Like a real powerful calves and rips.
What, she didn't want to come here though after Huntington?
I guess so.
Alright, well I think we only just saw the last couple of turns, but Shino Matsuda has just dropped an 8-point ride for her last wave. Pair that with her opening 3.5, and she is comfortably in the lead. Camille Spaccaratella from Singapore sits second. Rina Matsunaga just a minor score for third. Marley P from right here in India yet to open her account. This is the replay of Shino Matsuda's wave. I would imagine she'd done a couple of turns before she got to that end section, and then really laid it on the line, matched a bit of power with a little bit of power. We're seeing a few sections start to stand up down there past Horse Rock. And, yeah, that was pretty cool.
Wow, it's been only 6 minutes, and she has 8.0 and 3.5. That must be feel so comfortable right now.
Three minutes remaining, and that's the beautiful view we're looking at from the Mar Morris Beach Resort right here on the beach at Mahab Point. The Shore Temple to the right of the screen, one of the famous 7 pagodas that were built around about 600 AD, so about 1500 years ago dating back. It's the only one that's above sea level these days. There's another 6 of them out to sea that are below the water level. Apparently you can go and scuba dive on them, which would be pretty awesome. We were lucky to go and have a walk around through the temple the other day and see all the intricate work, carvings. It's incredible how it's done around here. We also went to the 5 pratas, which are just behind the hotel that we're staying in. 5 different sort of tomb, temple type structures. And yeah, it seems like everywhere you turn around here there's something very historic carved into the, whatever sort of cliff face or rocks you can see. It's Tim Hain from the ASC doing some work with Kana Matsuda.
Kana Nakashio from the heat winner from the last heat, the round of 16, heat 1.
Well, there's plenty of lulls. In the last couple of days we've seen it's definitely been a shorter period swell. Lots and lots of waves being ridden, not necessarily too many good ones. Here we're seeing longer pauses between the waves, but plenty of bigger and better scores being dropped. That looked like Camille Spaccaratella, the Singaporean surfer. Would love to find out what her story is. Clearly has a Spanish name of some sort. So whether she's grown up in Singapore or lives in Singapore these days. I'd love to know where she surfs as well. I don't think there are waves in Singapore.
I don't think so.
I know there's a flow rider on Sentosa Island. There are waves in Hong Kong, if you're lucky, at Big Wave Bay. Yep. It's a great view of the Shore Temple and the fishing boats in the foreground. Shout out to Red Bull, one of our sponsors this week, for all the support. Is the beautiful Mahabalipuram point. And the Horse Rock, smack bang in the middle of the lineup. Someone had a paddle there. Will we see priority stripped? All right, 18 and a half minutes to go. Bit of a sleepy heat, this one, except for the obvious high note, Shino Matsuda's 8-point ride. While we do have a break in play, we're going to cross down to have a chat with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, Vinci. I'm the winner of the last heat, and how are you feeling to be moving on through to the quarterfinals?
Yeah, it was so good wave. 8.5 wave is so good wave. I difficult find good wave, but I did find good wave.
And how are you liking India?
Yeah, India's so good place and so good food. And Indian curry is everyday lunch. Yeah, so good.
And would you like to say hi or thanks to anyone watching at home?
Japanese? Yeah. 日本の皆さん、応援してくださいありがとうございます。次のラウンドはもうマオマンになるので、また気を引き締めて次のセミファイナルに進めるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. So that was a pretty happy Kana Nakashio through to the next round. And as we keep hearing, the Japanese girls in town this week, they are loving the curry.
They are all loving the curry, and
they're not alone. It's pretty good.
Kana Nakashio is doing really good Japanese pro surfing championships too in Japan, and she is still young, very young, and she is up and coming surfer in Japan and coming here for the bigger events, and she's focusing on more bigger events.
So how are the ratings at the moment? Who of the Japanese women are looking like they might be threatening the Challenger Series for next year?
They are all capable of getting into the top 4 in the ranking, so we have still a lot of events coming up, and they're all surfing great, so I guess they all have opportunity to be in the Challenger Series.
And will you be going to... Do you commentate a lot of the QSs in Japan?
I've done few, but I love to do more and more so that I get to know the surfers and their stories. They'll be great.
What are some of the better Japanese QSs that we've got coming up in the next few months? So sort of prime time for the Japanese surf scene is about now, right? The start of the typhoon season.
Yes, actually, before I came to India, we have 2 typhoons in a row, and we have decent waves for almost 3 weeks in a row. So we are all having good times in the typhoon as well.
And the typhoons in Japan, they just get given numbers, right? So it's like 1, 2 for depending on where they sit in the season.
Yes, technically they have names, but we just call them by numbers, 1 and 2 and 3, and we have 6 so far, and a lot more coming in September through to the October.
Yeah, in Australia we name them alternately, the cyclones, not typhoons obviously. It's male, female, and then works its way through the alphabet. But Yeah, we're starting to run low on names, so the Cyclones are getting. We can see a few more Ziggies and Rockets starting to turn up. Not as many Jeffs and Steves. And with the way a lot of Japanese surfing, the pumping conditions are resultant largely from typhoons, does it make it harder to plan contests around good waves? Do you find a lot of the QSs are held in beach breaks because they're more reliable day to day?
I would say it could be hard, but if you choose the right points and you can predict the wave condition from like a month back, so I would say hard, but it could be done.
Yep. And this looks like Camille Spaccaratella on her forehand. It was only a small wave. She got some work done. This is a very slow heat with the exception of Shino Matsuda's 8-point ride. I wonder where we're at with the tide at the moment, because it seems like things have turned off a little of late. And we are bang on high tide right now. It's a 1.2 metre high, and it is exactly now.
The high tide is right now.
Yeah, so hopefully once the tide starts to run out, we might see the waves stand up a little bit more. Tides can go both ways. The tide pushes in and you hope it brings more swell with you, and when it starts to run out, you hope that it creates suckier conditions that stand up, and maybe this will turn into below sea level dredging pits.
From previous days, we've seen good longer waves through the lunchtime, so we might have good condition after the tides goes out.
Yeah, that's kind of the plan. Tai Sarati, contest director, has been saying that every day. We get through this high tide, and then as it starts to run out, hopefully we'll see waves start to run down the point. Looked like we saw someone play the priority card right there. Okay, so that was Camille Spaccaratella, the Singaporean surfer. And this is a runner. Hasn't really done a turn that we managed to capture on camera. Hopefully, if she did, it'll be available on a replay for us. Shino Matsuda, her last wave was a 6.25. So she now has a very strong 14.25 total. I think this is Kamali P, the local surfer, opening her account with 10.5 minutes to run.
Oh, I'd love to see the replay of the last wave from Blue Shino Matsuda. She got 8.0 and the last wave was 6.25. Now she's sitting in the, I would say, comfortable situation right now, and the first wave from the surfing green, it was 1.8 and just over 10 minutes remaining.
Inside the last 10 minutes, it is Shino Matsuda with an 8 and a 6.25. Camille Spaccaratella, she played the priority card. It only got a 1.25. It's still her in second with a 2.25 and a 2.4. So it's a one-horse race at the moment. Shino Matsuda a mile out in front. Rina Matsunaga has priority. We know she's capable of some very good surfing. I think at this point she'll probably just be hanging on to her priority because she only needs a 1.9 to get up to second. You're obviously never surfing to get yourself a 1.9, and she'll sit and wait with priority and see if she can't drop a 5 or above and really make it a two-horse race between the two Japanese surfers across the last 9 minutes of this heat. Up next in Heat 3, we've got Sarah Wakita in red, Sumomo Sato in blue, Lydia Kato in white, and Jessie Starling will be our surfer in green. Okay, who've we got swinging into action? This looks like Rina Matsunaga. So she sat with priority for a long time. Is this the opportunity she was hunting? She has to go inside Horse Rock. This wave has been hard work from start to finish. She was always sort of a section behind, unfortunately, and that is not what you want to cash your priority in on after waiting for a little while.
Probably that wasn't what she was looking for. She was sitting there and probably waiting for the waves, which Shino got 2 waves, but unfortunately she got the shorter wave.
It wasn't a great wave. She needed a 1.9 and she got a 1.95. So she has moved into second, but she won't be happy with that wave. That was not what she was sitting and waiting for. And the door is definitely still open for Camille Spaccaratella, who only needs a 2.31 at this stage. So I think, yet again, it's a battle between second and third. First seems locked in. Shino Matsuda, an 8 and a 6.25, is sitting comfortably out in the lead. Camille Spaccaratella, she's chasing a 2.31. Rina Matsunaga only needs to upgrade a 1.95 to make Camille's life a little bit tougher. Just having a look at the forecast, I think tomorrow morning could be pretty good.
Better conditions?
Yeah, well, it's offshore. Offshore for most of the morning, which is nice. A bit of today's swell is going to hang around and we'll get cleaner conditions. Then as the tide fills in, we might struggle a bit through the middle of the day. And then Saturday morning, again, it's going to be nice and clean. It's well in a similar range, so yeah, we'll get there.
Surfing red and surfing green had a waves, but they all are having hard time to catching a wave and finding the good waves to get the better scores, and just over 5 minutes remaining. There's a surfer in white, nice cutting back to the power zone and nicely connecting the sections, but unfortunately there's not really going on in the end section for the surfer in white from Singapore. Well, this heat is very, very slow.
It's crazy. Absolutely bang on the peak of the tide, and it's stopped things more or less dead. We've still seen Shino Matsuda with an 8 and a 6.25. She won't be complaining one bit, but then yeah, it's a battle of 1s and 2s between second, third and fourth. Does mean that this heat is wide open with 4 minutes 15 to run. Shino has the field comboed. Camille Spaccaratella is looking for 2.31, and this is Kamali P, Indian surfer with her second wave. She was chasing a 2.9, not going to be the case, but here goes Camille Spaccaratella. Backwashy takeoff next to the rock, and unfortunately she didn't get rewarded for her commitment to that late drop. The wave just gave her absolutely nothing after the takeoff, so yeah, unfortunate there for the Singaporean surfer. Okay, last score for Rina Matsunaga was a 3.5. Gives her a little bit of breathing room between third and fourth. Camille Spaccaratella is now looking for a 3.85, which would be her best wave. Kamali P is looking for a 4.45. 3 minutes to run.
You can see the whole stroke is almost covered all from the water because it's a tide.
Okay, here goes Shino Matsuda. Not quite a victory lap yet with 2 minutes 10 seconds to go, but may as well be. She's chasing anything over a 6.25 to upgrade her score. The other women in this heat would kill to be in that position. Rina Matsunaga is comboed, and then Camille Spaccaratella is looking for a 3.85 for second. Kamali P looking for a 4.45. And here's hoping that the start of the new heat brings the start of some new conditions, because this heat has been incredibly slow.
Here's a surf in red, live action. Nice cutting back down to the power zone, and nice connecting the turns, but unfortunately she couldn't finish off the wave.
Just over 1 minute remaining. Someone needs to get the ocean a Red Bull and give it a bit of a slap around the face to wake it up, because this is a very, very sleepy affair. Shino Matsuda and Rino Matsunaga are looking pretty good for a spot in the quarterfinals. So from here we go from 4 4-surfer heats to 4 2-surfer heats for the quarters. Here's Shino Matsuda flying down the line. And she has had the wave magnet on compared to her 3 rivals in this heat. That one wasn't to be. Again, if I was her, I'd be making my beach right now, because there's nothing to be gained from staying in the water, apart from enjoying your time in India a little bit more. Here's the replay. Talk us through it, Di.
Nice off the top for his first turn, and racing down the line and try to get in front of the wave. Unfortunately, dies out a little bit.
All right, well, that is a very slow and sleepy heat for 3 surfers in the books, and it's a very impressive heat for Shino Matsuda, bagging an 8 and a 6.25 to very impressively book her ticket to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way right after this quick break.
Let's get lost in the big world. Catch those birds in the sky. Let's get close to the waters.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have Heat 3 for the round of 16 in the water. Sarah Wakita, Sumomo Sato, Lydia Kato and Jessie Starling out there. I'm True Starling. This is Chris Finns, and we are loving our time here at Mahabalipuram.
We are. Wouldn't mind a heads up when we're going to be on camera, just so I can, look like I'm present. But
keeping us on our toes.
Having a fantastic time. The conditions out there challenging today, but there is a little bit more swell. There's some waves running down the point. If you get the good one, you can get the scores. We just saw Shino Matsuda in that last heat, a 14.25 total. So there's definitely waves out there. How was it in the water for you?
Yeah, it was really fun. As you said, there's definitely waves out there that allow some 8+ rides. We saw Kana in the first heat of the women's lock in at 8.5, I think, as well. So, there's plenty of waves where you can really unleash on there too. So it was fun. I mean, the water's nice. There's no jellyfish out there yet. So it was just nice to be out there and have a surf, really.
Big shout out to the merch as well. Finally got our T-shirts today. Very happy with this number.
I haven't got mine yet, as you can see, but I'm going to have to track it down.
Yeah, I got it for you the other day.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway,
maybe I've misplaced it.
This is definitely going to be a surfing T-shirt of mine for sure. Speaking of shore, there's the Shore Temple. In the background, in the foreground, the Mahabalipuram roping right-hander. I was just saying to Daiwako before, hopefully now that the tide has reached its peak, it's going to start running out, start draining, and we're going to get dredging below sea level pits for the rest of the afternoon.
That we are. I really hope so. That would be amazing to watch. We have the round of 16, the men's as well, coming up after this. So if it's going to be cooking, the men are really going to light it up as well.
Absolutely cooking.
That looks like Camille Spaccaratella from Singapore walking up the beach. I believe this was her first ever WSL event. So she came in third, just missing out on moving on through to the quarterfinals, but regardless, still a pretty incredible heat for Camille. She still looks happy. Come over to India with her mum there, so she's just learning through each heat, learning through each experience, which is what it's all about. We've got a couple of small scores on the board already, a 2.4 for Lydia, who is up and riding at the moment from Indonesia. And she'll get out of that one for the natural footer. We also have a 2 for Sumomo Sato. And Sarah Wakita, a very experienced Japanese female surfer. I believe she won the Evoca event a couple of years ago, I think 2018 from memory. She won that event. It looks like that is Sky Brown making her way down the beach. Representing Great Britain, but she's chosen Asia as her league to surf in for the WSL. So she gets the points for this event, which is pretty amazing. Scores locked in for that last wave of Lydia, a 4.5, so she's slowly extending her lead. A little bit of a slower start in this one, Binzi.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a slower finish to the last heat as well, so conditions testing us, but yeah, a 2.4 and a 4.5. Lydia Kato, she wouldn't be complaining, but she'd definitely be hoping for a little bit more, but still only the 5 minutes gone so far. Sumomo Sato a 2, and Sarah Wakita. And, why don't you talk us through this wave?
Yeah,
Who's
not
that?
much to talk through. That was a little sis, Jessie. Up and out on that one, not really much on offer.
So I was having a bit of chat with the WSL officialdom the other day. So Sky Brown, she has nominated to surf in the Asian region. You can't just pick a region. You have to have some kind of tie to that region.
Yep.
So you look at Kian Martin. He's lived in Indonesia his whole life, even though he is Swedish. He, I would imagine, has some kind of residency in Indonesia, so he can surf in the Asian region. Annie Dos Santos, Brazilian surfer. She's lived in Australia for a long time, so she can surf in the Australasian region. And Sky Brown, she's got a Japanese passport. Her mum is from Miyazaki. She spends a lot of time in Japan, so she, even though she represents Great Britain, she's more than welcome to surf here in the Asian division of the WSL qualifying series.
Amazing. It's pretty amazing how there's, the opportunities. If you are representing two different nations, or if you have two different passports, that you're able to choose, one that maybe you feel more connected to. Looks like we have a replay for last of Jessie's. Nice first turn start, and bringing it around again for a solid second. Unfortunately, just catching that rail, so she comes unstuck, but a nice first turn start. Looks like we got someone out the back there.
Whoa, that was a good turn from Sarah Wakita. Opened the shoulders and up into the lip. So just 2 turns, but quality over quantity there for Sarah Wakita. That's going to be probably up there with the best wave we've seen of the heat. The first turn was really good. She gave it a really big wrench around and then fluently straight up into the lip on the second section.
Yeah, she really opened up her shoulders at the start of that first turn as well.
Turned the handlebars,
yeah,
as coaches would say. Here's
the
replay.
Yeah, look at the replay. Really nice first turn. That eye line, looking back at the power source, and then just straight up and over on that lip. I love how she didn't try to push it, especially on that first wave, just to get a solid foundation to start, and then potentially build from there. Got 22 minutes to go. Jessie locked in a 4.25. Pretty much for that one turn, because she fell after that. So the judges rewarding the commitment, I would say. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this score locks in for Sarah Wakita, because it's the best wave of the heat by far.
Well, it is going to lock in at a 5.75, so you're right, the best wave of the heat by almost a 1.5 points. Not enough for the lead, but definitely enough for the box seat. Here is our current heat leader. This is Lydia Cato in the white jersey. She goes down. Probably not going to replace her 2.4 and extend her lead. 21 minutes 20 to go.
Well, a couple of smaller scores to come through. I'm looking forward to speaking to Shino Matsuda as well. She got a couple of pretty solid scores in that last heat, so hearing what she has to say about how she was feeling out there and things like that. I'm sure we'll speak to Di very shortly. Looks like we're going to have a look at a replay for this last wave of Lydia Cato's. Nice calf to start for Lydia. And we saw her on that last section. She really went for it. Was just leaning on her heels a little bit too far, so she came unstuck.
Yeah, I reckon it was almost like a half a section too far away from her.
Yeah.
If it had been a little bit closer, she could have more fluently flown into that turn. Instead, she had to get another little pump in, and then by the time she got there, it took a little bit too much effort on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Jessie, nice first calf to start, driving through. And brings it around, but that wave just not offering too much more, so she'll get out of there.
That was a carbon copy of her first wave, really.
Yeah.
Strong first turn, and then a second section that didn't offer her much. The first wave, that section, she sort of pushed it a bit hard and went down. The second one, the wave just ran out of steam.
Yeah.
So, but it'll be similar in the eyes of the judges, because all the points on the first turn on both occasions.
Absolutely. Well, looks like we'll have a look at the replay, Binti.
Yeah, so here we go. Opens the shoulders. That was a big turn. Really enjoyed that one. And then right about there, there's nothing Jessie could do. She sort of had to cut that turn short just to finish it on her feet. Maybe it'll go a little bit higher than her first wave because she didn't fall. But the judges score what you've done, not what you didn't do. All right, this is Sarah Wakita flying down the line. 2 turns, big section ahead of her. Released the tail. Had to get around the rock. Did it very nicely. I wonder if that was playing in her periphery there and made her think for a little while, because it looked like she was going into that section with a bit more of a head of steam, and then she sort of cut it short and turned it into a little slide. If she's done that, That's really clever reflexive surfing. Run us through it.
Yeah, look, this is a replay for last of Sarah Wakita. Really nice connection there. And again for another one for Sarah. I think it was definitely in the peripheral. I know that you definitely don't want to hit the section and end up on the rock, especially in the middle of the heat. So while we're waiting on a couple of scores to lock in, we're going to head down to Dai, who is with Shino Matsuda. Take it away, Dai.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. I'm here with last heat winner, Shino Matsuda. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
前半2本立て続けに、いいスコアをゲットできたんですが、後半につれてこう波がかなり来なくなってきて、多分ハイタイドを迎えて波が止まってきたと思うんですけど、ちょっとヒートを振り返ってみて、いかがでしたか？
そうヒートがちょうどハイタイドになるって思っていたので、なるべく前半に乗りたいなと思っていて、でそれですぐヒート始まっていい波を乗れて8ポイントを出せて、すごく安心してヒート運びができました。
So she knew that the high tide was coming to her heat, and that's why she knew that she has to get as many as waves she can, and she got the score, and she feel relieved after that. インドは初めてですか？
はい、インドは初めてですごいサーフィンも波もすごい良くて、でなんか多分この大会がなかったら来ることがなかった国だったと思うので、すごく来れてよかったです。
This is her first trip to India, and she's loving the people, food, and the waves. And probably if there's no event here, she never come to India. So this was a good opportunity for her to come to India and experience it. それでは、日本で、見てくださっているたくさんの方々がいらっしゃると思うので、メッセージの方お願いします。
日本で応援してくださっている皆さん、応援ありがとうございます。次のラウンドも自分のいいサーフィンを出せる波を見つけて勝ち上がって頑張るので、応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dai. And Shino, she seems like she's having a really good time here. A lot of the Japanese surfers are loving the curries here. Pretty much everyone's saying that the curry's been one of their favourite things, and I think the waves as well has definitely been keeping them happy.
Yeah, it'd be great if we can sneak away from the contest zone for a few meals. Feels like at the moment we're all kind of eating the same food. It's not like we're sitting down and being given a menu. Really love to get out there and get adventurous and just point at some stuff and see what comes back.
What have we got coming? Well, that last wave for Sarah Wakita locked in at a 6.6. Here we have Sumomo Saito up and riding.
Is she in a wetsuit?
I think she's got some like rashi long pants on.
A full-length lycra suit?
Yeah, potentially.
Don't mind that.
Bit of a fan.
Sort of cycling vibes.
Yeah.
We're here at the velodrome.
She might be getting a bit hot out there, though. I tell you what, it's warm for 30 minutes while you're constantly paddling.
I'm going to assume that's maybe some kind of jellyfish protection?
I'd say so. Yep, I would say so. Well, that score for Sumomo locked in at 3.75. She's sitting in fourth, chasing that 6.25. And Lydia is sitting in third. She needs a 5.51. Jessie's last wave was a 5.75. Putting her up into second, and Sarah Wakita holds the lead with a 6.6 and a 5.75. I've been loving the way that Sarah's been surfing throughout this heat, just really not rushing it and taking it slow and kind of identifying what's coming through and what the wave has on offer.
Ooh, this is a good looking wave for Jessie Starling, rolling in from deep, maybe a little bit too deep, just the one turn it races off without her. This is a very evenly contested affair so far. 14 minutes to go. Sarah Wakita in the lead with a 6.6 and a 5.75. Jessie Starling also has a 5.75, needs a backup. A 6.6 would put her into the lead. She's not going to be looking for that. Lydia Kato has a 4.5, which is a start. She wants a 5.5 for second. And Momo Sato has a 3.75. She won't want to be hanging on to that. She's not going to get through if that's in her scoreline. So she pretty much needs to start again. But we've seen a decent amount of waves ridden. We're seeing conditions are pretty clean right now. The tide has peaked. It's starting to run out. We have seen conditions get better as the tide runs out. So, there's no reason that any four of these women can't advance. Here goes Sarah Wakita. This was under priority. She's found an inside runner. She's linked together some great turns. Flies past Horse Rock, throws it up into the lip, and she is out of there. So she's doing it very, very nicely with 13 minutes to run.
Absolutely, yeah, that was a really nice connection there for Sarah Wakita. We're going to have a look at the replay here. Really nice first turn, driving through that second connection there. Just a quick little check snap because she saw this one start to line up and goes for a bit of a under the lip floater there for Sarah Wakita. And she kicks out, so waiting on that score to lock in. She already has a 6.6 and a 5.75 in her scoreline, so we'll see where that locks in. Just on 12 and a half minutes to go. So Momo Sato has been a little bit quiet in this heat. She is normally pretty dominant throughout most of her heats, so wow, that last score locked in for Sarah Wakita, a 7.0, best wave of the heat so far, backing up that 6.6. Looks like maybe a couple of lines through, nothing really on offer there.
Yeah, I like that judging. Sarah Wakita under priority, no pressure, and just found herself a really good wave, and you could see without that pressure off, she surfed really freely and just tied together some turns. It was fluent from start to finish. There were no forced moments, and it just resulted in a beautiful wave from start to finish, and the judges have rewarded that with a 7. I really like that call.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was well-deserved points for that surfing.
So Sarah Wakita now, this is a luxury that we haven't really seen too far. She's throwing away a 5.75. So she is looking ominous as we sort out the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. She just seems really comfortable out there as well. I feel like we've not really seen Sarah get out of first or second gear as well. She's kind of sitting in a place where she's definitely not cruising through her turns, but she has more power there that we can see from her. So she's kind of just building a house. This is the first heat that she surfed out here, so maybe she's trying to just figure out, the waves, and it's definitely hard with the QS crowd getting waves in a free surf. Everyone's always hassling or on the inside or something's going on. We can see the local crowd just trying to get the fishing boat out. I love the view that they have from out in the water.
Yeah, so we were not warned, but we were definitely told that the fishing boats would be coming and going through the contest. It seems like they're on a bit of a different schedule to us. They go out about 4 in the morning. They're generally back by about 7. So these guys might just be putting out to sea for a little leisurely morning boating brunch, perhaps.
Love that.
So they generally don't go inside Horse Rock, which the competitors would love to hear that. But yeah, might need a little bit of a tune-up on the outboard as well. But plenty of rocker in those boats. They're not afraid just to plough into a swell line.
Absolutely.
It's one of the things I love when we get to travel around the world to go to all these surf breaks, is seeing all the different types of boats in all the different countries.
Yep.
Whether you're in Taiwan or Tahiti or the Maldives, there's Fiji. It seems like the boats are all different, but they're all obviously similar in each of those locations. They've all got their own little quirks and peculiarities.
It's pretty cool.
The Tahitian guys who drive with their feet, that's elite stuff out at Teopu.
Wow.
And congratulations to Jack Robinson and Caroline Marks, who are your new Shiseido Tahiti Pro Champions for 2023. All sorts of high drama going down in the final event of the regular season on the championship tour this morning. Jack Robinson, with his win, surfed his way into the final 5.
Yeah, I was about to ask, is that...
Yeah,
That's amazing.
and that was at the expense of his great mate, Iago Dora.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, the final 5 for the men. Felipe Toledo finished first. Griffin Colapinto second. Ethan Ewing third. Remains to be seen whether he will surf. And then the last 2 spots, I'm not actually sure what the order is, whether it's Zhao or Jack for 4th and 5th. But the final between Gabriel Medina and Jack, whoever won that was going to go into the top 5. So unofficially, that was the first heat of the WSL finals.
Insane.
And if Gabby had got in, there would have been 3 Brazilians in the final 5. He would have then been surfing off against Zhao for that last Brazilian Olympic spot. Crazy.
Wow.
Here goes Lydia Cato on her forehand. On the women's side of the draw, Carissa Moore, first place, fairly comfortably. Second, Tyler Wright. Third, Caroline Marks, after winning Tahiti. Fourth, Molly Picklum. And in 5th, after making the final in Tahiti, Katie Simmers.
Insane.
So on her first year on tour, she's finishing 5th.
And she's got a shot at the world title.
It would take a Steph Gilmore circa 2022 type performance, but at lower trestles, I wouldn't be writing Ms. Simmers off. I wouldn't be writing off any of the women. That is a stacked lineup.
Oh, absolutely. Solid final 5.
Great tweak to the rules this year in the WSL finals as well, because 4th and 5th, they surf that first heat. So is there an advantage finishing 4th over 5th? In the past, there hasn't been. This year, 4th place gets priority.
Oh. At the start of the heat.
Yes.
Yes. That's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, it's not bad. Although the way you ask that question makes me think maybe you just get a free priority that you could pull out at any time.
Yeah.
2 minutes to go, you just go, zang, I'll have priority, thanks.
I'll have that.
Interesting.
You'd have to be pretty tactical.
We'll put that to the panel.
Yeah.
Just in case priority isn't confusing enough.
Yeah.
Did you know what was going on with the suspended priority situation earlier?
In my heat?
Yeah.
Yes, I did hear what was going on. Sumomo, nice finishing turn there for Sumomo. She was chasing a 6.25. But yes, I did know what was going on with that suspended priority. Minami was paddling, well, she was too far wide or paddling too far down out of the area. So she lost her priority. Well, not lost it, it was just suspended, and then if she paddled back up into the area, then she was going to regain.
And did the beach commentators communicate that to you?
Yes.
So you could hear what was going on? We were wondering about that. And did she then paddle back up the point?
To be quite fair, I'm not sure. There wasn't much said after that, so I don't know whether she paddled back up. I would assume so.
Was she splashing water? Was she enraged?
No. Most of the Japanese girls are very, they're very collected. They're very calm and collected. They don't show too much emotion, especially in heats.
Poker faces.
Or absolute poker faces. Absolute poker faces.
Fair enough. 5 minutes to go. We were calling it the shoulder hop suspension because you can't.
Yeah.
It's the easy way to explain it. You can't just grab your priority and then paddle off down the line and expect that you'll still be allowed to drop in on someone.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
So probably the easiest way of explaining it as well, I think. But yeah, it was interesting to see that. I had to run next door to the judges and ask them what was going on because we didn't have the luxury of the beach commentators telling us.
Fair.
And now we all know. All right, 4.5 minutes to go in this heat. Sarah Wakita, a 7 and a 6.6, is doing it very nicely. She's throwing away a 5.75. Jessie Starling from the northern beaches, so far north these days that they're almost in Queensland, living in Cabarita. She has a 4.25 and a 5.75. Sumomo Sato, her last wave though has come in at a 7.85. She's jumped up to second. So Jessie now needs a 5.86 to get up to second, and Lydia Kato needs a 7.11 to get up to second. Wow, this is it is very, very tight.
There's that, that power and that dominance that Sumomo normally has at the start of her heats as well. I feel like it wasn't really an if but when for Sumomo. Once she gets waves, she's really capable of just unleashing on them and getting the scores that she's required. So I think that 7.85 was really well surfed for Sumomo. We just caught the last end of that, and I'm sure she went to town on the earlier parts of that wave as well. And with 3 minutes to go, Jessie needing a 5.86 and Lydia a 7.11. It's definitely not out of the question yet, but they're sitting a little bit further down the priority rankings.
Yeah, and Sumomo Sato would love to get rid of her 3.75 and really extend the gap between herself and Jessie in third. Jessie a 5.75, that's been a keeper. But a 4.25 is not helping her cause. She needs a 5.86, which would be her best wave of the heat. She's got third priority, so she's a little bit down the pecking order as well. Here goes Lydia Kato. Not sure what she did there. Would have been good to see the start of that. Puts Jessie up to second priority. And here goes someone taking off.
Yeah, that looks like Sumomo. Nice first turn there, but that wave not offering too much. So she'll get out. Just over 2 minutes to go, so Sarah Wakita still holding down that first priority. She's sitting in a pretty good position moving on through with a 7 and a 6.6, but of course anything can happen in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining. Sarah Wakita, she's breathing easy. She's in the lead with a 7 and a 6.6. Here goes Jessie Starling chasing a 5.86. Opens the shoulders. First turn was good. Wave gives her absolutely nothing beyond that. We've seen her, that's the third wave where she's got the big first turn and then the wave's done nothing.
Yeah, I feel like in moments like that, if you're getting wave, especially if you're needing a 5.86 and you've got a 5.75 for pretty much one turn, if you're getting waves that are only offering one turn, you got to change your strategy and find something that's going to offer two, because if she can do two good turns, then she'll knock on the door of getting the score as well. So, but with 1 minute 15 on the clock, it's going to be pretty close.
What's the lineup like when you're out there? Can you see waves coming?
Yeah, you can definitely see waves coming, but it's there's moments out there where I was like, I don't know if I'm in the spot or if a wave's going to come a little bit wider. So you just got to be really adaptable out there. Pretty ocean aware.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you line yourself up with fixed points as well, not like a man on a horse, because he could ride off.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that,
then you're all over the place.
Yeah. And with the sweep as well, it's kind of hard to stay in that one spot. You're always slowly paddling throughout the whole heat. So by the end of the half an hour, your shoulders are a little bit sore or your back or whatever. So just knowing where to sit is pretty important out there.
All right, 20 seconds to go. It's looking like I might be going down to have a chat with Sarah Wakita. And it's looking like Sumomo Sato is going to hang on to second place. And unfortunately for our co-commentator Jessie Starling, she's going to have to join us in the booth a little bit more often now, because the dream is over. Lydia Kato is in fourth. All right, we have one more heat to come here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open in the women's round of 16, and then we're going to roll on into the men's round of 16. Don't go anywhere. More action coming our way right after this quick break.
And welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have the round of 16 for the women out there. This is the last heat. So we'll be determining the last two quarterfinalists. In the red, we have Nanaho Suzuki. In the blue, Nao Amura. In the white, Sky Brown. And in the green, we have Sugar Shanti Banas from India. So she's the last Indian female surfer. Nanaho has already locked in a 4.0. And welcoming in the booth, Dai, welcome. You've been out talking to a lot of the Japanese surfers. What's been the general vibe that they've been giving you?
General vibe giving me is that they love the curry here.
Yes.
The curry vibes. That's
Curry
what they,
vibes.
yeah.
Well, we did see Sarah Wakita take that last heat out. Sumomo Sato coming in second. Tell me a little bit about Nanaho and Nao as well. I know you spoke to Nao yesterday, is that right?
Yeah, I was doing commentating yesterday with Nao here in the booth, and she's from Shonan, which is my hometown as well. So we grew up surfing together actually when we were young, and she's very experienced competitor, I guess. She's been on the QS tour probably over years, and 10 years or something.
Wow.
And now she's looking after for her young generations. And actually, the Surfing Red, Nanaho, and now is the same team. They are sponsored by Roxy, and they came here together.
Oh, wow. So they're staying with each other.
Yes.
I was staying with quite a few of the Japanese girls now, and I think Nanaho and Minami was there. Emily and Julie Nishimoto were there, and I was staying with them last year at the Krui QS 5000 event, and they were so fun. They were great. Here we go, up and riding. This looks like Sugar Shanti Banas from India. Just coming off the back of that one. She's the last Indian surfer. She took out that event over the weekend, the Covalon Classic. She's from Goa on the west coast, and she's only been surfing for 6 years.
Only 6 years?
Yeah, only 6 years for Sugar Shanti. So pretty minimal compared to all of the women in the draw for this event.
Experienced surfers. Must be a good experience for her.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. She's been a national champion for the last 2 years and currently holds the title. And she says that one of her biggest achievements is to was representing India for the women's team at the Red Bull event in Sri Lanka. And she was also featured in Vogue for surfing as well, which is huge.
Huge.
Wow. So she wants to be a role model and inspire more women and girls to take up the sport and to represent India on an international level, which she's already doing.
Exactly what she's doing right now.
Yeah, so she says, I'm an advanced diver, and she plans to complete her masters as well, which is huge.
That's huge.
And that is Lydia Kato walking up the beach. Here we go, that Sky Brown on her backhand. Hopefully we can have a look to see if she got anything before that, if there's a replay there or not.
So surfing red, we have Nanaho from Japan. She's from Aichi, which is located here. Is a live action from the blue, nice cap back, and finishing off is a nice layback kind of snap. That's good start with the hit. It was a good start for her.
Yeah.
To start her campaign, she got 2.0, and definitely that one will be her best score.
Yeah, for sure. She'll have a score to lock in.
Yeah, as I said before, Nanaho is from Aichi, which is located in the middle of Japan and probably 4 hours drive from Tokyo area. Here's a replay.
Yeah, really liked how she opened up on that first turn and then got a bit of a slide to finish on that second turn, the variety. That score locks in at a 5. So that takes her up into the lead, which I think is a very well-deserved score there for now.
Exactly.
And here we go, out the back. Sky Brown up and riding. Nice turn there in the pocket. She's waiting for this one to stand up, and it does. Puts it up there for a finish, which she gets it. So solid surfing there from Sky Brown. She'll make her way back out the back.
That was great surfing and a great wave, like an open face with the longer wall. Here's the replay. It's a bigger wave as well. Nice cutting back and back to the power zone, and nice connecting turns over there, and looking for another section and finish off with the powerful snap right there.
Yeah, solid surfing there from Sky Brown, waiting on that score to lock in with 22 on the clock.
So 2 turns from now and she got 5.0, so a couple of turns in the last white, so could be better or not.
Yeah, I think that she'll get a decent score. A couple of numbers starting to lock in for Sky. Locks in best wave of the heat so far, a 7.0 for that last wave of Sky Brown. So she'd be feeling pretty happy hearing that one on the paddle back out. Looks like someone is having a paddle up and riding. Really nice first carve to start there. Now she's going to wait for this one to hopefully stand up as she passes Horse Rock, and unfortunately that one not offering too much, so she kicks out. So Nanaho is from
Aichi, yeah, which is located in the middle of Japan, which is 4 hours drive from Tokyo area, and she started surfing pretty young, and her parents went to Hawaii every summer, and that's where she meets surfing, and she decided to do surfing as her career.
Oh wow.
When she was 12 years old, I believe.
Wow.
And I believe that she skates as well, and she's pretty good at it too.
Insane.
So she's a talented person.
Yeah, talented woman. That last wave for now locked in at a 4.5, so that takes her into the lead. Sky Brown needs a 2.5 to go to first. Nanaho locked in a 4 for her first wave. She needs a 3.61 to go to second, but she'd be wanting to lock in a nice score. Here she is, up and riding right on cue die.
Nice cutting back and waiting for the section to step up, and looking for the last section to finish off. Can she rise out of it? Oh, nice cutting back down and finish off the turn nicely.
Wow. Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave there for Nanaho. She glided through some of those sections there. Looks like we're going to have a look at the replay for last of Nanaho. Goes straight up into the lip, just a quick little carve to start, and this is where she really starts to open up. And you can see her just driving down the line, patiently waiting for this one to stand up. Really solid swooping cut back there as she taps a whitewash, sees a little section, and then gets a bonus part there. Just trying to tweak that end bit as well. So Nanaho will have a score to come through.
Oh, that was a great surfing over there. That was the longest wave she got so far, and she's only got one wave now, and she has 4.0 and looking for 3.61 to move up into second place, and that might be it. That ride might be it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we'll see a situation change. She was only looking for a small score. And yeah, best wave of the heat so far, 7.25 for Nanaho. So she goes up into the lead with a 7.25 and a 4. Now Omura has a 5 and a 4.5. She needs to drop a 6.26 if she wants to go to first. And Sky Brown, we saw her lock in that 7.0 a little bit earlier. She needs a 2.5 to go to second. And Sugar Shanti Banas chasing an 8.7 to go to second position. There's just under 18 minutes to go, so still plenty of time. Hopefully we'll have the opportunity to chat to Sarah Wakita with potentially Chris Binns shortly, I'm sure. 17 and a half to go. Up next we have the men's round of 16 for the first heat. We'll see Joe Azuchi, Rinta Otto, Dani Widianto and Kaijiro Nishi. That will be the first heat of the men's round of 16, which I'm looking forward to. The waves are providing here today at Mahabalipuram Day.
Ocean starting to be awakened. And last few heats are really quiet, so
So just under 17 minutes to go. Nanaho Suzuki in the lead with a 7.25 and a 4. That last of Sugar Shanti, 1.65. 16 and a half minutes to go. Now Amura holding first priority. So she's got the pick of the lineup there. She really needs to try and get a decent score so to make it a little bit harder for Sky Brown.
she must know that the Sky Brown is, capable of getting that score. So she has to wait for the right ones to get better score for her backup score.
Yeah, absolutely. Not too much going on in regards to the action right now. Ocean's just slowed up a little bit, having a breather. Having a little breather. And I'm sure we'll see some decent sets coming through, hopefully shortly. 15 and a half minutes to go. And looks like while we have a little bit of a break in the action, we'll head over to Chris Binns with the last heat's heat winner, Sarah Wakita.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a little bit of break in the action in what we're seeing right now, but there was no break in the action when you were surfing just then, Sarah. You had a 7, a 6, you threw away a 5. You must have been loving conditions.
Yeah, for sure. I love these kind of waves, these mellow waves. It kind of looks like Makaha back home, so yeah, it's really fun, and yeah, I think it suits my surfing, so I'm really excited.
Is this your first time to India?
It's my first time.
How's your experience been so far?
I was kind of sketched out about the spices and stuff, but it's so much better than what I expected, and so beautiful, and the waves are fun too. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here, and yeah, I can't wait to come back again.
You guys have had to wait 3 or 4 days before surfing your first heat, but you were clicking straight into your rhythm. How did you go about just locking in those scores?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous, but I just used those nerves as like a motivation, and yeah, just try to search for the best waves out there, and yeah, to surf my best. So it was fun.
Growing up wanting to be a pro surfer, could you have imagined that one day you'd be surfing a heat here in India?
No, I didn't. I didn't know there would be like good waves out here in India. So yeah, it's one of I'm stoked to be a part of this.
I think we all are. All right, well, you looked really impressive in that heat. Here's to having many more conversations, hopefully on the road to the finals. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, Sarah Wakita, back to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks so much, Binzi and Sarah. She seems to be feeling really comfortable out here, Dai.
Yes, and the wave more like Makaha, but that's what she said, and I was kind of surprised. But yeah, Makaha has mellow waves, so I would say yes, it is kind of like Makaha when it's small.
Yeah, for sure. Well, not much has changed in scoreline. 13 and a half minutes to go. Now Amura sitting in second, needing a 6.26. Sky Brown chasing a 2.5. Sugar Shanti Banas looking for a 7.85. just a little over 13 minutes to go. Not too much going on right now. The girls just paddling, trying to stay in position. That little sweep is actually coming into play a little bit there, Di.
How was the sweep going on in the water? I heard it's pretty strong.
Yeah, it was actually pretty strong. There was definitely moments where you're thinking, do I paddle back up or do I turn around and try and run around and make the way back out? But you can paddle against it for sure, but it's there.
But now you can tell from the screen, the surfer's just sitting in the same position and no paddling towards the peak area. So must be less sweep out there right now, as the tide just stops.
Yeah, it looks like the sweep has kind of started to slow down a little bit, which is good.
Which is good.
Yeah. Well, just under 12 minutes to go in this one. Not much change. Looks like the girls have maybe identified something here. We'll see if there's a paddle. And it looks like we've got a paddle. Blue, now Amura up and riding. Nice first carve to start. Really opens up her arms there. And she's going to wait for this one to stand up. Puts it up there for a finish. Unfortunately comes unstuck. Di, you felt that one.
I felt that one. Exactly, yes. But the first two turn was amazing. I love how she managed a full rail carve back down to the bottom for her first turn, and the second turn I loved it. So she would get decent score for that.
Yeah, hopefully. And up and riding out behind her looks like Sugar Shanti Banas. Nice first turn there for the local girl. But that wave not offering much more, so she'll kick out. Waiting on that score for now to lock in. Wow, so that last wave of now locked in at a 5.5. So that goes into her best wave of the heat so far. She's looking for a 5.76 to go to first. That makes it a little harder for Sky Brown, who needs a 3.5. And Sugar Shanti is chasing an 8.5. So you're right, Di, a really nice wave there for those first two turns, and the judges were rewarded it.
Good call for now in less than 10 minutes remaining, and she extended her lead towards the suffering white Sky Brown, and now Sky needs 3.5, which isn't a big score, but still extending the score put pressure to the surfers. So I guess it was great call for now.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that fall, I would have loved to have seen where the score went if she had have maybe got a better connection with that last turn.
If she could make the last turn, she would add a few points more to the score.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Well, just under 9 minutes to go. Nanaho Suzuki in the lead with a 7.25 and a 4. We saw now just locking in a 5.5. Here we go, Sky Brown chasing a 3.5. She's up and riding on this one. Solid carve to start here for Sky Brown. She's waiting for this one. Just you can see her pumping through there, and she needs to ride out if she wants to get close to the score, which she does that. So we'll wait and see what that locks in as for Sky. She already has a 7 in her scoreline, so she needs the 3.5 to go up into second place. So we'll leave that to the judges and see what that locks in as. I'm sure it's going to be stressful moments for now Omura. waiting for that score to lock in.
Exactly. The last wave from Sky Brown, I think she was expecting more walls towards the end, but unfortunately doubling up the wave, so it was really difficult section to finish off.
Yeah, it definitely was a tricky section. Here we go, Nanaho up and riding on this one. Solid first turn to start off, bringing it around again for another one here. And she lines it up beautifully for a finish, unfortunately getting hung up, so she has to get out. Not too much to worry about there for Nanaho, but would have been nice if she could have maybe bettered that 4. That last wave of Sky Brown right on the score, a 3.5 she gets. She moves up into second, so now Amura needs a 5.01. We can see Sky and now have the same heat total score, 10.5. The reason why Sky has moved into second is because she does have the highest score out of the two of them, being that 7.0. So Sky now chasing a 4.26 to go to first. And that last wave of Nanaho, a 5.35. So they really like those first 2 turns. So she's extending her lead. So solid stuff there.
Yep, I think the Nanaho's wave has more open face than Nao's and Sky's wave. So that probably the reason she got the better score. And Sky Brown, the last wave, 3.50.
And here we go now, up and riding. Nice first carve to start, puts it straight up in the lip. She's going to have to ride out if she wants to get close to the score, which she does. She goes in front there, waiting for this one to hopefully stand up, staying nice and close to the whitewash here. She's making her way to shore, puts it up there for a nice finish, and she kicks out of there.
Wow, that was a great surfing from Nao Omura, last wave. That was great surfing and great wave, actually. She put good couple of turns, and she only needed, she needed 5.01. Wow, what do you think?
Wow, I think it's going to be close. What do you think?
It's going to be very close, but to my opinion, she would get it.
Yeah, I think it'd be knocking right on the door. She only needs a 5.01, so it's a pretty achievable score for now. And that wave was really nicely surfed. Those first 2 turns were great, so we'll see where the judges go with that score. And there's 5 minutes to go, so regardless, she has another opportunity. Sugar Shanti, the Indian surfer here, the local girl at Mahabs, looking for an 8.5 to move up into the lead. She's not really had too many waves with the same opportunity as those girls. We have some scores locking in. Looks like we will see a situation change. Yeah, there it is, a 6.4 for last of now. Sky Brown now down into third. Needs a 4.9, and you were right, Di. She did get the score there.
Wow. Just under 4 minutes 30 seconds remaining, and the Sky now needs 4.90. That is not big score. That is small score, and we have still 4 minutes remaining, and probably we're gonna have another set and a lot of opportunities. So just waiting for the next exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the back end of this one. 4 minutes to go. So Sky Brown is put in third place, chasing a 4.9. Sugar Shanti is looking for a 9.9. I'd love to see Sugar be in a position where, she can really showcase her talent. Sky Brown fighting hard to finish that one off. She doesn't quite do it there, so she has to get back out the back with 3.5 minutes to go. I'm wondering if she got a couple of turns out before that one died.
I'd love to see the replay of the Sky Brown last night.
So we won't get a replay of that wave, so we'll just have to judge off the score. Looks like it locked in at a 1.15, so that was not enough. Sky Brown is looking for a 4.9 with 3 minutes to go. Where is now Amura, and is she going to go and sit on Sky Brown?
If I was now, I'll be sitting on Sky Brown for sure for 3 minutes.
Absolutely. And it's, you know, there's a fine line between if she's up there needing that priority. Here we go. Looks like we got a replay. Just one solid turn there for Sky. And as we saw, it locked in at a 1.15, so not the score that she was requiring.
That was big. That was a big turn, though.
Solid turn. If she had rid it out, she probably would have got the score.
Exactly.
Well, where is now in the lineup? She hasn't established priority yet. We can see, I believe, to the right of screen, that is Jo Azuchi making his way out for his round of 16 heat. The quarterfinals are on standby for the rest of the day, so we'll see, depending on how the conditions are, if we'll be running or not. Just under 2 minutes to go. Sky Brown chasing a 4.9. Naramura establishes priority, but she's got to be careful that she doesn't paddle too far down and gets her priority suspended as well.
But this is a very stressful moment for those three surfers. In last minute and half seconds remaining, Sky needs only 4.90 now. Surfing Blue lost her priority.
Yeah, so that means that she's paddled out of the priority area. So her priority has been suspended. She was sitting in third priority. So if she paddles back into the priority area, then she regains her priority. But the reason why she's paddled so far down is she's trying to go and sit on Sky Brown. You know, she doesn't want to give Sky the opportunity to lock in that 4.9. So with just under 1 minute to go, we'll see if now Amura can stop Sky Brown from taking away stressful moments.
Stressful moment, just over 40 seconds remaining. And you can tell the now just chasing Sky Brown down to the left side of the area.
Wow, so they're going quite far down the beach there. Sky just trying to create some distance. Now just trying to, I guess, stop any distance at all. That is Nanaho, the heat leader, on a bit of a victory lap there. She looks like she's having fun. We're coming down to the final 5 seconds here. Doesn't look like Sky will have the opportunity to get another wave there. So looks like Nanaho, Suzuki, and now Omura moving through to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, Sky Brown and Sugar Shanti Banas bowing out. Looks like this is a replay for last of now Nanaho, sorry. She looks like she's just trying to make her way into the shore there. So up next, we will have the men's round of 16, Heat 1. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be plenty of action. We will be right back with the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no fears, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh, no, 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 ooh, no, 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 no.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. This is Heat 1, Round 16, men's side of the draw. We just saw the last of the women's round of 16 heats, and it was Nanaho Suzuki and No Amora getting through. Straight into action for the man, and this looks like Kajiro Nishi on his backhand, skating past Horse Rock. Is it Horse Rock or Horses Rock? What do you reckon, Jessie Starling?
I think it's Horse Rock because there's one of them.
But it might be a rock that belongs to a horse.
Well, now I'm confused. I would say Horse Rock because wouldn't horse? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, like Witch's Rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would suggest that's a rock that belongs to a witch rather than multiple witches that it might look like. Anyway, here goes Kajiro Nishi on his backhand. This will be the first score of the heat. Skating past the Rock of Horses and through to the inside. Joe Azuki is our man in red. He looked pretty impressive in his first outing yesterday. Rinta Utu is the surfer in blue. Danny Widianto, he also looked very sharp. The Indonesian from Kuta Bali. And the man in green we just saw then was Kajiro Nishi. So 3 Japanese and an Indonesian. And, conditions are looking pretty good out there right now. The wind's kind of grooming it. The tide is running out. We did, we were cursed with some very slow heats right at the peak of the high tide, but as it starts to run out, maybe we're in for a pretty good afternoon. We've just got 4 heats to go today. That is the men's round of 16, and then we'll be down to the quarterfinals on both sides of the draw.
Yeah, it's really fun out there. I just got in from my heat and I actually didn't want to come in because the waves were so fun. I think if you can get one that opens up and connects past Horses Rock, whatever you want to call it, it's really fun. I actually let my competitor go one and she got the score.
Yeah, don't do that. You were opening up strong, big first turns on 3 of your waves, and then all 3 occasions the second section just gave you donuts.
Yeah, nothing. But that's okay, It's all about having a good time. This is our surfer in white, just up and out on that one.
With Danny Widianto flying through. Joe Azuki, I would imagine he's done quite a bit of work before we caught up with him.
Yeah, Joe had one of those heats yesterday that we weren't expecting from him. It was a really slow start to his heat, and then right at the last minute he got a 7.5 and a 6.9, I believe. And it was like, we were sitting here going, that's not much Joe. Usually he comes out of the gate swinging. And then he turned the heat around in about 6 minutes in the 30-minute heat. So he opened up with a 1.2, so we'll see what strategy he's taking today. But he is also one of my favourite surfers to watch. And which one was the one in the last heat of the day yesterday afternoon, who you called a young Hiroto?
Oh, good question. Let me look at...
I'm excited to watch him again.
That's a really good question. I was saying he looked like an oversized Hiroto Ohara. I just can't remember exactly what we were talking about.
I believe he won the last heat yesterday afternoon, so it would have been heat 5 of the round of 32.
Yeah, Daiki Tanaka.
Yes,
of course.
He was a standout. Joe Azuchi for me, as well as Raiha Onu. He's been a real standout for me as well. And he's coming up next, so I'm excited to commentate that heat again.
I'd really like to know where Yuji Nishi is.
Yeah.
He's a legend, that guy.
Rip curl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Japanese version of Kakoa Bakalso. Like this larger-than-life character, big smile. He hardly speaks any English, but somehow we've got this great relationship where we always smile and laugh at each other wherever we see each other in the world. I think it's because he's loved by Ryan Fletcher at Rip Curl. And Ryan said you should smile at this guy when you see him around, and so now he does. And I smile back, and now we're friends.
I never knew his name was Ryan. I've only ever known him as Fletch.
You just thought he was like Madonna.
No, but
one name.
you know,
Fletch.
sometimes you only know people by their nicknames.
Yeah,
You just go, yeah, that's Fletch.
For
His
anyone
name's
out there
Ryan.
who doesn't know what we're on about, Ryan Fletcher is the Rip Curl team manager, I would say internationally, because he deals with a lot of big dogs. He's That's a lot in Hawaii. Just a great man all around. Speaking of great men, here goes Kajiro Nishi. He's already got a 6 to his name, and now he's rattling off turns on his backhand. Wow. He's torn this one to ribbons. Can he tear something to ribbons? He cut it to ribbons. Regardless, all the way through to the inside, big closeout waft, and he is done. Expect that to challenge his 6 for the best wave of the heat, and know that it will put him a mile out into the lead. And how to play out, Jessie?
Yeah, this is the replay. He kind of just kept on tagging it down the line. This was one of those waves that just allowed him to keep on moving further and further down the point. There's not many that do that. A lot of them taper. So he's already banked about 4 backhand Rios, and I really like the authority that he finished off with on that last turn. I agree. I reckon that is going to challenge his 6.
All right, someone up and riding. That looked like Danny Widianto. He has vanished off the screen, however. So, let's see what comes of that. Still waiting on a number to drop in for Kajiro Nishi with 22 minutes remaining. Pretty keen to catch up with Daiwako, who's going to be having a chat with Nanaho Suzuki.
The first indication of Kajiro Nishi's last wave, we could be wrong. It's coming in, looks like below his last wave, so still a 5.25, so it's a pretty substantial lead for the first 10 minutes, 6 and a 5.25. Danny, a 0.9 and a 0.5, here he is. Yep, just up and out of another one there, so you'll probably be looking for one of those ones that Kajiro got.
Yeah, so a 6 and a 5.25 for Kajiro, 11.25. That is a very strong start with still 21 and a half minutes to go. Takes a lot of the pressure off. You can expect to see him back off a little from the priority games and surf a lot more freely at this point. It worked really well for Sarah Wakita a couple of heats ago. She ended up throwing away a 5.75, such was the strength of her performance.
Yeah, Joe and Rinta still staying a little bit quiet for the first 10 minutes of this heat. I feel like Kajiro has really, dominated in the first 10 minutes. So we'll see if he can hold on to his lead. But we do know the talent of all 3 of the other surfers in this heat. So it's definitely far from over.
Alright, 20 and a half minutes go. All scores are in. Danny Widianto just a 2 for his last wave. So it's all Kajiro Nishi at this point. He has a 6 and a 5.25. His 3 combatants have barely 4 points between the 3 of them. Here goes Joe Azuki, highly fancied Japanese surfer, and you can see why. Look at the man in red tearing into this one down the line. It wasn't the biggest wave, but it's got great shape, and he has smacked it from start to finish. Nicely done for the man in red. And that is going to challenge the best wave of the heat and see him move into second or potentially even the lead with 19 minutes 40 to go. Run us through the replay, Jessie.
Yeah, that first opening carve was really powerful. I feel like he meets all his waves with a really high intensity and energy. Just wrapping back, seen 4 back-to-back, and then, just kind of puts the cherry on top. Decides, you know what, it's a smaller one, but I'll surf it to the best of my ability. You know, he puts this level of surfing no matter what the wave size is or the conditions. You always see him with this sort of intensity on all of his rides.
And bang, the big finish. That was beautiful from Joe Azuki. After seeing the replay, I think that might well be the best wave of the heat. We'll let the judges figure out if that is the case. And in the meantime, we're going to throw down to Daiwako, who's having a chat with Nanaho Suzuki.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Nanaho Suzuki. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
その前のヒートぐらいまでは結構ゆっくりスローなヒートだったと思うんですけど、ヒート中は結構波もよく来ていて、かなりオープンフェイスな波を見つけることができ、2つのスコアをゲットすることができたと思うんですが、どのようなヒートでしたか？
はい、いい波が1本キャッチできたので、そこでちゃんとこけずにスコア作れたのは良かったかなって思うんですけど、自分が思ってたよりいい波ではあったんで、乗り終わった時にもう少しスコアが伸ばせたなっていう課題もありつつ、なんで次につなげられたらなって思います。
She was very happy with the first wave she got the good score, but after finishing the ride she knew that she could have done better, so she will adjust for the next heat. インドの方は初めてですか？
もちろん初めてです。
初めてのインド、この生活、1週間弱ぐらいいるとは思うんですけど、どうですか？
いやなんかこう初めて来たからもちろんだとは思うんですけど、本当なんかこう新しい刺激というか、本当異国の地っていう感じがすごくあって、こう毎日新しい発見がありつつ楽しい生活が送れてます。
So this is her first trip to India, and because it's her first trip to this country, so every day, everything that she sees is new experience for her, and she's having fun every day. ではライブの方を、たくさんの方が、見てくれていると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
はい、初めての土地で慣れないことも多いですが、毎日楽しみながら頑張ってます。次も自分らしく戦っていこうと思うんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dai Wacko and Nanaho Suzuki. Last wave in for Joe Azuki was a 5. We've just seen him take off on another wave, well, kick out of another wave there, so we wanted to catch up with that one on the replay. And it's great to have Dai here to pick the minds a little more of our Japanese competitors who we've seen surfing on our screens for so long, but never really got too much insight from. So having Dai here, who is obviously Japanese, but went to school on the Gold Coast at the Palm Beach Currumbin High School surfing program, and surfed alongside guys like Jack Freestone and Thomas Woods. Here to do a bit of translating is something that I think we should maybe do more of in future.
Yeah, I agree. I love Dai's interview with the Japanese competitors. It allows us to get to know them all a little bit more personally, and it's nice to know how they actually are feeling after their heats and their strategy, because there's always a level of you don't know. So I love Dai's post-heat interviews, and I can't wait for more.
All right, here goes Danny Widianto, the Balinese surfer. He is putting the foot down. He is flying, pedal to the metal, big floater. Will he revisit the open face? Not quite. Looked like that section that was just in front of him had a little bit of shape to it, but unfortunately he couldn't quite sneak in front. So a lot of action, maybe not too many points resulting there. Kajiro Nishi is still our heat leader with a 6 and a 5.25. Joe Azuki has a 5 and a 2.5. Danny Widianto, he just dropped in a 3. So he's sitting in third, chasing a 4.51. And Utu just dropped a 4.65 to go up to second. Joe Azuki's now looking for a 3.55 for second, and Danny Widianto is looking for a 5.55 for second. 14 minutes 40 to run.
Yeah, all scores locked in. Only really that one major score of the 6. The 5.25 and the 5 are both mid-range scores. I guess they live in that category. So, maybe, we have been seeing the conditions slow down throughout the day, but I feel like we still definitely have a few more hours of fun waves, and they haven't made the call on whether they're going to go into the quarters yet today, but I know we still have plenty more days to run.
Yeah, looking at the forecast, tomorrow and Saturday, the pick of what's left. Sunday, I think, it's a bit of a dud, so we'll be wrapping things up. Possibly Saturday in front of a huge crowd. 12 million people in Chennai. And get a few of them to do the 60-kilometre or 90-minute drive, and we could be in business.
Imagine 12 million people.
I can't. That's half of Australia.
That's ridiculous. All on the beach. That'd be pretty cool. Watching surfing, get the crowd going. So just over 13 minutes. Still Kajiro, who basically just took advantage of those first 10 minutes and his first two rides. Only two waves and he's capitalised on both of them. It looks like we might have a little line approaching. We'll see if we have any takers, but it might be one of those shouldered off ones. Yeah. Good call. Not going that one. It just didn't really open up. It was one of those ones that was a bit deeper. I feel like the wider ones definitely allow you to open up more. Surf past horse or horse's rock.
Rock of Horses.
Yeah, we could change it. Rock of Horses.
All right, someone is having a look right now. It is Kajiro Nishi, our heat leader. Vertical, strong surfing from the goofy footer. Sticking with it. He's looking to get over this double up, but not to be.
Yeah, this is the replay of the last one of Kajiro. So just almost a check snap, but that's the money turn. I really, really like that turn. I feel like probably the best turn he's done on any of his waves. Unfortunately, it was just the one strong maneuver. But because he did go vertical and it was a bit of a bigger wave, I'll be interested to see if it challenges his 5.25.
I don't think so, but you never know. He did go really vertical. That was the cool thing about it. That is the advantage that the backhanders have, is they can really wrench that turn around. A 4.75 the result, so it was close but not quite. Here goes Danny Widianto, surfer in white, looking to take to the sky. Throws, oh, is that the first air reverse we've ever seen in competition in India?
I think so. I think so.
Definitely wasn't the greatest air reverse of Danny Widianto's life. It was a bit kind of forced, ollie chop-uppy kind of thing. Credit card air, if you'd call it that. But it was an air reverse of sorts. He rode out of it seamlessly, kept flying down the line, couple more turns. Don't think the judges are going to throw a huge number at it, but good to see that maybe bigger sections with that same sort of ramp, we might see if you guys take the sky later on.
I'm saying that Joe Azuchi, we're waiting for a score from him as well. Danny, a 3.8.
Yep, not bad. Goes into his top two. That's actually his best wave. He won't want to be hanging on to it in 10 minutes 20 when this heat is done, but nice little moment of flair for the boy from Bali all the same. Kajiro Nishi still out in the lead with the 6.525. Into Utu, just the two waves, just enough to have him sitting in second. Joe Azuki maybe has a wave to come. Here goes Rinta Utu, good looking wave. That is a great turn. Release the tail, got plenty of drift. Open face carve. And a second one. This is looking pretty fluent for Rinta Utu. He's not finished yet either. He's going to keep whipping away at this one. Links it up. He's got another section. He's a mile down the beach. Leg burner, and he is out of there. And that was a big moment of drama. The crowd comes alive as Rinta Utu combines a decent amount of length of ride with a great bit of variety. That first turn, the kind of drifting tail slide was pretty cool. Talk us through it.
Yeah, this is the replay. So this first turn's really nice. He gets a bit of release off this first one. I was almost worried for a second. I was like, oh no, don't fall. But no, straight back into another roundhouse. And then getting through that little bit of dead water off Horse's Rock or Rock of Horses. And then here he just goes to town and it just keeps giving him more. So he gets what we think is the finishing snap there. And so does he. And then last minute, yeah, tags it again for a nice finishing turn. I think he got about 4 finishing turns. Kept surprising himself with more
I was
wave.
trying really hard not to call it a finishing turn because felt that might just keep running and running and running, and it did. It was only about knee high by the end of it, but Rinta Utu could have, banged a big one and signed off and got about another 50 metres and maybe another little 3 or 4 more windscreen wipers in before it finally ran out of steam. Last wave for Joe Azuki, a 6.5, so that puts him in the lead. Rinta Utu is now chasing a 6.6 for second. I think this might be the replay of Joe Azuki's 6.5. Let's cue it up and have a look. Well, there's a bit of action going on in front of us. Someone's just done a nice turn. Another nice turn. Leave the binoculars out for this one.
Yeah, and I think someone caught the wave before that one and really...
Oh, this is a bit of a set, isn't it? Sorry to talk over you.
No, that's okay. No. Yep, there goes. There's so much going on. There is Keijiro Nishi showing us again the caliber of backhand surfing, going around Rock of Horses. Can't skip over that one, but I feel like he could be in trouble. I reckon that...
He's definitely in trouble. We're about to see Rinta Utu go up to the excellent range. To the lead. There it is. Third to first for Rinta Utu. His last wave was an 8.25. This is the replay of Kajiro Nishi, who was in the lead for probably 22 minutes of this heat and has now quickly slipped from down to second and again down to third. He's going to need a number for that wave to be over 5.51 to keep his Tamil Nadu International Surf Open run running. So that one is in the hands of the judges. A 6.5. Rinta Utu, an 8.25 for a wave that just kept on keeping on. He paced himself beautifully from start to finish. Couple of big turns to get going and then just kept chipping away at it. Banking another half point, another full point, another 1.5, all the way down the line and added up to 8.25 in the end. Best wave we've seen, well, obviously in the round of 16 for the men. Last score for Kajiro Nishi was a 4.85, so that doesn't change anything. There's 5 minutes 50 to go. Rinta Utu is in the lead with an 8.25 and a 4.65. He would love to get rid of that 4.65 and really put this one beyond doubt. Joe Azuki is sitting in second. He also has second priority. He's got a 6.5 and a 5. He's only a quarter of a point in front of Kajiro Nishi, so Joe Azuki's looking to upgrade his 5 and make things a little bit tougher for Kajiro Nishi and Danny Widianto. Kajiro, he is currently chasing a 5.51 for second and a spot in the quarterfinals. Danny Widianto, he has priority. He wants to cash it in and pick up a 7.7 to get himself into the quarters, but anything over a 3.8 is going to help him if he wants to add 2 new scores to his tally, because at the moment he's just stuck with a pair of 3s. We are inside the last 5 minutes and very exciting heat conditions are looking pretty good, Jessie.
Yeah, that was a really action-packed last 3 minutes.
There's a flurry.
Yeah, there was a lot going
Frenzy.
on for a while there. There was plenty of action around Rock of Horses. And yeah, it was a bit hard to keep up with, but it's all become very close. I mean, Danny would definitely be wishing he had something a bit more substantial in his scoreline. But yeah, Kajiro go from leading the heat to third so quickly. It's almost the worst feeling. But still 4 minutes. It's just whether or not another flurry, as you called it, will come through the lineup. They are a bit few and far between even today when there's a bit more swell.
Changing tack slightly, I just had a bit of thought. Have you seen the trophies for this event?
I haven't. Are they cool?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I just got a little bit excited because they could go anywhere with them.
Yeah.
So much potential.
There is. I wonder if we can get a glimpse.
Maybe you're not allowed to. Maybe they stay hidden.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they're buried in that rock on the beach that has a cave in it that the filmers are all working out of. How's that? Oh. Indian filmers don't know how good they've got it. It is so cool in there. It's like it's got air conditioning.
Is it?
That's beautiful. Oh, we're on again. They've got to give us some heads up. Mum would kill me if she tuned in and saw how bad my posture is.
Oh, what's your mum's name?
Mrs. Binns.
Mrs. Binns. Maybe that's why they're trying to do it. Trying to get you caught out.
My fiance would kill me for that as well.
Soon to be Mrs. Binns.
Yeah, Mrs. Binns to be. 3 minutes remaining. Oh, suspended priority. This is exciting. Rinta Utu, he's winning and now he's shoulder hopping. Oh, can't do that, Rinta. Everyone knows that. We've known it for at least 3 heats. So if you've just tuned in and you don't know what we're talking about, Rinta Utu has an X next to his name. Now that's not his Twitter handle. It's suspended priority. So he paddled out to the takeoff area as determined by the judges, got priority, and now he's paddled a bit down the point, shoulder hopping, and the judges are like, no, you can't sit down there and play your priority card and drop in on someone. You need to paddle back up. And yeah. Oh, good looking wave for Joe Azuki. I wonder if he'll go past Rinta now, who would normally want to drop in on him but won't be able to.
Can't do it. I really want to know if they put an X on the priority board. Maybe I'll run out in the break and I can report back to all of you guys watching.
Yeah, well, I mean, True was telling us it was just the beach commentators who were kind of filling in the blanks on that one. So it was a good looking wave for Joe at the start, and then I wonder if the rock got in the way.
You can see the backwash from that drone shot that affects that second section of the wave. And the best ones push out, I would say, maybe another 2 meters from where the rock is, so it's a bit easier to manage that backwash. Those ones that Joe was on, they can get a little bit tricky, I'd say, with the rock there. Haven't seen anyone hit the rock yet, though. We've only had jellyfish stings that have been causing havoc.
Okay, who have we got right now? Is this Danny Widianto, surfer in white? Rinta Utu has regained priority. No more suspension for him. He's back in the zone. Oh, so that was Danny Widianto. He definitely had to navigate the rock there, and he did it really nicely. He almost used the backwash to sort of get a bit more juice on his pump. Got around, a bit of speed, and turned that into a couple of turns. I really want to see the replay of this one. Talk us through it.
Yeah, a little layback to start that one off. And then, a carving maneuver. And this is where I was expecting him to go behind the rock, but he's come in front of it, used that extra speed of the water coming over the rock to then release the fins on the last turn and pull off. That could be his best wave in his scoreline. And it is. Up 4.7.
There you go. So that narrows the gap. He's now chasing a 6.8, but unfortunately there's not much time left. Only 5 seconds to go. Look at these sets. Are we in Mexico?
No.
We're not. We are in India for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. That was a very exciting first heat in the men's round of 16. Don't go anywhere. Heat 2 is coming our way right after this quick break.
ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 types of current accounts. ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 current accounts. அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை.
City Union Bank, Rasiana Bank, easy.
Let's get lost in the big world. 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 Let's get lost in the big world.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. I'm True Starling. I'm here with Jessie Starling back in the booth. In the water we have the round of 16, Heat 2. Kairi Noro is in the red. Kian Martin from Sweden in the blue. Laiha Ono from Japan in the white. And Takuto Ota in the green. It's a beautiful day here at Mahabalipuram. That last heat looks like it was a really close one there, JJ.
Yeah, it had heaps of action right at the end of the heat. You know, we saw Keijiro Nishi. I actually feel my heart goes out to Keijiro a little bit because he was leading, I'd say, about 22 minutes of the heat, and in the last 8 minutes, his whole world changed. Rinta Otu got an 8.25, and Joe Azuchi did what Joe Azuchi does best and locked in, I think, a 6.5 and a 5.
Insane. Yeah. Wow. So Joe Azuchi coming back. Here we go, up and riding. Kairi Noro. Nice turn there for Kairi. We could see maybe a little bit of wind coming to play there, but still really clean conditions out there at Mahabs, as the locals call it. We know it as Mahabalipuram, the beach area.
Yeah, the locals call it Mahabs Point, so I like to think myself as a local now because I've been calling it Mahabs. But I was really excited for this heat. One of the standout surfers for me has been Raiha Onu. I just feel like he's looked really fast and comfortable and confident on his feet in the other two heats that I've commentated of his. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can continue that flow that he's had. But first wave for Kairi Noro, a 3.5. So definitely would be looking to drop that, seeing as the scores that we've seen in the last few heats go up into the excellent range, and I'm sure he'd like an excellent score for himself.
Absolutely. Well, we are yet to find out if we're going to move on through to the quarterfinals for the men or the women later on this afternoon. I mean, right now the waves are looking really fun and the conditions are great. Maybe it's slowed up a little bit, but there's still opportunity there. It's quite warm outside. I was actually sitting in the, I guess, food court area that we have. Half expecting it to be lunch and then check the time. It's only 11 o'clock. But also it was really cold in there, so it was nice to come out and have some fresh air and be able to watch the action, live, as opposed to what we are on screen right now. But those pictures are looking really beautiful. There we see Joe Azuchi progressing on through to the next round. He's making his way up the beach. He's smart. He's got the flip-flops on there.
Flip-flops.
Flip-flops. Never said that in my life. Thongs.
Yeah, he's got 2 DHDs under his arm as well. Haven't seen Joe on a DHD before. That's new.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It is new. But interesting. I'd love to pick his brain about that. I think he was on a local Japanese shaper before that, but I could be wrong. But it's the DHDs are looking really nice for him. I'm a massive DHD advocate, so don't mind me over here.
All right, here we go. Kian Martin up and riding. Nice. Carve to start. Brings it around again here for another one. Gaining some speed for Kian. He's waiting for this one to stand up. Flying down the line. Going past Horse Rock there. Puts it up there for a finish. So speedy surfing there from Kian Martin. And out the back, looks like we've got another surfer there. Looks like the surfer in white. Daiha Ono. Nice. Checks it up there as he's waiting for this one to stand up, which it does, and puts it up there for a finish, getting the fins free. So Laiha is locking in a score. Really nice surfing there from both Kian and Laiha. Looking forward to seeing what those scores come in as.
Yeah, Kian had one of those issues where he almost had too many sections to choose from. So here's a replay. Probably the biggest wave we've seen come through today. Just to check carve, and then there's the first turn, that roundhouse there. So he could have hit that section there. Decides to run through, go behind Horse Rock, and finish that one off there. So he almost had 2 different finishing sections, but this is Raiha Onu, the man who I've been talking so highly of. He finishes that one off. He did get more damage done before that final turn. But yeah, the surf is really fun right now. I feel like it's turning on. We are still waiting for the call to see if they will put the quarterfinals on after this, which I think if conditions stay like this, there's no reason not to. It's one of the best days on the forecast we have, and I'm just loving watching all the surfing going down.
Absolutely, the waves are starting to line up out there. We're still waiting on some scores for Kian and Laiha. Just under 24 minutes on the clock. Takuto Ota holding first priority, looking to open up his account. Scores are starting to filter on in for Kian and Laiha. Kian locks in a 4.15, waiting on that score for Raiha to lock in from Japan. So we have 3 Japanese surfers and a Swedish surfer in this heat. That score locked in for Raiha at a 4.50, so Raiha goes into an early lead with 23 minutes. And looks like up and riding Raiha on this one. And he kicks out, so with not much going on right now, we'll head over to Dai, who is with the last heat's heat winner, Rinta Oto.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Rinta Oto. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
途中の発展ライド、もうビーチから見えなくなるぐらい最後の最後まで乗り続いていたんですが、ヒートを振り返ってみてどうでしたか？
波が来なくてスローヒートなの分かってたんで、本当3本4本で決めようと思って待ってた結果、発展の波乗れたんで、いい作戦がはまったかなと思います。
So he knew that his heat's gonna be slow, so he was thinking about getting just 3 or 4 waves, and in the last wave he got the best wave, 8-point ride, and his plan was working out well. So インドは初めてですか？
初めてです。
このインドかなり、日本とは異なる文化であり、気候も含めて違うと思うんですが、初めてのインドどうですか？
いや波も本当良くて、なんか食事とか危ないよなんて聞いてたんですけど、全然そんなことなくて、街の人も雰囲気もすべて良くて本当最高です。
So this is his first trip to India, and he was expecting more, I would say, sometimes dangerous to be outside at the night time in India, but still he's having good time. The people are great and food great. Atmosphere here in India is great, so he's having really good time here in India. それではライブはたくさんの方今見てくれていると思うんですが、スポンサーの方やファンの方にメッセージの方お願いします。
応援してくださった皆さん、スポンサーさん、家族友人すべての皆さんありがとうございます。次今日あるか分かんないんですけど、変わらず次のヒートも楽しんできます。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dai, and thank you, Rinta. Congratulations on your win. Looks like we're straight back into some action. So this is our surfer in green, Takutu, unfortunately coming unstuck on that one. So currently with just over 20 minutes, it's Raiha Onu. 4.5 and a 1.9 has him in the lead. Kian Martin in the blue, just the 4.15. This is the replay of our last surfer in green. So really nice first turn. Unfortunately, couldn't get to that last section, just comes unstuck. Your wax actually gets really slippery due to the heat of the water. So maybe he just slipped off. Maybe he didn't put enough wax on his board.
Yeah, maybe it just melted a little. But yeah, with 20 minutes to go, still plenty of time for all the surfers. Waiting on that score for Takuto, 2.75. So Kairi Noro is sitting out there with first priority. He opened up with a 3.5. He needs a 66. And here we go. Takuto. This looks like the replay. It looks like he just slipped off, or maybe kind of rolled off the front of that board there. Was getting a little bit too ahead of himself, looking for that end section as opposed to maybe staying present. But I tell you what, that's easier said than done. So we've got just under 19 and a half minutes to go in this one. Raiha Ono in the lead with a 4.5 and a 1.90. This is the replay again of Takuto. Gets 2 turns there. Unfortunately, yeah, it just looks like he's just leaned forward a little bit too much. And his board wasn't prepared for that, so he's just kind of overcompensated there. But with 19 minutes to go, still plenty of time to correct those little mishaps. Jesse, you were out there just recently. Got a couple of fun ones. Talk to me about, the positioning out in the lineup. Is the sweep still kind of strong out there?
It was really strong in my heat. I actually spoke to Sugar, one of the local Indian women surfers out here, and I've only had a few surfs out here. I wasn't really sure, and she's like, you need to line up here, and just you pretty much paddle to stay in the one spot. And so I had my line up with the end of the rocks out to sea is where how far out I sat, and then just off the Red Bull tent on the beach. Unfortunately, I got knocked in the last few minutes based off a silly mistake. Went the first wave of the set instead of the second. But I had heaps of fun, and I fell a few times, but I still got a couple fun turns done, so I'm not deflated. Bummed I'm not surfing another heat, so I was really enjoying myself, but plenty more of those to come in the future. So currently in this heat, though, not too much action, only 5 waves caught in 13 minutes. So maybe conditions slowing down a little bit. Looking like Raiha was having a little look at that one. Unfortunately for us, no takers. But it is, it is a bit of a lull in between the sets, but when they come, they've been coming through in about 3 or 4. So we just have to wait for the next lot of sets.
Yeah, absolutely. Just wait and see what happens in the next 17 minutes or so. Up next, we do have the 3rd heat for the round of 16. Daiki Tanaka, Shohei Keito, Roy Kanazawa, and Robert Magaluna. That will be the 3rd heat for the round of 16. And then we have, for heat 4, Tenchi Iwami, Ryo Inaba, Kutut Agus, and Taki Kanazawa. We saw Roy and Taki a little bit earlier on today. They are brothers from Japan. They both made it through the heat. Up and riding, that is Kairi Noro. Super fast, whippy surfing there from the Japanese surfer. Love to take a look at that replay and see what comes of it. And here we go, out the back behind him. Looks like a surfer in green, Takuto Ota, up and riding. Waiting for this one to stand up. Nice second turn there, throwing a bunch of spray. Super powerful surfer there for Takuto. So back-to-back waves for Kairi, and Takuto really liked that surfing there. What do you think, Jessie?
Yeah, 2 sharp turns for the both of them. Kairi was only looking for a 0.66. He locked in a 4-point ride for that one, so the judge is paying off 2 powerful turns. And then this is Takuto's replay. So nice first turn. Quick, sharp, in the pocket second turn. I think it'll be about on par with Kairi's wave. They were pretty similar waves. But we'll have to wait and see. And it looked like Kian is saying we've got a score to come in for Kian as well. So we may have missed that one, but we'll update you as soon as the score comes in. He's back out there, so I don't imagine it'd be a massive score. Here goes Raiha Onu. Poor wave selection for the man who's had great wave selection during this whole event, so he'll be looking to get back out there to establish 3rd priority. And it looks like we might have a few sets on the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that last wave of Kairi came through at a 4.0, so that takes him up into the lead. That last wave, though, of Takuto Ota, 5.25, so situation does change. Takuto Ota goes into the lead with a 5.25 and a 2.75. Kairi Noro locked in at 4, open up with a 3.5. He's in second. So Raiha, as you said, Jessie, he's been choosing some really great waves throughout his campaign in the event so far. He needs a 3. And Kian Martin is chasing that 3.35. So 14.5 minutes is plenty of time to go.
Yeah, we just need one flurry of waves, and I think we'd see definitely a few situation updates. Here goes Blue Kian Martin, our Swedish surfer from Bali, taken to the air with that one. And Raiha looking like he caught the wider heart of that wave, and this one looking like it's standing up really nicely for him. He's going to get an end section turn and rides out of it. So I'd love to get a close-up replay of the surfer in white, but it looked like he really dominated on that wave. That's the type of surfing we have been seeing from Raiha, and I'm looking forward to seeing what that score comes in at.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid surfing from Raiha there. A couple of really nice carves and a solid finish. We also saw Kian landing and air reverse. Let's have a little bit of a look there. You can see him, he just eyed that section, widened the stance a little bit and rode out pretty clean, and we can see Raiha on the end of it just to the left of screen. He goes out there, but I tell you what, that was still some really nice surfing. Gets a solid finish for Raiha. Looks like he liked the feeling of that one as well. So scores for our 3rd and 4th place getters to come through.
Yeah, both were only looking for a 3 range score, so I dare say I think they're both going to get it, so we could definitely see a situation change. Whether or not they take the lead, there it is. Kian, he got a 6.25 for that last wave, so probably the best air we've seen in competition. We are waiting for a score of white, and initial scores that are dropping in are looking pretty promising. He needed a 3.51, and I have a feeling this wave is going to go almost excellent. There it is, a 6.75, so we've had a complete situation change. It was Raiha Unu with the best of the situation, a 6.57 and a 4.5. Blue Kian, a 6.25 and a 4.15, has him in second. And now, who was leading the heat, Takutu, with a 5.25 and a 2.75. He needs a 5.16 to get back up into progressive position. And then Kairi Noro, he's looking for a 6.4. He does have first priority, so he's in good position to be able to attain that score.
Yeah, absolutely. Both Takuto and Kairi well and truly capable of getting those scores that are required. Priority is with Kairi as well. Takuto holding second priority. There's 11 and a half minutes to go in this one. We saw it go a little bit quiet, and then a couple of waves come through for Raiha and Kian, so I dare say we'll see another exchange come through. Maybe even a situation change depending on the quality of the waves and the surfing. But both Takuto and Kairi have been training for these moments. That's what you do when there's no events. You work with coaches, you work with your team to iron out any bugs, to apply pressure in your daily surf, so that when you come to these moments you can get the scores like a 5.16 or a 6.4 that's required without really needing to think too much about it. Jessie?
Yeah, I think the off-season work is definitely what helps you when it does come to competition time. It's the amount of work that you put in with your coaches, with your team, dialing your surfboards, dialing your surfing, and adding new maneuvers to your repertoire is really what I think changes the game for your season. Even though I think the most important part would be headspace. You can do all the work in the off season, feel the strongest, feel the fittest, feel like you're surfing the best. But if you don't have a good headspace or enough confidence in yourself, you can really rattle your season. So I'd say, work with coaches, but I think work with mindset coaches as well.
For sure. Well, here we go. Raiha up and riding. A couple of nice turns to start. And puts it up there for a solid finish. Standing strong. Looks like he liked the feeling of that one as well. Looking to back up that 6.75. His second score is a 4.5, so he's going to need to better that wave. He got that under priority as well. Let's have a look at the replay, Jessie.
Yeah, really nice first turn from Raiha. I love that second carving maneuver. That one was almost more of a bit of a check carve, and then he signs it off with a really nice finishing turn. He just brings the same energy on every wave, no matter what the size is. We saw him put in the same amount of effort on that set he got before to what he did on that smaller inside wave. So waiting for a score to drop in from Raiha, but yeah, he's been one of the more informed surfers that I've seen during the event.
Yeah, absolutely. He seems to just be really in tune with the waves out there. That score comes through at a 5.4. So Raiha extending his lead. Kian Martin now chasing a 5.91 to go to first. Requirements for Takuto and Kyrie stay the same. Takuto looking for a 5.61. Kyrie looking for a 6.4. A little under 9 minutes remaining in this one, so red and green hopefully trying to find a little wave and get a bit of an exchange going towards the back end of this heat and move up into the progressing position. This is the second heat for the round of 16, then we'll move into the back half of this round for the men and potentially the quarterfinals for the men and all the women, but that is up to the powers that are a little bit above us, so we will communicate that with you once we receive that. So 8 minutes to go. Raiha Ono in the lead with that 6.75 and a 5.4. Kian Martin has a 6.25 and a 4.15. That has him sitting in second at this stage. Takuto Ota looking for a 5.16. He has a 5.25 and a 2.75 in his lineup. And Kyrie Noro has a 4 and a 3.5, looking for that 6.4 to move up into second with 7.5 minutes remaining. It's definitely not out of the question. Here we go. Current heat leader. He was waiting for that one, goes to the air and gets a right out of that one. Looks like he's really enjoying his time. I was pretty surprised that he was able to hold that position for so long, but he's just making it look easy out the back. Looks like we've got Kyrie Noro. We saw a really nice turn there to start this one off. He's looking for a 6.4. Let's see if he can get it. This one's starting to stand up for him. He's going to need to find a solid finish. Goes up for a foam climb, so we'll see what that locks in as from the judges. We saw a really solid connection at the start of that wave from Kyrie. So waiting on that score. He used his priority on that one, so I think that was great decision making there. But will it pay off? Looks like we're going to have a look at a replay here, Jessie.
Yeah, this is the replay of the heat leader, Raiha. So he goes to the air, holds it and spins it around, gets a little bonus section for that carb, moves past the rock, doesn't give him much to work with after that. Not sure it'll go into his top two. And here's the back end of the wave for red. So gets that carb in. He did get a massive opening turn out the back. And then 2 finishing turns to finish that one off. So still waiting for scores for red. Raiha didn't go into his top 2. This is our surfer in green, Takuto, needing a 5.16 at this point in time. Beautiful first turn into a second. Love the finish. I would say that's the best of the last 3 waves we've seen. So we'll just have to wait for the judges to come back with the scores.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really nice surfing there from Takuto and Kyrie. We'll see what they come through as. That last wave of Raiha, a 3.7, did not go into the top 2. He has a 6.75 and a 5.4. We've got 5.5 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, like I said, last of whites was just a 3.7. We expect that red and green may challenge second place. I would love to know the damage of red's first turn. I'm sure he would have loved a bit more of a punchier end section on his last wave. So we'll have to see if he got enough damage done out the back. Green, his wave in my eyes was the best, and going off the score he needs right now, I think he gets the 5.16.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Scores to come through. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Kian Martin sitting out there with priority. Got that 6.25 off that one air. Here we go. The current heat leader up and riding again. He's just having fun out there, waiting for this one to stand up. Looks like he's trying to go to the air. That one just backing off a little bit, carves around, puts it up there for a solid connection there and gets a third little bonus one riding out. So really solid stuff there from Raiha Ono. He is the current heat leader, just showing us exactly why he is. We've got a couple of more scores to lock in for Kairi and for Takuto. Here's a replay for Raiha, Jesse.
Yeah, not his best wave, but still it just shows his electrifying surfing that he possesses and he brings, you know, to every wave. I love that turn, and then the way he was able to get it back up there for a second. I don't think it'll go into his top two, but scores have dropped in. So Red, he was looking for a 6.4. He got a 5.6. So now he's looking for a 4.81. And Green didn't get the score. He needed a 5.16 and he got a 5.10. So it couldn't be more close than that.
Wow, so really close scores there between Takuto and Kairi. Takuto still chasing a 5.16. Kairi lowered that requirement just a little bit, chasing that 4.81 now. So Kian Martin holds first priority and second position. He's in a situation where he'd be feeling happy to be in second, but a little bit stressed towards the back end of this heat. Kairi Noro holds down second priority and Takuto third priority, so Kian has to make some decisions. He's up and riding, decided to go this one. What's he got? Nice snap in the lip there, and again for another one riding out. Brings it around here, and Kian goes for a finish riding out, so pretty much 4 turns in a really small space of wave there.
Yeah, he only needed to improve on a 4.15. And I think he gave himself every chance to be able to do so. So I was wrong about the 5.16. So we'll wait and see what the judges think of that last one of Kian. Here's a replay of it. So really nice first turn. Throwing heaps of spray. This is the one I like. Going vertical and straight back into another one. And this wave just was the gift that keeps on giving. And he just capitalized on every single section. So he's really gave himself every chance to better on his 4.15. He only needs a 5.91 to move into the lead.
Wow, so really close stuff there. Scores are looking like we are going to see a change in situation at this stage. And we have last of Kian Martin, a 6.1 that puts him up into the lead. So Raiha Ono down into second, needing a 5.6 to go to first now. Here he is, up and riding, right on cue. Floats that section there, coming just past that rock. Not much more on offer, so Takuto Ota chasing a 6.9. Kairi Noro looking for a 6.56. That last wave of Raiha won't go into the top 2. We have just over 1 minute to go, so a situation change in the last 2 minutes. Kian Martin taking the lead there with that wave. Some really solid surfing there from the Swedish surfer living in Bali. Able to nominate the Asian region for his region for the WSL. So we are inside the final minute. Will Kairi or Takuto have the opportunity to move up into second place? That last of Raiha did not go into the top 2. So with 30 seconds to go, really close between Kian and Raiha, 0.2 between them. So we've got about 15 seconds to go in this heat. Doesn't look like Takuto or Kairi will get another opportunity to progress through to the quarterfinals, which could be on later this afternoon. So a big congratulations to Kian Martin and Raiha Ono for progressing on through to the quarterfinals. Potentially we'll see them later on or tomorrow, but we will keep you guys updated. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have moved through to the Heat 3 of the round of 16 for the men. A big congratulations to Kian Martin taking that last heat out. Raiha Ono coming in second. Out there we have Roy Kanazawa and Daiki Tanaka. Looks like this is going to be his first wave. Solid first turn. Bring it around there for a second one. Flying down the line here. Just cutting it back. And waits for this one to stand up as he tags it. So nice start there for Daiki Tanaka, opening up with a 4.5. We also have Shohei Kato, Roy Kanazawa and Robert Magaluna in this heat as well. We will have the women's quarterfinals. They have been called on after the men's round of 16. So the women will be back out there. Here we go, up and riding Shohei Kato. Nice carve there for Shohei as he puts it up for a finish. So the women will be back on after the completion of this round.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I really loved watching the women earlier. I think there was plenty of potential for all of them to get some excellent scores, and we saw some excellent scores. Daiki Tanaka opened up with a 4.5, and Binzi, our co-commentator, keeps referring to him as a grown version of Hiroto Ahara. So just the way he surfs and his style, Binzi's a massive fan, and I loved that carve from Shohei Kato. Finishes it off after that, so waiting for a score to drop in. I don't think he got much more done out the back. And Roy Kanazawa, the older one of the Kanazawa brothers, his younger brother Taki coming up in the next heat. And Robert Magaluna has almost been the dark horse. He's just been making heats with his lethal backhand, and I believe is the last man from the Philippines standing.
Yeah, I believe that's right too. I saw that he had a couple of really solid connections in his last heat. He came back from behind. So Robert just showing, you know, why he's supposed to be here. With that surfing that he has, Daiki Tanaka, nice carve to start here. Waiting for this one to stand up. Unfortunately not really. Gets a little bit close to the rock there, so hopefully he's okay. Yep, he looks sweet. So 26 minutes to go. That last of red, Daiki, a 2.15. He's locked in the best wave of the heat so far, a 4.50. And it looks like we're going to have a look at the replay here, Jessie.
Yeah, so really nice first opening carve, but that wave getting a little bit too close to the rocks and shutting down. So didn't give our surfer in red from Japan much room to work with to navigate around that rock. And you can see it's pretty exposed at the moment. The tide is running out. So yeah, I feel like he made a good call trying to opt out of that one. Only a 2.15. He is in the lead thanks to the 4.5 that he scored on his first wave. So Shohei Kato needing a 3.31, Roy Kanazawa a 4.85, and Robert Magaluna sitting and waiting for one of those dreamy right-handers that he's been getting the whole event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he was playing the patience game in that last heat. He crawled back in the last 5 minutes or so. Hopefully he can get a better start. Up next we have Heat 4. Tenchi Iwami, Rio Inaba, Katut Agus and Taki Kanazawa. And that will round off the round of 16. Then we are going to go into the women's quarterfinals. Men's quarterfinals are off for today. So we'll see the women once more, and then after that, that is the completion of the day. No more surfing. It's about 20 to 12 here, so we've got about 2.5 hours left of surfing. Almost 3. Not much going on right now Daiki Tanaka still with the lead. Shohei Kato has a 3.35 and a 2.5, chasing a 3.31. Roy Kanazawa, a couple of small scores, but we saw him looking really sharp this morning, so hopefully he can bring that in this heat as well. And Robert Magaluna holding it up first priority.
Here goes our surfer in red. Looks like a bit of a smaller inside one, but really nice shape. 2 turns for Daiki out of Japan. Just getting past the rock there and falling off. So I think that'll improve on his 2.15. We haven't seen a real flurry of sets yet, but we've got our surfer out the back. That looks like Roy Kanazawa. Second turn for Roy. Really composed, stylish surfer. He got a nice first turn, a strong second one, and he's just trying to connect the dots to the inside right now to hopefully finish off with something a little bit more special. There it is. So I definitely think that'll go into Roy's scoreline and help out his situation. And here is the man from the Philippines, Robert Magaluna. 2 nice backhand Rios to get this one started. He's been the dark horse that we've seen make it through events with solid scores. He had a 7.25 yesterday, and that's the backhand that we're used to seeing from Robert.
Yeah, really solid stuff there from both Roy Kanazawa and Robert Magaluna. Robert opening up with a solid wave there, so wait and see what that score locks in as. We also have a score for Roy and Daiki. Looks like we're going to have a look at the replay here for Roy. Really nice open carve there to start, and he brings it around for another one, just waiting for this one to kind of stand up a little bit. Bit of a smaller wave, but he's going to continue on through. And then we see him just bang it for a finish, so some solid stuff. That wave not offering too much, and then out behind him, Robert Magaluna just getting around the rock through here. And we saw him just absolutely tag it for a finish there as well. So we have a score to come through. That last of Roy Kanazawa, a 3.75. Waiting on scores for Daiki and waiting on scores for Robert to lock in. I feel like the judges capping that score for Roy at around that 3 or 4 point area, maybe because it was a smaller wave. They want to see you on the sets. You see Kian Martin, the winner of the last heat, making his way up. Sand looks pretty hot, so he needs some thongs on there to protect his feet. That last wave of Daiki Tanaka, a 4.4. Waiting on a score to lock in for the surfer from the Philippines, Robert Magaluna. Just under 21 minutes to go. Priority is with Shohei Kato in second place. That score locks in for Robert. 5.25. Solid score there for Robert. Best wave of the heat so far. And we're only about 10 minutes down, Jessie.
Yeah, like I said, he's kind of in the dark horse that we've seen make it through rounds by, just showcasing his strong, fast, whippy backhand surfing. He's really got that end section punchy backhand Rio down to fine art. So, yeah, I'd love to see him on a steeper wave so he can really showcase his bottom turn to top turn rip through combination that he has. I feel like that 5.25 was a great wave from Robert, but he definitely has a lot more in the tank. So only needing a 0.6, he'll definitely get that, can get that in his sleep. And first 10 minutes gone, and it's been an exciting first 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, Robert can totally get those scores in his sleep. He just needs to really find a wave that maybe offers a little bit more, but he's got some fierce competition. Daiki, Tanaka, Shohei and Roy have all been putting on an absolute performance, so this heat is actually a really stacked one. But the waves just seem to be slowing up just a little bit.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but for all the viewers watching, you can see the cow at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. When you're on the beach, there's a group of about 10 or 12 of them currently, and they just hang around the boats. And it's really interesting because when you're walking down to the surf, I mean, for us back home in Australia, you don't have that many close encounters with cows. But when you're walking down to the surf, people are there like, patting them.
Yeah.
You know, they're friends with the cows. But then I've also heard that they can charge you.
Yeah, I did hear that too.
But I really enjoy it. Just walking down to my heat or for a surf, I'm like, oh, cows are there.
Is it going to charge at me? Is it not?
And another tip for people who haven't been to India, there's so many cows on the road. And you're constantly weaving them in the bus on your way to the event site. But let's hop down to Dai with the winner of the last heat, Kian Martin.
I'm here with last heat winner Kian. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was fun. The waves are really good today.
So definitely the conditions are improving compared to the last few days. So how was it out there?
Yeah, so the last few days it's been kind of small and like super onshore wind, but today it's like chest head high, offshore, 3 guys out. It's kind of as good as it gets for a comp, so I'm happy I got to surf a heat today. I'm happy I made the round of 16s. We got quarterfinals tomorrow, I think, or maybe today, who knows. Either way, I'm ready, so let's keep it going.
Nice. Is this your first trip to India?
Yeah, it's actually my first time to India.
How did you like it here?
I'm having the best time ever. I love the food, I love the people, and like today, the waves are fun, so I love the waves. I'm loving everything about it. Thank you to everyone for making it a special time.
So any message to your supporters or people in your country?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that helped me get here, especially to compete, like my family, my friends, everyone, like everyone for the support. I cannot thank you guys enough. I want to say thank you to all my sponsors, Billabong, Channel Islands, FCS, Organic Amazon, Jungle Surf, just everyone that's supporting me behind the scenes. Thank you guys. I'll do my best to take this one home. Let's go.
Thank you so much, and back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dai, and thank you, Kian. Kian seems pretty fired up to, keep it going in the event. He's a great talent. He surfs for Sweden, but has nominated this region for the WSL. Here we go, Shohei up and riding on a replay for that last wave. Nice second turn there, bringing it around for a solid carve and putting it up for a finish as he rides out. So he'll have a score to lock in. And this is Roy Kanazawa as well. Nice turn in the lip there. This one just starting to fade out a little bit, but then it starts to stand up and he puts it up there, gets the fins free, unfortunately unable to ride out there. Nonetheless, still 16 minutes to go, and here we go, Shohei up and riding. Flying down the line on this one, takes to the sky, just gets a little tweak there, but not much surfer. We have a few scores to lock. And it looks like we will have another replay here, Jessie.
Yeah, so this is Shohei's wave before last. Well, no, actually, it was his last wave. Yeah, so he just gets a little tweak out on that air, lands it. I feel like he knows he can do better on that one. However, I really loved his wave before last, and that is Roy driving through that carve. I'd love to see if he got some damage done out the back. So we've got scores for red, white, and blue to lock in. It's still a very low-scoring affair. It's anyone's game. You know, we saw in Heat 1 of the round of 16, everything changed in the last 6 minutes. First place had a 6 and a 5, but we had an 8 locked in, another 6, another 5. So the whole heat changed, and the people who sat and waited, kind of like Robert Magaluna is doing, they were the ones who changed the heat. So once those scores lock in for red, white, and blue, we'll update you guys. We're under the halfway mark. We're about 14 and a half minutes to go. We haven't really had a solid set so far in this heat, though.
No, we've not really seen any solid scores be locked in just yet. That 5.1 is the best wave for Shohei so far. Best wave of the heat so far. Although in that last heat we did see a bunch of 6s lock in. A couple of decent scores. That score for Shohei came through at a 3.65. So he's got all his scores locked in. He remains in second place.
Yeah, the wave before last, the wave before he got the air, he just locked in a 5.1 for that. So that is the best wave of the heat so far. And yeah, still not in the lead. Daiki Tanaka with the 4.5 and the 4.4. He's got another score to drop in. And Roy, his last wave not looking like it will go into his top two. So priority with red, second green, white third, and blue fourth.
Well, coming up to 13.5 to go, waiting on that score for Daiki. Bit of a break in the action here at Mahabalipuram. Got that score to come through. And you can see like even just the smaller waves starting to line up with that lower tide. Waiting on a few scores. So it looks like they're all locked in. So no change to the situation. Daiki Tanaka in the lead with a 4.5 and a 4.4. Shohei Kato sitting in second with a 5.1 and a 3.65. Roy Kanazawa in third has a 3.75 and a 2.9. He needs a 5.01 to go to second. And Robert Magaluna opened up with that 5.25. He's been a little bit quiet in the last couple of minutes or so. Needs a 3.5 to go to second with 12.5 minutes just over on the clock. As it's patient, they've got to be patient out there because the waves aren't arriving very quickly, but when they do come through, you definitely know which ones are the right ones. Of course, up next we do have the last heat for the round of 16. Tenshi Iwami, Ryo Inaba, Kutut Agus, and Taiki Kanazawa, the younger brother of Roy. And once again, we will be going on to the women's quarterfinals straight after the completion of the men's. Men's quarterfinals are off for today, so we won't see them later on this afternoon. So competition should finish up at around 3 o'clock-ish. So 11.5 minutes on the clock. No wave ridden just yet at this stage. A couple of scores required for Roy and Robert, a 5.01. For Roy, a 3.5. For Robert, here we go, someone up and riding. Looks like the backhand surfer. You can see those bright rails. Unfortunately, looks like he went down on that last turn, but he was chasing a 3.5, so hopefully he gets close to making that score with just over 11 minutes on the clock. Also looks like Shohei locking in a small score as well. Looks like we've got a paddle here from Shohei, but he opts out. Down the line, Roy in and out there. The wave selection for Roy in this heat hasn't been that great compared to the heat he had this morning.
Yeah, he really put on a clinic, really, this morning. He had an 8.25 and a 6 against his brother. Maybe had a little bit more fire under his skin, trying to prove to little brother that, you know, he wanted to win. But yeah, that wave was never going to give him much. It also did break on his head on the takeoff. But maybe, you know, some people like to keep rhythm. And yeah, the only way you can catch waves is by catching waves. So maybe he's just trying to, stay in rhythm with the ocean, create something for himself so that he's in sync when the next lot of sets come through.
Yeah, well, 10 minutes to go. That last score for Robert, a 3.3, it was not enough. He's looking for a 3.5, so he was 0.2 off getting that score. Potentially that fall costing him that second position. So just under 10 minutes to go. Priority sits with red. Daiki Tanaka, the current heat leader, Shohei Kato, has second priority. He is sitting in second, and Roy Kanazawa sitting in fourth. Chasing a 5.01, he holds third priority, so will he choose to kind of get a few waves under priority or wait until he gets first priority and the peak of the lineup? But 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go. The time and the clock will not stop counting down.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow heat, this one. We saw a flurry of waves in the last heat. Here goes our surfer in blue, Shohei, looking for a 3.8 to put him up into the lead. Yeah, that wave not giving him too much to work with. We are coming down to that lower tide mark. Yesterday, The surf loved the low tide, but who knows, today could be a different story. One of the women competitors getting ready for her heat, got the headphones in, psyching up. Wonder what she's listening to.
What's your guess?
Imagine it was just like suicidal tendencies or like Rage Against the Machine. That'd be pretty cool.
That would. Well, just over 8 minutes to go. No action at the moment. The waves just starting to slow up a little bit. Nonetheless, we are going to go into the women's quarterfinals. The quality of waves that we have on offer is pretty insane. Shohei up and riding just the one turn. We did speak to Keon Martin, the winner of the last heat. He said it's about shoulder to chest high and it's about as good as you can get for a QS. So he's really enjoying his time out there, but he would be super happy because he did take that heat out and he's moving on through to the quarterfinals. And here we go. Looks like we've got a replay of that last wave, Jess.
Yeah, Shohei, just the one turn, didn't really give him too much to work with down the line. These are the smaller inside waves. It is a bit of a lull at the moment, but once those sets come through, we'll definitely see the surfers be able to open up a little bit more than the waves that Shohei has been taking. Those ones, yeah, they just have that bit of a tapered wall and not as much push because they are the smaller inside waves. Looking like there might be a wider set approaching. No takers for that one. Again, another tapered wall. Daiki Tanaka sitting out there with first priority. And Roy deciding to sit up the point with second priority away from his competitors. He is looking for a 5.01. Still a very close heat. Surfer with the best score in third. Robert looking for a 3.5. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really comfortable or safe in this heat just yet.
No, I agree. I feel like, the scores that are required are well within the capabilities of all three of the surfers. So no real big scores of consequence locked in just yet. We do have the 5.25 and the 5.1, but tell you what, that's really about it. This heat really slow with the waves that have come through. Got just over 6 minutes to go. Here we go. Someone having a look here.
Yeah, that looks like our surfer in blue. So that's his second carving maneuver. And then a nice finishing one. So he just got one of those inside ones that's really connected all the way through to in front of Horse's Rock. Whatever you fancy. You want to call it whatever you want. So I definitely think that's the 3.8 he's looking for. I've been wrong on this before. So we'll have to wait and see, but early indication is saying that he is going to get it. We're still waiting for 3 other judges to lock in though.
Yeah, really nice first turn there for Shohei as we have a look at the replay. Brings it around again and he puts it up there for a nice finish. So he needs that 3.8. One judge so far locked in the score, gives it to him. Waiting on a couple more scores to lock in. There it is. Gets a score of 4.20. Situation change. Shohei Kato goes into the lead with a 5.1 and a 4.2. Daiki Tanaka down into second with a 4.5 and a 4.4. Needing a 4.81 to go to first. Robert Magaluna now has a little bit of an increased requirement, looking for a 3.65 to go to second. And Roy Kanazawa is chasing a 5.15. But those requirements are well within reach for Robert and Roy with 4.5 minutes to go. So Daiki Tanaka moving down into second place. He was sitting pretty in the lead for pretty much the last 25 minutes or so of this heat. So he would be wanting to really defend that position in second and better that 4.4.
Yeah, this is where if you're Daiki, you probably want this to be a 20-minute heat. But then again, there hasn't been a lot of opportunities, so I love that the 30-minute heats are allowing surfers. Oh, no. That was it.
Yeah, Robert was really on his way to the score there. He needed a 3.65. So I think it'll be close. I don't think he's going to be able to get the score. There's still just under 4 minutes to go, but I tell you what, if he made that, he'd be moving on through, potentially moving on through to the quarterfinals. Let's have a look at the replay here. Really nice first carve to start. And puts it up there, just getting a little bit hung up. Maybe, unfortunately, he just gets hung up there and he just isn't able to ride out. Gets a 2.85, not the score he's requiring. He needs a 3.65. Will he have time? Here we go, Roy Kanazawa. Nice first slash to start. Waiting for this one to stand up. Really nice redirect on that finishing turn. He needs a 5.15. He's going to need to look for a bigger wave if he wants to get that score, but also the judges could really like that redirect in that last turn, so we'll see what that looks in as with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think both green and white know that time is running out. White definitely pushing harder on that last turn than we've seen on his previous waves. I don't think it's the 5.15, but Shohei, we missed, locked in a 5.65. Roy's last wave coming in at a 3.7. So he's still looking for a 3.15. This is the replay of Roy's last wave. So foam inclined to get that one started, sees the double up, carves back to the foam. And I really like the emphasis he puts on that last turn. Really pushing hard up his back foot. Unfortunately, if he had done that on a bigger wave, he probably would have come closer to the score. But it just didn't have too much to work with. Shohei extending his lead. He's got a 5.5 and a 5.65. Daiki would be looking to improve on a 4.4. He needs 6.65 to move up into the lead. And Robert Magaluna still with that 5.25. He needs a 3.65 to move up into second.
Well, just under 2 minutes to go. Nervous moments there for Robert Magaluna and Roy Kanazawa. We just had some Red Bulls dropped off in the tent. I know I'm going to be jumping off the walls in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, Red Bull India is one of the sponsors of the event.
So a huge thank you to them for, you know, being a partner to make this event possible. And wow, solid stuff from the surfer in blue, Shohei. Getting a 5.65 on that last wave. We're coming down to 1 minute to go, so really getting really close for Robert and Roy. They need a 5. Roy Kanazawa looks for a 5.15. Robert chasing a 3.65. Roy up and riding on this one. He's got such a smooth style. It's just such a shame he hasn't been able to find some bigger looking waves. Hopefully this one offered a couple of solid turns at the start as he kicks out of there. His style is just so smooth and so effortless.
Yeah, really.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, same. Really effortless, graceful style, but he puts his whole body into it, so that's why he throws so much spray. Looks like we've got a taker out the back. This is, wow, Daiki Tanaka, beautiful opening turn. This is one of the best waves we've seen all heat. Taking this one past Force Rock. Will it give him an inside section? Wow, that board just looks like it's flying. And finishing it, he likes the feel of that one. Just in time because the heat has run out. So he was looking for a 6.65 to move him up into the lead. And we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, that was some pretty solid surfing and an exciting finish to Heat 3 for the round of 16. Jesse, don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go to a quick ad break and we'll be right back with the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Alrighty, welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. I'm Drew Starling. I'm here with Chris Binns in the booth with me. Chrissy being out in the atmosphere out there. How's it feeling?
In the atmosphere,
Yeah.
it is hot.
Yes.
It is scorching, and it's still it's bang on midday, so still got more mercury to rise. But it's pretty exciting. There's a good vibe around the event. Waves are fun enough. Plenty of decent scores. And this is the last heat of our men's round of 16, and then we are on into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, super exciting. Quarterfinals of the women. The men's are off. Here we go. Tenchi Iwami.
This is his second surf for the day. Love the colour coordination. Bit of backwash. That tells you that the rock's coming up. And, well, he had a little bounce on the other side of it. He's got that star on his surfboard. That seems to be his trademark. He's been rocking that for a while.
Yeah, and as he said, I'm a huge fan of the colour coordination. Here we go. This is a look at the replay for Taki Kanazawa. We saw his brother Roy unfortunately bow out there. Taki got a little bit hung up, and looks like his second wave. He's locked in a 3 and a 3.75, and then Tenchi Iwami, his first wave, a 2.67. Just that quick carve to start, and then puts it straight up in the lip for a nice
Well, how is that?
connection.
So that backwash, that's purely got to be off the rock. Right?
Yeah, you'd think so, for sure.
Because it's a long beach. It's definitely not a steep beach. And you'd imagine that there's a build-up of sand around the rock, so it's creating its own atmospheric turbulence in the near environment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is Kana Nakashio coming up for the first quarterfinals of the women.
Oh, she's marching down the beach.
Yeah, she's ready.
Military precision to her pre-heat warm-up.
Absolutely.
That is the playing field. Good looking waves here. And this is Ketut Agus. Swing into action, ripping down the line. And the Bali boy turns on the afterburners. Wow, super close to the rock as he skates past that one. And gets the link up. So this is going to be a decent number for Ketut. He's had to work for it. Love to get that one last little section he does. And crowd on the beach. They didn't mind that. Neither did the two cows down in the front row. Here goes Rio Inaba on his backhand. Really powerful surfer. Is he sponsored by Gotcha? I love that. There's a brand we haven't heard of for about 20 years.
Wow. Well, pretty solid surfing from both Ketut and Rio. Have a look at the replay for Ketut Agus. Floats that first section. Looking really sharp and fast, driving through that carve there. Bangs it again, gets a little bit of a slide. Bit of a check turn as he's racing down the line. Tags it right in front of the rock. Really committed stuff there for the surfer from Indonesia, living in Bali. And this is where he's really working for it. He was pushing and pushing and pushing to try and get this connection, which he got. And you could see that he really liked the feeling of that first wave. The scores that are locking in look pretty decent. They come through at a 7.25 for that first wave of Ketut. And a score to come through for first of Rio as well. 24.5 minutes.
So Rio Inaba freshly qualified for the Olympics yesterday at the expense of Rio Wider.
Wow.
Rio competed in Tokyo in 2020. Well, it was actually held in 2021. And now Rio Inaba from Japan taking that Asian spot. So the Olympic qualification is taken care of primarily via the CT through nations, and then it works its way down through regions and the ISAs. And then there's a few other wild cards thrown in the mix as well.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a replay for this last wave of Rio, freshly made Olympian. Unfortunately, you just see his back foot slip off there, so he comes unstuck. But that first wave locked in at a 5.0. So pretty nice first score to lock in. But if you were Couture right now, you'd be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, 7.25 the result for him flying down the line, dealing with a little bit of rock discombobulation along the way. And then it was a wave of two halves. Some big turns, got to the rock, navigated around that, and it was a small wave. And he did a whole bunch of little stuff. Just go bang, 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 all the way to the beach. 7.25 the result. Rio Inaba, a 5 for his opener, a 1.9. Sees him in second, only just. Taki Kanazawa has a pair of 3s. Tenchi Iwami has a 2.65. So it is Ketut Agus well and truly with the upper hand after the first 7 minutes of this heat. A 7.25, a very significant number. 2.5 minutes to run.
Well, Couture, yeah, as you said, he kind of had a couple of really nice turns out the back, and then the wave got a little bit smaller, just showing the variety. Looks like potentially Rio Inaba finishing that one off a little bit wide. So we saw the big landscape angle. You can see a couple of cows on the beach there.
Crowd of cows has doubled. It was 2 previously. Now we're up to 4.
Insane. We're just keeping an eye out on everyone. What's going on? Here we go. Couture up and riding again.
He loves that rock, doesn't he? He's been surfing very close to it. There was a bit of a flat pizza toss of a turn. Oh, and finishes that one beautifully. So great surfing from Couture Agus. That will extend his lead. Speaking of leads, the man who is in the lead at the end of Heat 3 was Daiki Tanaka, and he is having a chat with Arman Daiwako. Take it away right now, guys.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Daiki Tanaka. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
今日初めてのヒートということで、コンディションはかなり昨日より良くなってきていると思うんですが、ヒートいかがでしたか？
波はかなりいいんですけど、ちょっとだんだん潮が引いてきて数も減ってるかなっていう感じでしたね。
This is his first heat of the day, and he was having a good time in the water, but not many waves coming through, but still he worked out well. この後、今日はもうメンズはオフだと思うんですけど、どういう過ごし方をして明日に備えますか？
そうですね、結構今回リカバリーの道具とか日本からたくさん持ってきているので、そういう体のメンテナンスして明日に備えたいなと思います。
So, サーフィンはされますか、この後？
サーフィンはしないです。クラゲがちょっと多すぎるんで休みます。
So, as a lot of jellyfish are out there, so he's not gonna surf after this heat because he's off for the day, and he's going back to the hotel, relax, and probably body maintenance he will do, and be ready for tomorrow. では、たくさんの方がライブを見てくださっていると思うので、メッセージの方お願いいたします。
多分明日か次、試合行われる日がファイナルデーだと思うので、絶対に優勝します。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dai. Great chat with Daiki Tanaka, Japanese surfer. Hit by jellyfish, not ideal. Unless you're at the Olympics and those jellyfish are the Irukandji, the mighty Australian surfing team.
Stinging their way to the top.
Yeah, interesting name. Irukandji fall apart in waves, apparently.
Say that again.
Apparently Irukandji fall apart in waves.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Interesting. Anywho, Couture got a 5.15 for his last wave, so he is streeting the field at the moment at 12.4 total with 19 minutes to run. Rio Inaba has backed up his 5 with a 4.1 to sit in second, and Taki Kanazawa and Tenchi Iwami yet to really fire a shot. Here goes Rio Inaba, quickly in, quickly out. Saw there was nothing on offer, and he is done.
That last heat was a bit of a slow heat. I feel like we're going to see maybe a similar thing towards the back end of this one. We are almost halfway down. But Ketut, as always, I feel like he's, starting off with a bang, that 7.25, backed it up so quickly with that 5.15. It was insane. He just feels like he's on a mission out there. So Rio Inaba also freshly qualified for the Olympics.
Yeah, good.
Oh, you're feeling pretty happy with that. Going to Chopu on his forehand.
Here goes Tenchi Iwami. Well, inside him, Rio Inaba. Not quite sure he'll make it over to where Tenchi is. So a couple of turns for him. Tenchi Iwami further down the point. And that was a bit of a burger, and Tenchi just slapping some water, expressing some frustration at the way that wave gave him absolutely nothing. Yeah, Rio Inaba off to Tahiti next year, Tuopu, for the surfing leg of the Olympics, being held on the other side of the world to Paris, where the rest of the games will be. But who knows? They could score. Could put surfing well and truly on the global map if they were to run into a pristine 12-foot west swell at Chopes. Could also terrify a few Olympians, perhaps. But
Hey, you knew what to expect.
Yeah.
It's amazing being an Olympian, so you've got to ride the wave.
If you're going to be a gold medalist, what a way to do it.
Fully. Well, that last wave of Rio locked in at a 5.3. Those two real quick whippy backhand snaps with a little bit of power to them. Locking in his best wave of the heat so far. He needs a 7.11 to go to first. That makes it harder for Taki and Tenchi. Taki Kanazawa looking for a 6.55 and Tenchi Iwami chasing a 7.65. That last wave of Tenchi though, locked in at a 6.4. So he must have a couple of pretty good turns out the back.
Okay.
He needs a 3.9.
Maybe I misread his body language. He was slapping the water, but maybe that was with joy.
Maybe. Imagine if he made that section though, that 6.4 could potentially have been a little bit higher.
That's a good shot, isn't it? So Taki Kanazawa in priority at the top of the lineup. Ketut Agus, top of the leaderboard, sitting with second priority. And then Rio and Tenchi next to each other, just patiently waiting in line down the bottom. Very pleasant surfing arena, this one. A few jellyfish though, I was yet to experience them. Did you have them in your heat earlier?
No, I was lucky and I didn't experience any jellies out there, thankfully. But I think yesterday a couple of the surfers did. I know Danny Widianto, I was talking to him yesterday and he got pretty nailed by some jellyfish actually. So hopefully they stay away for the rest of the day today. We do have the women's quarterfinals coming up after this. But with just under 15 minutes to go, we're about halfway down in this heat. Ketut Agus with the lead. Rio Inaba in second. Tenchi Iwami chasing a 3.9. And Taki Kanazawa looking for a 6.55. We saw him and his brother have a really great heat this morning. Unfortunately, Roy bowing out in the last heat. So can Taki keep the flag alive for the Kanazawa brothers? And here we go, Rio up and riding.
Yeah, on his backhand, nothing coming of that one, so he is out of there. 14 minutes to go. Ketut Agus with a 7.25 and a 5.15 is in the lead. Rio Inaba, the man we just saw taking off on a dud, has 2 5s to his name to be sitting in second place. Tenchiawami is in third, on the hunt for only a 3.9. His 6.4 is putting him in good stead. And Taki Kanazawa, just a pair of 3s. Currently he needs a 6.55, but you imagine over the remaining 14 minutes of this heat, he would like 2 fresh scores to see if he can't get himself in the mix for one of those advancing 2 positions. The final spot in the quarterfinals is up for grabs.
That it sure is. 13 and a half minutes to go, and then we will have all of our quarterfinalists determined for the Tamil Nadu Pro. Who have we got in the first few?
So it's Rinta Utu and Raya Onu in the first quarter. Joe Azuki and Kian Martin in QF number 2. Daiki Tanaka is surfing in quarterfinal number 3. Shohei Kato is in quarterfinal number 4. And first and second in this heat will slot in against those 2. So currently Kian Martin is the only non-Japanese surfer through to the quarters. Can he be joined by his fellow Bali boy, Ketut Agus?
Well, there's 12 and a half minutes till that is determined. Saw Sarah Wakita just before on screen. She'll be coming up in quarterfinal number 3 for the women. That is a beautiful shot of the short temple there, which we were lucky enough to have a bit of a tour of. We had a tour guide there explaining us that there's 7 temples, and this temple is the only one that is not submerged underwater, which is pretty cool. And the break wall that is, you know, you can see to the right of all the surfers, was man-made by the government here to protect this temple, to keep it above water and to keep it standing, because it is very special and very religious for the community here.
Significant. And the break wall that was built, you know, you would imagine that maybe that's played a part in the formation of this wave. First, there's a lot of the straighter beach breaks that you see for a lot of the coast on the way up towards Chennai. The big stadium up in Chennai that the Super Kings IPL cricket team plays at is right on the sand, and that is a long, long stretch of beach, but basically just little closeouts. Whereas here we've got a little bit of a rock wall built to protect a temple, but if you know, you're doing God's work and you happen to throw in a little right point as a you know, byproduct, as surfers will take it.
Absolutely. And it's super fun out there. I mean, never in my life did I think I'd say I've surfed in India. So
in front of cows.
In front of cows. Pretty cool.
We haven't seen elephants yet. They're on a lot of the marketing guff you see around the place. The password for the Wi-Fi at our hotel that doesn't work is elephant.
Yeah.
So they're obviously a big part. We, you know, saw the 5 pratas, which are some more sort of statue, shrine type buildings of holy significance around here. A lot of those are shaped in the likeness of elephants, and there's a lot of carvings of elephants. So far it's largely been cows. So
Yeah, well, cows are really sacred in India as well. They don't eat the cows, especially in where we are in the southern part of India. Most of the area is vegetarian,
or seafood.
Yeah.
We see the fishing boats taking off from the beach here every morning, 4 o'clock, heading out to, you know, bottom fish for grouper and snapper and those kinds of things.
Pretty insane. They leave really early in the morning and then come back pretty late at night, or they leave late at night and come back really early in the morning, depending on the season or what they're up to. And a lot of the Indian surfers that we've seen in the draw as well all come from a fishing town, so they all fish. They're all fishermen, all women, and they have to go out and fish, and then when they can, they try and find time to surf, which I think is pretty insane. How much they love the sport and are able to kind of find the time to do that. Got a beautiful drone shot of the area there. You can see that big Red Bull tent where a lot of the athletes are perching up. You can see everyone pretty much trying to find as much shade as they can. And that is an overview of the event area. That is Mahabalipuram, or Mahabs as the locals call it.
That's us now. We're
That's us now.
pretty much locals.
Yep, 100%. Mahabs. We've been here for a couple of days. Surfed it a few times.
I've got the t-shirt.
Got the t-shirt. We're on. Well, 8.5 minutes to go. No change really to the situation. Katut still in the lead. Rio Inaba holding down second place. Tenchi Iwami is looking for a 3.9, and Taki Kanazawa chasing a 6.55.
Yeah, this heat's kind of flown past. Only 8 minutes to go. Katut Agus has done it very nicely. Tenchi Iwami is lurking. Rio Inaba wouldn't be feeling all that safe at the moment because his mate Tenchi only needs a 3.9 to jump up. Rio needs to upgrade a 5 to make Tenchi Iwami and Taki Kanazawa's life a little bit tougher. And Rio doesn't have priority at the moment, so I'm not sure where he is.
I can see him. He's actually paddling to the left of the screen, just past the rock there. Maybe making his way back up into the lineup.
Oof, look at this little runner. No, not to be. Tenchi Iwami had a look. Katut had a look. Nothing came of it.
I feel like that was kind of a blessing in disguise for Tenchi. That wave wasn't really going to offer much. Here we go. Rio, couple of backhand slices there, and he gets out. His backhand is so fast and so sharp. He's just looking really solid on his feet. Looks like we're going to have a look at the replay here. Nice first turn, tight in the pocket. A little bit of a check turn there, and this is when he gets up and over that section, putting it straight back up in the pocket as well, so he gets out.
He might be the first goofy footer sponsored by Gotcha since Rob Machado.
Wow.
Could be wrong, but Gotcha went out of business years ago, but there's obviously the license is still kicking in Japan. Rio Inaba is flying the flag of the fish with the flag.
Yeah,
that's
that
their logo.
Fish with the flag. Well, that last wave for Rio locked in at a 4.3. We're coming down to the final 6 minutes in this heat. And here we go, Tenchi Iwami up and riding. Nice. Hit in the lip there, and again for another one. So 2 solid turns. He's chasing a 3.9. Can he get a finish, which he does?
Oh, he gives
Wow.
it the little fist bump. Interesting to see, he finished inside of the rock, so not the longest of waves. He would have taken it a little bit closer to the rock wall. But watch this replay. 3 big turns, and they were 3 good turns. Nicely placed, big fan of spray. Tim Hain from the ASC would have got a good photo there. Repeats the treatment a second time. And then he wanted the finish. He got the finish. It wasn't spectacular, but it just adds that little bit of exclamation mark emphasis on the end. And, adds to the drama. Fills out the narrative. And is that enough to put Tenchi Iwami up into second, or possibly even first? I don't think that's a worthy score for first, but you never know. And yeah, there we go. It is. Oh, wowee. Last wave for Tenchi Iwami, a 6.75. So he has just snuck into the lead. A 6.75 and a 6.4. He is sitting in first. Katut Agus now needs to replace his 5.15 with a 5.9 to move back into the lead. So less than 0.8 of a point separating Katut and Tenchi. Rio Inaba has just dropped down to third. He now is chasing a 7.11 with 4.5 minutes to go. And Taki Kanazawa now needs an 8.65, which I would think might be the best wave of the whole contest with 4 minutes 15 to run.
Yeah, some pretty solid scores required for Rio and Taki. Rio has been sitting in second place pretty much the whole heat. And now Tenchi locks in that 6.75 on that last wave, pretty much courtesy of those first two turns. And goes up into the lead, so Rio needs to answer back with a 7.11. Priority is with Taki, who's chasing that 8.65. So will a wave come through in the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds? Only time will tell. But if you're Tenchi Iwami, you'd be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, why not? Gave it the fist pump as he kicked out of that one. I don't think the ender really contributed much in the way of points. Maybe added a little bit to the vibe of the whole situation. But those first two turns were big through, solid sheets of spray, plenty of drama, and rightly so, kicking out with a little fist bump because it was enough to take Tenchi from third into first. And now there is just 3 minutes left on the clock. Here goes Taki Kanazawa chasing an 8.65. Big layback through plenty of water. This one links through to the inside. It goes for him again. He's putting the foot down past the rock. Wave flattens out. That was another kind of flat layback. Oh, where do we go with this one, True?
I know. Wow, that is... I wouldn't even know. I'm not even going to comment because I feel like a lot of my thoughts have been wrong.
Here goes Rio Inaba.
Wow.
Quickly in, quickly out. Yeah, I mean, you look at Tenchi Iwami's last score, that's 6.75. Had two big turns and a finish that wasn't anything special. Taki, two big turns, little bit of downtime to get past the rock. Then once he did get past the rock, we saw this little kind of cheaty layback thing. So the judges don't really bite on those too much. You know that's a bit of a forced turn where you've made it happen. But you compare his ender to Tenchi's ender. Tenchi just threw it up into the white water and there was no spray. He rode out of it. It was a crescendo to the emotion of the wave. So where did the judges go with that wave of Taki Kanazawa? Someone is in action right now as well. They've skated past the rock, fired off a couple of shots, and they are out of there.
Wow, so a couple of waves to be locked in the last 90 seconds of this heat. Pretty crazy stuff to finish off the last heat for the round of 16 and solidify.
Crazy.
I know. Can't believe it. Tenchi getting that 6.75 and going to the lead, and now we've got some scores. That last wave of Taki, a 5.6. That was not the score he was requiring, but he needs a 6.81 now. I think he has another score to lock in. And Katut Agus on the answer back as well.
Yeah, so Taki Kanazawa, that was never going to be the score for the lead, but it did narrow the gap between him and, Katut's the guy he's looking at the moment to jump up to second. So Taki is now chasing a 6.81. Last wave for Katut was a 5, which is a decent throwaway, but not going to change anything. Taki Kanazawa, his last wave was a 4.5. Don't think we saw that, or maybe we did from the pulled back angle. So all scores are in. 30 seconds to go. Katut Agus will be biting his nails, hoping the ocean goes flat. Rio Inaba will be hoping it does the opposite, as will Taki Kanazawa. Both of those two men need to get an opportunity. 10 seconds remaining. This is going to be last roll of the dice time. Rio Inaba, Tenchi has priority, and he's kept he's kept Rio off that one. I mean, it's not a team sport, but the Japanese surfer in Tenchi Iwami could have given his mate Rio a chance to jump up to second there and just went, nah, don't care.
Not today.
See you later. Speaking of see you later, we're going to have a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way right after this break.
ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்.
City Union Bank, ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான.
Let's get lost in the big world. 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 Let's get lost in the big world.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. That is the beautiful Shore Temple on the right of screen. The rock wall in front of it that was built to protect the temple from the elements and the ocean has inadvertently led to this beautiful right-hand point break that we're enjoying here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. My name's Chris Binns. Alongside me is Daiki Wacko. And tell us a little bit about the two guys in the water right now, mate.
Without surfing red, Kana Nakashio, she is from Chiba area, but actually they both from Chiba area, and pretty much they practice not together but same point every day. And Kana Nakashio did really good in the last event held at Shidashita in Chiba. And Rina Matsunaga, she's from Chiba as well. And she used to be in the Challengers series a couple of years ago.
Yeah, she's been competing on the QS and the Challengers for a few years now. It's just there's a really strong cohort of Japanese surfers in the sort of 20 to 25 age bracket, it seems.
True.
Particularly on the women's side of things.
But we have like up and coming young women surfers as well. They were like in 15 years old, between 15 years old and 18 years old. So a lot of good women surfers are coming up.
Is there any one surfer who is like a prodigy that everyone's talking about?
Oh, that would be Sarah Wakita and Amuro Tsuzuki.
Okay, yeah. And Sarah's Japanese, but she lives in Hawaii, is that right?
She actually originally from Shonan area, which is my hometown.
Yeah.
And she moved to Hawaii from about 8 years old until 12 years old. And that's how she can speak really good English. And so was her brother, Taichi Wakita.
And now do they sort of bounce between Hawaii and Japan, or?
I guess so, but because she's competing in Japan as well, so she mostly staying in Japan for most of the year. But once the contest is off, she goes back to Hawaii and stay there for a bit.
Fair enough. Look at this fishing boat coming in so hot.
Coming back from the fishing.
Yeah, let's hope that there's no boat wake that goes through any waves. But yeah, old mate was flooring it.
How was the last minutes of battling between Tenshi and Rio?
Yeah, and Katuta Gus was the piggy in the middle, didn't have much say as Tenchi and Rio just were throwing scores around the place. And unfortunately for Rio Inaba, he drew the short straw there and bows out. That man on screen, Tenchi Owami, is making his way up the beach to have a chat with our own Jesse Starling. Rina Matsunaga has a 0.5 and a 1, so low scoring affair in this one.
So now we have quarterfinals, heat 1. It's a one-man. Just over 25 minutes.
Alright, here goes Kana Nakashio, opening her shoulders, strong first turn. This wave runs for her again, a little bit of backwash, that tells you the rock is coming into play.
The horse rock gives the backwash to the surfers, and that's a tricky area. Once you pass that area, then wall starts standing up a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so run us through this replay, mate.
Nice off the bottom turn, and I love how she managed the rail as the wave goes a little bit flatter. And for the second turn, that was a nice cast, but the backwash was really, really tricky, so she couldn't finish it off.
Just kind of bounced her off the back of that wave, not to be. But that will be the best wave of the heat so far, 2.5. So, yeah, pretty miserable start to this heat. We've got a half, a 1, and a 2.5.
So when I do the interviews, I was asking them about how it is in the water, and everyone says every wave comes look good, but once you get on the wave, you don't know whether it goes run down the line or not. So it must be so tricky out there.
Yeah, I mean that's where local knowledge would come into play. We're all rookies here in Mahabs. First time surfers, all of us. And it's definitely a tricky wave, but I'm sure if you put in plenty of time in the water, you would know which waves you're paddling into.
And from these hours, I think people saying there's a lot of jellyfish out there.
Yeah. Definitely a few reports of that. We've definitely seen some of the female surfers wearing sort of long leggings and long sleeves. I couldn't do that just for how hot it was. I'd probably rather get stung. Alright, bit of a sleepy ocean right now, so we might take advantage of some downtime to go have a chat with Jessie Starling, who's talking to a rampaging and victorious Tenchi Iwami.
Tenchi, congratulations on winning your last heat. It looked really slow out there, but you capitalised on the conditions. How are you feeling?
My feels so good, and then I got so many jellyfish. I hurt so hard.
Did you get them sitting and waiting for the waves, or while you're paddling back out?
Yeah. So my plan keep me busy, but I didn't do that. Yeah. So I changed the plan and I stayed in long time. So I'm looking for good waves. Yeah.
And so you change your plan through the heat. In your next heat, do you think you'll stay more busy?
Yeah.
And are you enjoying your first time here in India?
Yeah, I'm so enjoy every day, and I ate every day curry. Yeah.
Anything to say to anyone back home in Japanese?
見ててくれた方々ありがとうございます。なんとかクォーターにつなぐことができました。明日もこのまま頑張るのでよろしくお願いします。That's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jessie Starling. It was Tenchi Iwami. Tenchi always has a red star painted on his surfboard. Is that just his little thing, or?
That's his things, actually. Pretty much every surfboard he posts on his Instagram. They have all red stars.
We might have to ask him if there's any meaning behind it, or if it's just he likes the look of it. Had his lucky red board shorts on then to match his red rashi.
Maybe it's a lucky charm for him.
I've seen him surfing on the Gold Coast. He had an all red wetsuit.
Must be loving the red color of the red. He's wearing red jersey, red bodies,
red everything.
Action. Nice and off the bottom. Nice first turn. Passing the horse rock and connecting down the line, try to finish it off. He finishes off nicely. That was a good way to start up her campaign, I guess.
Yeah, that's her third wave. It'll be her best. This is the replay right now. Rina Matsunaga working her way down the line. First turn wasn't bad. She has a little bit of a look there just to see where the rock is at. Manages to get off a turn in front of it. And a turn after it as well. And then a little bit of downtime and into the end section. So 4 turns, none of them, but that will most likely be the best wave of this heat so far. 19 minutes to run.
It's been already 10 minutes of this heat, and her last wave, surfing blue, was 4.25. I think it's a pretty good score to start with. It's been already 10 minutes, and we have just under 19 minutes. It's slow heat, but starting with 4.25 isn't so bad.
Very slow heat, so half as many surfers in the water. This is the first of surfer on surfer heats, which signifies we are down to the quarters. So 7 heats of women's action to decide a winner, 7 heats of men's. 14 heats to run. By the time today is over, we'll be down to just 10 heats. How good. Rina Matsunaga, her last wave of 4.25 sees her with one pinky toe very tentatively placed in the semis. A long way to go, however. We did just see Tenchi Iwami and Kutut August book their spots in quarters. So we're down to the quarterfinals. Last 8 men, last 8 women. And there are 6 Japanese men, 1 Swede and 1 Indonesian. And there are 7 Japanese women and 1 Australian, our own True Starling. So Di, your compatriots are on fire here in India.
Wow, they are ripping here in India.
Alright, here goes Kana Nakashio. Puts the foot down. She needs some speed to get around that first section. Overcooks that turn a little bit. Gets all kinds of backwash coming off Horse Rock. And she is out of there. That's going to be a minus score. Here's the replay. You can see it was very bouncy from start to finish. Turn was looking pretty good till about there, and then she got caught up in the white water, and then just it was like she was on a trampoline, just bouncing around. 16 minutes to go. That's going to be a minus score for Kana Nakashio.
Oh, looks like condition is changing as the tides goes out, and so Kana Nakashio's last wave is 3.0 for the one, just one turn, which is, I really love the first turn of the Kana Nakashio. He engaged the rail nicely. He caught up a little bit, but still she got 3.0, and we are just over 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so a 2.5 and a 3. It's, the scoreboard's looking pretty grim at the moment. A 5.5 beating a 5.25. They are totals, not best waves. Here goes Rina Matsunaga. Let's see if she can't shake this one up a little. It's good looking wall, maybe a little bit quick. One turn, can't ride out of it. She goes down. That will flip priority over to Kana Nakashio. We're inside the second half of this heat. 14 and a half minutes to go. Talk students replay.
Is just one turn, but I think it was a good idea for her to just get one wave because the condition is getting slower so she just wanted to get another backup score, and that was good call, but unfortunately she couldn't finish it off. Here's a live action for Surfing Red. Nice looking wave, nice cutting back down the white water, and she's trying to connecting the wave, passing through the horse rock now, and she did connecting the section, and she finishes off nicely.
God, the body language wasn't great. She sort of kicked out of that rather indifferently, but I don't think it's a bad result. That'll still be a number for her. 13 and a half minutes to go. Here is the replay. Almost ran over Rino Matsunaga on the takeoff. Open face carve. Jams it off the rebound on the white water. A little bit of downtime. Skating past the rock. Now that the backwash is all out of the way, says okay, I can put my foot down, and revisits the open face, gets the end section belt, and she is out of there.
Well, I can tell from her reaction she wanted to do big turns in the end section.
And there it is, best wave of her heat, a 3.85. Still waiting on a score to come in for Rina Matsunaga, so little by little the scores are increasing. Kana Nakashio has a 3.85 and a 3 to be sitting in first. Rina Matsunaga has a 4.25. It's looking for a 2.6. Not sure if she does have a score still to come in. There's definitely some lines out there. Talking to True Starling earlier, who surfed a heat, she was saying that you can see the waves coming, but it's hard to tell which are the good ones. And I mean, that's just a lack of experience at the spot. All right, here goes Rina Matsunaga. She's looking for a 2.6. She would have paddled into that, thinking there was a bid on offer down the line, and then as soon as that little backwash bounce came into play, clearly there was not. All right, 11 minutes to run. Let's hope the ocean has a Red Bull and comes alive for the back third of this heat. It's been a very slow and sleepy affair so far. Kana Nakashio is in the lead with a 3.85 and a 3. Rina Matsunaga has a 4.25 and a 1. It's a quarterfinal. A pair of threes shouldn't be winning it. Matsunaga will be mortified to think that she has a 1 in her scoreline. That's got to go as well. Up next in quarterfinal number 2, True Starling, co-commentator and the only Aussie in the field, is in the red jersey, as is this woman, Kana Nakashio. Bit of backwash to deal with, but it actually added a few moments of drama as it gave her that section to hit. And,
that was definitely the best wave so far in this heat, and she found it on the. Here comes the replay. Nice off the bottom turn, vertical with this big spray, and finish it off nicely. It was a tight section in between the first turn and second turn, but she just managed well, and she finishes off nicely. That will be the best score for her. and she found the wave under priority. So, wow.
We're waiting on a number 2 drop for Kana Nakashio. Imagine she's going to extend her lead. There's the drone shot, the aerial look at the playing field. It's a beautiful lineup. You can only imagine how good it is with an extra foot or two of swell. Definitely a place I'd love to come back to. And there it is, a 6-point ride for Kana Nakashio. So finally we get a significant score in the tally. And that leaves Rina Matsunaga now chasing a 5-6-1.
Just over 8 minutes remaining. Just scores are building up little by little. Last wave from red, Kana Nakashio was 6.0. She got 3.85 for her backup. Now she's in the lead. In blue, Rina Matsunaga, she needs 5.61 with priority, and we are under 8 minutes. There is a lot of times, hopefully more sets coming for surfers for the opportunities.
All right, 7 minutes remaining, and it is Kana Nakashio with a 6 and a 3.85. I said earlier she had one pinky toe in the semis. I'm going to say now she's got almost a whole entire foot in the semi-finals, but Rina Matsunaga will be looking to see if she can't bump her out of the way. She's currently chasing a 5.61 for that berth. Got a 4.25 of any significance to this point. Here goes our heat leader, Kana Nakashio. First turn was really strong. Second turn wasn't bad until it was bad, and the backwash got the better of her, and that second turn's not really going to count for much because she didn't ride out in front of the wave. So unfortunate for Kana Nakashio. Not getting any favours from the wave on that occasion.
Here's a replay of the red. Nice looking wave, nice cup down, cut back, and nice finish maneuver, but this was a money down, nice cutting back, and she tried to finish it off nicely, but the last wave from the Kana Nakashio is 5.0. She extends her lead. She's now having 6.0 and 5.0. So now, surfing blue, Rina Matsunaga, she needs 6.75, and we're just over 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so the first surfer in the quarters into double figures, and that makes life pretty tough for Rina Matsunaga, who's now chasing a 6.75. Obviously, a very attainable score at the quarterfinal level of a QS such as the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. but time slightly starting to creep into the picture. 4 minutes 50 remaining. Rena naturally has priority. Kana has a 6 and a 5 to be in the lead. Rina Matsunaga a 4.25 is chasing a 6.75 with 4.5 minutes to run. So I'm going to go and talk to the winner of this heat once everything's wrapped up in 4.5 minutes. Could well be Rina Matsunaga. That's the best turn she's done in this heat. Oh, she stuck with it. Wanted to get out in front. Unfortunately, wave didn't cooperate. And this is Kana Nakashio. Is this live action? I think so, yeah. So just the one turn and then the wave got a little bit sleepy on her. Important score to drop for Rina Matsunaga.
Here's a replay of Rina Matsunaga. Nice power hack at the top. And second one, similar action but still good with the strong power spray. And here's the replay of the red. Nice cutting back down to the bottom. Blue, she needs 6.75. We'll see get that one.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the score, but it's definitely going to go into her top two. In fact, it is her best wave. So Rina Matsunaga's last wave, a 5.55. She needs just a little bit less than the same again to move into the lead. A 5.46 is now her requirement. Kana Nakashio has a score to come. She wants to upgrade to 5 to increase her lead. Not sure she'll do that. Minute 50 go. Last score for Kana Nakashio, a 4.75, does not drop into her top two. So the situation is still Nakashio in the lead with a 6 and a 5. Rina Matsunaga has a 5.55. She needs a 5.46 to move into the semi-finals. She has priority and there is 90 seconds remaining.
Well, very stressful time for both of the surfers right now. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. And Rina Matsunaga needs 5.45 and she's sitting with priority. Here's a live action from the blue. Nice cutting back down the bottom and nice vertical turn over there. And she wanted to finish off the right.
Oh, so Rina Matsunaga with 30 seconds to go. She was chasing a 5.46. First two turns were pretty good. You can see here. That was a bit of a mid-facer, nothing too critical. That was probably the best turn of the wave, although she did cut it short, and then right about there when the wave raced off, she would have gone underwater knowing that with that her hopes of a semi-final finish probably slipped away as well. A 3.5 the result for Rina Matsunaga. The result far better for Kana Nakashio. A 5 and a 6 see her move through to the next round, and that round is the semi-finals here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Quarterfinal number 2 is in the water right now. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back with more action from Mahabalipuram here in Chennai in India right after this.
All right, and welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We are into the quarterfinals, heat number 2. My name is Jessie Starling, and this is one of my good friends, Di. This is the final heat of the day, and my big sis is currently in the water. So, True Starling in the red from Australia, my sister, my bestie. And then Shino Matsuda out there for Japan.
Shino Matsuda from Japan. She's from my hometown.
Oh. Yeah, what do you know about Shino? Well, this is a replay of True. This must have been her first wave. She's locked in a 4 for this one, so just hopping over that inside section. Really nice first turn. Does she get much more coming in towards the rock? Doesn't look like it. And then Shino, this is a better looking wave. Beautiful first crack off the lip. Second one, and then yeah, not giving her much afterwards either. So waiting for a score for Shino to come in.
I really love that first turn. She's known for powerful backhand attacker, and she's selected for the Olympics for Japan.
How long has she been qualified for the Olympics for?
Once there was a World Games in El Salvador.
Oh, so she qualified through El Salvador.
Yes.
Wow, amazing. Yeah, she's a really talented goofy footer. I'm sure she'll be loving this right hand point break.
True. She is really experienced competitor, and she does well in the Japanese professional circuit too. But she's mainly focusing on WSL event right now to qualify to CT.
Yes, I think that's the goal for all of us. So you guys are from the same hometown, so tell us about your hometown.
Well, our hometown is called Shonan, which is kind of near Tokyo, an hour drive from Tokyo area, and we don't really get much of waves. Once the typhoon hit the coast area, then we have decent waves. We have reef point, we have beach breaks, we have river mouth, but the thing is we don't really get to swell much.
Yeah, so small waves. Do you have like a peak season where the waves are good, or?
Yes, we have. Well, now it's the peak season from August to the October, I guess. That's typhoon season, that's why. And we have a lot of typhoons coming in this month. And before I came to India, I actually had really good typhoon season, and I had really good surfing at Shonan for like 2 weeks in straight.
Oh, it sounds like a dream.
Yes.
Is there waves at home right now?
Nah, not right now, but until 5 days ago, there was decent, good looking waves.
Wow. Well, hopefully you've timed it well. I think there's meant to be good waves here tomorrow, so
wow,
you might get good waves here while there's no surf at home, and then hopefully when you go back, you'll get good waves again.
Absolutely.
But Shino's first wave came in at a 4.1 and then just a 0.25 to back it up. So it's pretty close at the moment.
It is pretty close heat. So tell us about your sister in the surfing red.
Yeah, so my big sister True is out there. We're from North Narrabeen, which is in Sydney. They had the Challenger Series event at our home break just earlier in the year recently. So it was cool to be home and to be a part of that and see all the challengers come to town. But yeah, now we live in Cabarita, near the Gold Coast, an area you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, we made the move up north to be more in the surf industry up there, and yeah, the waves are pretty fun too when it's cyclone season. So yeah, we love it.
Do you guys compete?
Yeah. So
Still?
we both still compete in the regional kiosks of Australia, Oceania.
Yep.
So yeah, it's been a pretty busy year. We went to Cruy in June and then ended up staying on about a week and a bit after Cruy.
Nice.
And then came home for about a week. Then True went back to Bali and I went to the Maldives and Sri Lanka.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So you guys went to Sri Lanka.
Yeah, so True went to Bali with Rip Curl.
Yep.
But it's looking like we'll go back to Bali again at the end of September.
Wow.
Lots of traveling for us this year.
You are living a dream.
Yeah, it's been really cool. It's been a really fun year.
How is it different compared to Sri Lanka and India?
I would say that Sri Lanka, the rocks are more in the way, I think. Like when you surf, there's definitely more rocks you have to be aware of and have to dodge, especially at waves like Peanut Farm. Arrogam is a reef bottom and this is a sand bottom. But other than that, the climate's the same, the water's the same.
Food is the same.
The food is the same pretty much,
But
yeah.
I guess Sri Lanka has spicier food.
Yeah, Sri Lanka definitely has spicier food. I was there, when I was there, we were eating curries and eating local Sri Lankan food the whole time. You know, we just wanted to try the local stuff. But this one day, we found this vegetarian restaurant and I got this falafel wrap thing. And I thought it was pesto sauce and I grabbed it and I put it all over my food, but it was green chili sauce. I was in so much pain.
Were you okay after that?
No, I was like crying.
Yeah, I had the same experience a couple months ago in Sri Lanka as well.
Oh, really?
I was there for surfing, and yeah, food is definitely a lot more spicier than what we have here in India.
It's so much more spicier. And even like, yeah, I don't know, we ate heaps of samosas over there. And there was some that were just like crazy hot. But we'll get back to that. Here is the surfer in blue, Shino. That was a really nice first wave. Wow, she's really driving through her turns on this one. There's that backwash from the rock that we've been seeing. What do you think about that one?
It wasn't really super good wave, but she managed look a wave really good. Nice off the bottom turn and nice snap. Second turn and third turn, that was nice. And here's a horse rock backwash.
Yeah, she came pretty close to that rock. Yeah, that first turn was really nice. I really like how she just pushes all the way through. You can see how strong she is in her legs. I think, yeah, being on your backhand, you can kind of just keep going, you know?
True.
And just keep pushing out there, especially on those smaller ones. When you do need a score, you can definitely make something out of not much.
Yeah, I think the backhand is a little bit easier to surf on this condition.
Yeah, I agree. So we're going to skip down to Binzi Chris, who is with the winner of the last heat, Kana Nakashio.
That's all right, Kana Nakashio, congratulations. You are through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'm so happy to my hit.
It was very slow during that heat. How did you kind of keep your nerve and make sure that you caught the best waves?
Yeah, it was so slow heat. Paddling is jellyfish. So many jellyfish in the shade.
Did anyone get you?
Yeah. Oh my god.
You're okay though?
Yeah.
got to be happy to take the win at least.
Yeah, do my best next semi-final.
Awesome. Any words in Japanese to your friends and family back home?
OK 日本の皆さん応援ありがとうございます。すごいスローヒートで乗るたびにクラゲに刺されてすごい大変だったんですけど、また明日ファイナルでセミファイナルで勝ってファイナルで行って優勝できるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, congratulations. You're through to the final day here at the Tamil Nadu International Surfing Open. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Binzi, and thank you, Kana. Was she just thanking her family and friends back home in that last bit?
Yes, and she was saying that she got stung by jellyfish during the heat, but still, she made it out. She is that a?
This is the replay of True's last wave. So she kind of got hung up off that first turn. Really nice first turn though. Calves, and then yeah, there's the backwash off Horse Rock. So this first turn is where she'll get the points. Yeah, pushes hard off that back foot. Comes in at a 3.2 for that one. And Shino, she got a 3.75 for her last efforts on that 3 backhand turner wave. So the girls probably waiting for a bit of a bigger wave. It is really slowing down out there, so that's why contest director Ty and head judge Ty have decided to call it off after this quarterfinal. And here goes True. Talk us through it, Ty.
Nice cutting back, and well, she just finished off with the one big cutting back. It's okay. It wasn't great, but still.
Yeah, there wasn't enough opportunity on that wave, I think, but that sweep still looks like it's pretty strong, so I guess there's no point really sitting there, or if a wave comes through, try and make something out of nothing. It is slowing down out there pretty quickly, but yeah, 12 minutes slipped away already.
Probably both surfers know that this the conditions getting slower and slower, so they wanted to just get as many as they can, and so that they get the rhythm of the heat.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And I also think that, when it's small, you just have to be able to take any opportunity you can to try and make something off it.
Absolutely.
Shino just tried to do the same thing. Unfortunately, similar situation to True's last wave. Just the one turn. So I think we'll wait and see for the girls to paddle up the point. Here's the replay. If you want to take us through it, Di.
Nice cutting back down to the power zone, and she wanted to get the end section coming up for her, but she couldn't get the last action. So just under 17 minutes, and in the first position, Shino Matsuda, she got 4.10, 3.75. In second place, True Starling, she got 4.0 and 3.20. And just over 60 minutes and 30 seconds. And now his action from the red.
Yeah, True. Really nice opening first cutback. She links it back with a second. That backwash from the rock is really playing into this heat. It's not allowing for an end turn, really.
But that's definitely the best.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Best way of the heat, I guess.
Yeah, she needed a 3.86, so I think she'll get it. Here's the replay.
I love how she project and engage the rail really good and connecting to the next cutback. I'm pretty sure she wanted to finish off the wave really strong, but the wave didn't offer too much more action.
Yeah, I still think she'll get a good score. They were two really strong maneuvers. I really loved that first carve. We've been working on those with our dad since we were little. Those first opening carves, thanks to the alley ride at home.
I love the first carving down to the bottom.
Yeah, I feel like she drove all the way through it, and yeah, like you said, it projected her out with speed to go into the second one. So we'll see.
We are just waiting for the scores coming in.
Yeah, still waiting for the score to come in. Needed a 3.86. I think she'll get it. So blue Shino with priority.
Wow.
There it is, 5.9.
Exactly what you said.
Yeah, puts her into the lead. So Shino needing a 5.81. And with her backhand like hers, she'll definitely be able to get that score if she gets the right wave. So yeah, we can see True looking again, but no takers.
And like I said before, backhand for this condition is a bit easier than frontside action because we can do the whip thing and put a lot more actions in. So she might not have to wait for the bigger set to get the score.
Yeah, she'll just need even one of those smaller but steeper ones, because if it's a bit steeper, she'll be able to drop to the bottom and then come back up and just really open up on her backhand. I definitely think you can get more speed on your backhand in smaller conditions like this. But
Absolutely.
yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I still think I'd love to see Shino on one of the sets though. See her open up on her backhand.
Maybe here comes a set. The tide is really going out quickly.
Yeah, it's getting really shallow out there. They're pretty far away from the rock where this morning we saw them surfing even closer to it. And it's just at that point of the time, it just stops. Like it always gets to a point of the day where it just kind of stops for those low tide, few hours of like dead low to a couple hours off. And then it'll start to pulse again just before sundown.
So they're sitting different position right now. So
Yes.
you were surfing in the heat this morning.
Yep.
What is your thought of the positions right now?
I would say that they're wider, so more to the left of where we were sitting this morning. The lineup we all had was in line with the Red Bull tent, right up where the beach cameras are. Yeah, it looks like on the lower tide it's pushing a little bit wider. So, yeah, I think they're a bit more to the left of where we were. And they're sitting though, they're not paddling, so maybe the rip isn't as strong anymore. It was definitely hard to stay in one position for my heat. It was very
Every
strong.
surfer's saying that too.
Here goes Shino, looking for a 5.81. Beautiful first turn. Cracks it for a second. Can she ride out? Yes, she can. Wow, that's
She
a
did
great
ride
score.
out. That was good wave actually. There was a tight section in between first turn and the last turn, but still she managed well and she finished it with a strong action. So
Yeah, True was having a look at that one. And see, it was a smaller wave than the one that True got, but this first turn's really nice. Yeah, like you said, quick to get back up into that second one. You almost thought she was going to fall on that last. No, she proves us wrong. That beautiful low center of gravity. I love that bent in back knee. Great first turn. Yeah, love it. Up and over on the second. So she needed a 5.81. What do you think?
well, compared to True's last wave, well, it's hard to say. I'll just let the judges to decide for that one.
They're two very different types of surfing. You know, True had strong rail surfing where Shino's was definitely lip surfing
Yes.
and Rio's. So, yeah, we'll have to see how it compares and how the judges, what they see is better or what they deem is better. 5.81 is the score needed for Shino. I think it could be there.
A few scores coming in and just waiting for 3 more scores coming in for.
Yeah, there might be a set. Oh no, True decides not to.
It's close. It's close to what she needs.
It is. It's really close, but it's just not it. So she needed a 5.9. She got a 5.6, but now only needing a 4.31.
And just over 10 minutes. Still, there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for sure. So she'll just probably wait for another one, and she will get another opportunity. And she only needs 4.31, which isn't big score.
No, it's not a big score at all, and she's got that 5.6, so she knows what that feels like now. So she needs less than what she just did on her last wave. I think True's been stung by a jellyfish.
Seen that.
From what I just saw. Oh, Yeah, she definitely did. Oh, true.
Did you get stung by jellyfish this morning?
I didn't. There wasn't any
did?
in my heat.
Oh,
No.
no.
So I think they come out on the lower tide, but the higher tide they don't seem.
Be there.
Yeah. When I was talking to Tenchi in the post heat interview afterwards, he was showing me all these jellyfish stings. They look really painful, and I was like, "How does it feel?" And he's like, "Yeah, it definitely stings." I'm like, "Yeah, wow." And they'll get itchy later too. And
Nightmare.
I wouldn't have thought about jellyfish in India.
Me neither.
But here we are. But when I was in Aragam, there was a lot of jellyfish. Did you find the
Was
same
there?
when you were in Sri Lanka?
Actually, I didn't find any jellyfish and I didn't get any stung in
Really?
Sri Lanka.
I got like one really bad jellyfish sting.
Wow.
And I think it was worse than a blue bottle.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a nightmare.
I know. But I wasn't expecting it over there. And they're like, oh yeah, there's a couple. And there was so many out there. So maybe I should have been more prepared for India. 9 minutes this heat. Slipping on by. It's really close between the two. 9.9 to 9.7.
Very, very close heat right now. Just under 9 minutes remaining. And Shino, she only needs 4.31. Here is a live action from Shino. To the nice connecting turns. And she finishes off nicely. What do you think?
I think that was a really strong finish. And she went up into the lip on the first turn. She needed a 4.31. I reckon it could go there.
It's gonna be close.
I think it'll be close.
The first two actions were as not good as the last one.
Yeah.
So I just leave this to the judges, but it's gonna be close.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to what her 4.1 was like. To think if I can compare the two.
It was a lot more carb down and carb down. She did a 2 cutting back, and she got 4.10.
So you'd think that maybe it would go the
Yeah.
4.31 with that end turn, but we'll have to wait and see. We're not judges. Oh, it came in at a 3.6. So still looking for the 4.31. And I think there's a set on the way for True. She's sitting out there by herself with priority. I love man-on-man heats because I feel like it's an even playing field.
Me too, yeah.
Just go wave for wave with your other competitor. I think it makes heats so much more fun. But not looking like True was on any of those waves. It did look like she was kicking for a wave there, but didn't take it.
She knows maybe finding some waves.
Oh, they're pretty close. Yeah, it looks like there might be a set coming out the back. But we'll have to wait and see for it to come a bit closer. It might even go a bit wide of where True is. And down. Is there going to be any takers? True's paddling for it. She needs to improve on a 4-point ride. So that was a really nice first turn. Oh, love that carve. Dodging horse rock, nice third turn. So I would say that could be the best wave of the heat.
Definitely it was the best ride of the heats so far.
Yeah, she was looking to improve on a 4. She's definitely done that, and it will challenge her 5.9. So here's the replay of True's wave dive.
That was a nice top turn there, and nice. I love the carving right there. And she managed to passing the rock and put one more in. That's beautifully done from Sapphire Red.
Yeah, I really love that first turn. This carve, I think, was the best turn for me. Just the way she drives through it, dodges the rock, and gets just a finishing turn in there. So True really making the most of the priority. I love how she capitalized of that priority. Didn't paddle for a smaller wave, didn't freak out. Yeah, she just showed her composure, and yeah, she's been competing for a while, so I think showing her class and competitive style. Wow, beautiful first turn from Shino. She's not backing down. She's dodging that rock. And she's got 2 more turns, and she might even get a finishing one.
She finishes strong.
That was a really strong wave from Shino.
That was good answer back to True Stallion. Wow. we gotta wait for the scores for exchange.
So last of True's was a 5.35, so this needs to be a 5.66 for blue. They were two very strong turns at the start. Then she gets a bit more damage done. She just looks like she's never going to fall. Like, I thought maybe there, but no, she likes the feel of that one. That first
I love the vertical strong turn over there from Shino and straight to the next one and managed to get through the rock, and she put little turns in and then finishes off nicely.
I love how she puts her hand in the water for her bottom turns. I think that is what allows her to get so vertical and just throw so much more spray. And there it is, a 7.75. Huge score, changes the heat. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Wow. See, it's not over till the hooter goes. It's never over.
Never over. But still, we have still 4 minutes remaining, and there's gonna be a lot more opportunities. So now just True has to wait for the right ones to get what she needs, which is 7.46. It's pretty big score.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial score. Here she goes, just up and out on that one. She'll be scratching to get priority again in front of Shino. I would say that she'll get out there before Shino does. So 3.5 minutes, she needs a 7.46. Right idea on this one with the size of wave, but just a tapered wall. So that one just didn't allow her to get the 7 that she needs. Right idea though.
Probably she knew from right there, so that she wanted to just get off the wave and maintain the priority.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was pretty smart surfing from True. And she's got priority again. So both the girls staying super busy. Shino with 8 waves and True with 6. So
It's not a slow heat anymore.
Yeah, no, there's been plenty of action. This is the last heat of the day. So we will see quarterfinal heat number 3, Sarah Wakita and Nao Omura come up tomorrow. And you commentated with Nao the other day.
Yeah, yesterday. Yes.
Yesterday. Yeah, how was that?
It was great. It was all in Japanese, and we did, I think, excellent job.
Yeah, she seemed pretty happy afterwards. True and Nao met each other last year. It was a pleasure to meet her yesterday as well. I'm excited to see her compete tomorrow morning. She'll be the first heat of the day. And it looks like our heat leader going again.
She's trying to better the score of 5.35. Now the wall stands up a little bit for her, but wave just died out.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. I'm not sure if that'll better the 5.6 that she has. I don't think. Here we go. Here's the replay, but then again, we're not judges. So, yeah, first carving maneuver into a second. She pushes so hard off that back foot. That was the turn where she'll get most of the points from. And then, yeah, dies out just next to Horse Rock there. Love her bottom turn.
And I love how she managed to cut back to the white water so that she can get power from the wave and straight to another one. And this is a money turn, vertical, which is strong power.
So is this wave similar to the wave you guys surf at home?
Pretty much similar.
Yeah, she looks pretty comfortable out there. Doesn't look too phased by the small conditions. Her board looks really good under her feet. Looks really lively.
It does really looking good.
I just love how she puts her hand in the water on her bottom turns. I think that is textbook backhand surfing. So 1 minute, will True get a chance to get the 7.46? I know if she gets the wave, she can definitely challenge that 7.46. She's extremely talented.
So Shino's last wave is 5.20, which is not going to top 2 scores.
Only 30 seconds. The ocean's looking a little bit quiet for True to be able to find that 7.46. But True and I, you know, we competed in hopes just to have fun and to be able to say we competed in India. We can't keep the points as we're not from this region. So I think Yeah, look, that's lovely sportsmanship.
lovely.
I think that as much as I would have loved to seen True go further, and I think True would have loved to have gone further, Sheeno gets to take the points, so it probably worked out for the best. So yeah, great sportsmanship from both the girls. Loved watching them compete, and it was really lovely to commentate with you, Di. We haven't
too.
commentated together yet. This is our first heat.
Yeah, this is our first heat of commentating together.
Yeah. So we are done for the day. We will be back here tomorrow for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. But yeah, we're going to run through some highlights, so don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.